Okay, well, we can put some tape on here. What did I do with the tape after all that? Okay.
And then you just need somebody to run upstairs.
I'll call the dudes. I'll just.
When did Stones get here? Don't burn
This
me.
is
I have
Mark
scissors.
Adam,
I'm not afraid to use them.
AV
You want to get one go. Here you go, Mark. Adam.
Oh. My hair's not that red.
Hello. Hello, hello, hello.
I miss the green. I might dye green again.
He's just wandering the streets around here.
Nobody's actually doing it.
Where is Ash anyway? I thought he was going to come in with Nikki. Have we had any more sign-ups? Because Kevin Baker sent an email around to his database. Oh, Jeff.
Hello, 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 hello. So, who's going to be the first talking person?
Wait, what? Shit. Okay, that's proving my taping hasn't worked.
I'm just watching her destroy all my hard work. I thought you were checking that stream there so you can check the audio. The audio working. I'm pretty sure. Well, he's going to call somebody at work.
That's probably better. Is that further away? Or you want to do it?
You can run upstairs to the next level if you want. That way you just don't get
Wi-Fi strap?
I'll make sure with the Wi-Fi stretch.
It's microwaves. That shit's going through you. When you got your phone to your head, it's going through your head. Laptop and address. You'll need the address of the broadcast.
It's already linked up.
Which is
So go onto the website. And then go online.
Yeah, he's bringing whiteboard red. You need to bring it now.
Oh, I've got some.
Can't hit that phone. Someone's calling me. Hey, Randolph, how you doing? Yeah, not bad. Sorry? Oh,
So this frame.
No, if Andy's in the office, can he just try and log on?
Is it getting streamed like that?
Rob.
Yeah.
Rob's been doing all the technicalness. Yeah, I think we're okay.
Is that it? Okay, so what I'm looking at is this frame.
I haven't seen last count was about 50. But Kevin Baker just sent one around to his database, so hopefully everything else is good.
It's very good.
As long as the audio is okay. You're right. How does he log on? It's not obvious.
Yeah, I know what you mean.
Oh, okay. So is that, can you hear me on this anyway? Is that loud enough? Can you hear me?
How long the delay is.
Can you hear me anyway? Or is it not loud enough?
Well.
Hello? Hello? Is it clear enough too? Give me a whiteboard marker. No, it's extremely delayed. It's pretty delayed. Hello. I can't hear me though. Am I even turned on? Whoop. You can't hear me. I can't hear me on the microphone. Speakers.
1, 2, 3.
Loud enough? No, it's extremely delayed. Wow, that really is quite delayed.
Hello, hello. 1, 2. Hello, hello. Hello. That's right, we're going to turn up. We're going to turn up. Yeah, it's about 3 minutes.
Okay, but the audio syncs up.
Also got 1, 2. That's us. We've also got to find where are the other ones of these?
Maybe it's just a connection.
Hello.
Okay, Emma, can I
So-
head upstairs and test the sound?
All right.
And then I'll put you.
So we that one there, and then turn that, just the gain, turn the gain all the way up, and then we'll make hello.
Yeah, that's right. Angle go out.
Stones, where do we put the lights? Like I got the light in my sounds, but
That's right. We're going to turn.
where do you
Yeah, it's about 3 minutes. Where are the other? They're not going to be close enough together anyway. These things are separated. Oh, there we go. There's my lovely. Yeah. That was
let's just mute the audio before.
Okay. Mike's alive, Jethro. So is Richard coming up? Okay. So we live? Yep. Do you want to turn the music off then and we'll get started? You got a question lined up? And so it begins. The Stump the Strategist 24-hour marathon is live. So we are now taking any question on marketing communications plus whatever our special guest brings. In terms of special guests, they don't get any more special than our kickoff guy, Mr. Craig Rispin, a technology futurist who has an amazing past. He speaks to audiences anywhere up to 3,000 people around the globe. He spots the trends because if you know first, you can be first and you'll profit first. His background goes right through the early days of Apple and beyond. So please welcome Craig Rispin.
Thank you very much. Thanks, Ash.
Standing next to Craig, he was one of Australia's top marketers, under 30. Now he's over 30. We think he's just as good. Ladies and gentlemen, from Step Change Marketing, Jeff Cooper. And I'm Ashton, Head of Strategy at Step Change. So it is time for Stump the Strategist. It's a little bit like the Gruen transfer mixed with Thank God You're Here. Whose line is it anyway? Bit of 24 thrown in. And of course, some Survivor and some Mr. Squiggle. There's only a couple of things to remember. It's opinion, not advice. And the second thing is there's only one rule, that it's 9 minutes without interruptions. So once we have clarified the question, we do request the 9 minutes without interruptions. There is our scoreboard there. We're going to attempt to answer 100 marketing challenges in the next 24 hours with some help with some great strategists on stage and a few dogs barking behind stage. Can we get a bark there, Sunshine?
We'll see what we can do. Come on, Taylor. He's not going to do that, is he? Come on. Taylor. See.
We're just working up a bark in the background.
Taylor, speak.
Whoa! Yay! Excellent. We may need that skill later. Jeff, speak. Hey! Look, they're well trained here. Okay, so let's take the first question. I now declare Stump the Strategist open. Any questions? Come on, don't be shy. Any questions?
If you were launching a new consumer app.
Sorry, can we get a mic there or just so we can hear? So, yep.
If you were launching a new consumer app,
Yeah.
how would you get it into people's hands as quickly and as efficiently as possible?
Okay, and what's the category?
Services. So we're trying to get people who want a massage to connect with people who have spas and clinics where they don't have the availability.
Yep.
We want them to take through the app and do the e-commerce exchange and then just turn up and get the massage, or have the spa and send a person to wherever they're located. So
Okay.
using an app to make that happen.
Okay.
I'm not concerned about how to get clinics on. I'm more concerned about how to get consumers.
So it's a two-sided market. You've got clinics on one side and consumers on the other. Okay. Any clarifying questions? Okay.
I got it.
Jeff, speak. Start the clock.
So, I think it's great that you're not worried about getting clinics on site because it makes our job a lot easier. But also, I actually think if they're the easy parts to get on site, then I'd be looking at their networks and the assets that they have first of all. So for every single clinic, you might have one clinic, you might have 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, up to 12 massage therapists. Every single one of those has assets around their social media networks, where they might have up to 700 to 1,200 followers and friends. Similarly, with each of the massage clinics, it's a good idea to look at what ADMs and assets they already have, their contact strategy, as well as their frequency around those assets. So again, same thinking, you've got a clinic, but off that clinic, there is thousands of members and users. So really what you need to do is make sure that those clinic owners understand the business case for using the app and the incentive for getting it out to their networks. From there, it's really important that you give them tools. So the idea here is that you make it really easy for them to share it with their networks. So a really good example here is like a video explainer. Or better yet, you might build an EDM template that has the right messaging, the right content in it, that's really easy for them to forward and rebrand. So as with all massage clinics, what we find is that they're often owner-operators, very, very time poor, and don't have a lot of money to spend on marketing. So whatever you can do within that network for them to lift the load is going to go a long way. The last one is I'd be looking at incentives within that network as well. So you might have an introductory offer for them or something that makes it more useful for them in that first key period. And the last thing I would consider is there's an app out there called Thunderclap. Now, I'm not actually recommending that you use that. I'm just recommending that you launch all at once with all of your channels going live at once, because there's this thing called effective frequency. And what that means is that if I hear about something once, I'm much less likely to act than if I hear it about 2 times, 3 times, and 4 times. But it's not linear, it's exponential. And so what you want to make sure you're doing is try and line up all of your channels within your social networks, your EDMs, and anything online to go all at once so that people are getting that high frequency. The final one is point of sales throughout all the clinics. Make sure that they've got things in the waiting rooms and at the reception so that when people walk through there, they're getting the offer to use the app.
Okay.
Can I ask you, Ash? I'm going to do stream of consciousness, and I can't scribe while I'm doing that.
Yep.
So if I say anything important, could you capture
I'll
it
make
for
a
me?
note. Perfect.
Okay, so, you know, when I'm out there talking to developers, startups, people are trying to launch consumer apps, they tend to be geeky. You're not a geek, are you? No, you're not a geek. So there's a model that I run in my practice, and people that are launching apps tend to think about technology solutions, and actually it puts them out of balance. So a great futurist 30 years ago wrote a book called Megatrends, and in chapter 2 it was called the high-tech, high-touch balance. Now you run a high-touch business, but you're talking about a high-tech thing. And when you're talking about launching a consumer app, I would think, what will make that in balance? It's very geeky, you know, it's technology. What would put that into balance? So I would think about live events. So recently, I was launching my app, my Craig Rispin iPhone app, at an event, and I gave an incentive. So an incentive live from stage, I gave away $6,000 worth of mentoring. And there were 360 people in the audience, and I said, send a special code in. They just could text me. Send a special code in, and if one of you will win $6,000 worth of mentoring, or you could say 10 massages or something like that, right? So what kind of a return on investment would you expect in a live event like that? You know, maybe 20%, something like that. 360 people in the audience, 357 of them texted me. And this is the power of a live event connected to an app. I was at a startup forum down in Melbourne, 450 startups, Ash, all following this lean startup methodology. And they're saying exactly the same thing. They're launching web apps, they're launching consumer apps. And we went around the room and we said, let's all discuss the best marketing success that we've had launching an app or a web app in the last 12 months. And out of the 450 people, we had more votes for them launching an app or a web app at a live event, So I'll tell you how I run this in my practice. You know, Ash, I get 10 to 20 people that want to connect to me on LinkedIn, and we automatically send back a message. You've seen this message, I'm sure. It says, thank you for connecting to me in a high-tech way. on LinkedIn, but wouldn't you like to catch up for a cup of coffee? And people think I'm insane that I'm connecting with all these people on LinkedIn and then wanting to meet them face to face. But I'll reveal to you that I get 50% of all my business this way. That if somebody contacts me high tech through an app, I always go high touch. And if they contact me high touch, then I want to connect them to a high tech experience.
So the first thing I would mention there is looking to the fact that, do you really need an app? Because the way you described it and what I heard was just a simple transaction. And out of the hundreds and hundreds and hundreds of thousands of apps that are now in the App Store and in the Android store, the question is how many are really downloaded and coming through, and how many are then subsequently reopened? So rather than thinking about an app, maybe you might just like to think of the simpler answer of data capture. So if you have data capture, then you can just push them through a sophisticated management system, such as a CRM, go out via email, go out via SMS, and actually track a wellness path, if that makes sense. So rather sidestep the app and actually say, can I input a journey of relaxation, a journey of wellness? And instead of thinking in terms of app, think in terms of CRM. That's the first thing. Ask your question, is it a red ocean trying to cut through in that mess? The second thing that I would look at is there an existing app that is cutting through that you can just bolt on and integrate with? If you look at Night Plus, if you look at Fitbit, one deal with one of those guys makes this problem of consumers go away. It also ties into what we call the trigger. The reason apps don't get open is they don't have a trigger. If you actually linked in with Night Plus, for example, you just hit your goal, reward yourself for the massage. You see, finding something that already has that behavior and that connection with people and then tapping in could be a great access point for you there. Looking there in terms of point of difference, something remarkable. What about if your app was called Uber Massage, yeah? And you actually had something that's called a 5-minute freak down. You use geo-targeting if this is an angel in the area. If there's a massage person in the area, they offer a 5-minute freak down. Now that's actually, there's always the on-sell off the back of it, but something remarkable that actually has a reason for an app beyond a standard transaction gives you a real point of difference. And then 4, actually looking and tying in what both the guys have said, looking at this, this high-touch live event thing, in terms of spas and clinics, making sure there's a Wi-Fi distribution. What if your app was the Wi-Fi gateway? Yeah, if it was called Access Spa or Access Clinic, and you actually tied in a deal with somebody who's providing Wi-Fi services, and the first thing you do is download the app on the Wi-Fi system to get onto it to access your personal system. So there's some thoughts there. Keeps your budget down.
And look, just 45 seconds left. 2 things I would try. Make sure that you've got shareability working on it. If you look at what people are sharing online, it is travel, it is food, it's moments for me, it is opulence, and it's hedonistic, and you fit within that category. So make sure that's easy to do. The last one is a mate of mine that sells Swiss watches. He gets them overseas and has better rates, and he just got asked to do a whole deal for Hawthorn so that they could celebrate their premiership win. Now, he was just going to service them, and I said, get the photos, get the story, get the testimonial. So find someone or a group or something high profile so that you can give your services away and create a story around it that's shareable within these networks.
So, the essence is reading partnerships. Okay, first question. So, everybody up. Is that from a place of light or a place of darkness? So everybody up and voting in 3, 2, 1. Pass, pass, pass. That's a pass. Thank you. All right, let's log one up. And Craig, do you want to select someone to ask the next question?
Sure.
There's a seal in the audience.
Yes.
Who's got something to say?
All right, think about this. What's your biggest marketing problem? And if you could solve this problem, what would it mean to you? Who would like to ask the next question? Any question. Maybe you're launching a new business. Maybe there's one particular campaign that you want to go to market with. Who would like to go? Yes? Do we have a spare mic? No? Okay, go ahead.
I'll start with the first one. I'm currently in a B2B business.
A B2B business, yes.
A B2B business, and we're about to launch an SME channel. Now, I have really no grounding in this space at all. So how am I best to target my target market in the SME channel?
Yes.
Can I ask some qualifying questions
Sure.
like what do you sell? And because for me, and I'm not always the brightest guy in the room, but they're both businesses, right? So how do you differentiate those two channels and who you're currently talking to?
That's right. We have an innovation in business process automation, which is designed.
Whoa, innovation in business process automation. Gotcha.
It's designed for fin services and government,
Yeah.
where they typically have a large customer life cycle to service their clients. So if you think about, there's still so much paper and it's so manually handled in government financial services. So we have an innovation in that space.
Right.
Now, the reason we're looking or entertaining an SME channel is because the long sales cycles are killing us.
Mm.
So just getting really pointy, in 9 minutes, what's the answer that you're after? How do I take a business process innovation system to market? Is that
What is the best way for me to target and access my SME market? Because today in a B2B process, it's typically direct sales and relationship, and in SME segment, I'm accessing the market in a different way, and the intention is through digital marketing, I would imagine.
Digital marketing.
So I guess I need some insights and guidance.
Right.
That's what I'm looking for.
Can I ask this one quick last clarifying question? Are these SMEs, financial services businesses? They're small?
Some of them
Yes.
will be.
Yes, but it's across the board, different types of business?
Yeah, if you think about real estate agents that currently have 2 or 3 admin people dealing with paper, and it's painful, and that's 3 heads and 3 resources where they could be adding value somewhere else, or it's medical centres that still get people to fill out those forms online, a hard copy on a clipboard. It's those type of businesses as well.
Right, got it.
ready?
Yep.
Ready, James?
Yeah.
Okay.
So the very best example of I've seen this done doesn't fit with you 100%. I'm not suggesting that you sign up for it in your business, that you understand it and you look how they're doing. I guarantee you they've solved this problem as best as they know how. And it happens to be Deloitte. So they probably solved it pretty well. I mean, they're used to charging large consultancy fees and making businesses work. So the brand is called Deloitte Private Connect. And the promise there is that they will use a mixture of onshore and offshore consulting to bring accounting services and chief financial officer services to businesses for $1,200 a month, when previously it was $12,000 a month. The way they've done it is they've got a freemium model where they're giving something away for free up front, because business owners love stuff that's for free, that lets them trial. So it might be an app, it might be something online, it might be a piece of IP. They're using that to drive database, but also very importantly, you bet your bottom dollar that the reason they're doing this is so that they can start moving from their larger clients down to what is perceivably a larger pool of clients and revenue, right? And so they are using that to get intel. So they, you can imagine they take the accounting information in, they get to assess all the businesses, and they get to build models and algorithms to look for the businesses that are their next best clients. They then can go in and say, look, you've been using our Deloitte Private Connect, but I can see how you'd be appropriate for this service, and this service. So around that, there is all of the things you would expect. There is autoresponders to get your frequency up. There is content to tell you about it. There is landing pages. There is search optimization. So literally treat it as a case study. You get in there. I don't know everything they're doing, but I know that they'll have good answers. The second one, which I've already mentioned, is marketing automation. What's going to happen when you move into the SME market is your lead numbers are going to go up, your sales volumes are going to go down. That makes it really, really important that you watch your cost of acquisition throughout that sales phase. The single best way, wrapped up in one easy to handle name, is marketing automation. Make sure the leads go in, they're getting content at the right frequency over time, that you've mapped that conversion cycle so you know roughly what to be delivering them when. And that so you don't have to employ the same laborious, high contact, call center, relationship building, long sales cycle stuff that you've been doing. The next one is government organizations. Now, it's a very red ocean when it comes to these organizations. Everyone's using this as a strategy. That doesn't mean you shouldn't. There are places set up to help small businesses succeed that are delivering their own free content, getting them together, having catch-ups, and creating community around this. You want to be in those places, speaking, giving things away for free, and highly visible within that.
There's only one rule.
Right. Sorry, as I said, red ocean, I know they're not perfect. I'm just saying they're part of it. The last one is use packages.
Finish, go ahead.
All right, the last one is use packages. The decision cycle is going to shorten, but also the amount of time used to evaluate your services will shorten too. And small business owners, particularly very, very time poor, they're not the type of people that do the long evaluation. They need to know exactly what they're getting. So let them know how long it is, how much it costs, what's included, give them examples about all that sort of stuff.
Rightio. I market to business groups every month. I can only market to SMEs once a year because SMEs do not congregate monthly. You think about this. If you're part of an industry group, let's say you're part of a hairdressing group, they have monthly meetings in Sydney talking about optimizing your hairdressing salon. But that's an industry group, and it tends to be made up of medium to large chains of hairdressers, not the SMEs. So this is your issue. If you can only get to market when they congregate, and I believe I only want to get to target markets when they congregate, because calling on them, especially if they're SME, one-on-one is incredibly expensive. I'm targeting the yearly events where they congregate. Every state except New South Wales has a small business month. So you might have to move out of New South Wales to find that. But if you were smart, you might say, okay, let's kick off at a yearly event, a monthly face-to-face business mentoring program on, not on your product, but on optimizing SMEs. So become known for your topic rather than trying to sell your product or service. Does that make sense? There's a resource for you. Michael Port wrote a great book, you know it, Ash. Book Yourself Solid. It's all about filling up your service business. And you might think you're a product business, but I think you're a product, probably a product and service business. Book Yourself Solid, Michael Port. That's your homework from this session.
The biggest mistake that people make when marketing to small businesses is they think they're interested in gain when really they're more about avoiding pain. And most businesses go and go, oh, you can do this plus, you can do this plus. No. We need to be clear and actually articulate and calculate the pain. Because pain is actually twice as much of a motivator as gain. So behavioral economists have proved this. And the articulation of how many hours that you waste doing this stuff versus what you save, taking that next step to, and at an average of X dollars an hour, this means is this much a month. Then its our price is expressed as a percentage of what will save you. So instead of thinking a loss, you're actually making a small investment that has an immediate gain return. And if that return is then benchmarked against what you get if you put your money in the bank, so your business might return 7% a year, your return on this service might be 15%, might be 20%. It could be an amazing tangible return. That's the first thing, of actually getting clear about the pain versus the gain. Stepping through a few things quickly. When we're at this top level looking at the strategy, just a quick test of the kids kit, who, what, where, when, how, and why, making sure that we're clear across the who, what, where, when, how, and why. Make sure, as Jeff mentioned, shift the risk. So what we want to do is make sure it's a $0 trial. It's a free trial, it's no risk to try this thing. We're looking at incentives for sharing, because what we know about small business owners is they know other small business owners. So it's member get member. The key of that is incentivizing both parties. Something for me, something for you. We both win by sharing it around. Jeff mentioned and explained it previously, making sure that we can explain and articulate it in 90 seconds. Why? Because that's the retention span. We're not trying to explain it in 4 minutes. We're not explaining it in copy. 90-second attention span. I'll come back to that. Yeah, look, the last one is we have more associations in this country than any other country in the world, apparently. And believe it or not, there's an association of associations in Australia.
The Craig's spoken out.
Yes, with 7,700 member associations.
I was going to say 5,000. That's right. So there's 7,000 out there. Now, within that is bang on Craig's strategy of where do they congregate. So all you need to do is say, well, hang on, out of all of these small business owners that I want to target, which of these associations might be right? You find out when their events are, you find out how they talk to members, and then you offer them your services to make sure that when they are congregating or when they're talking to their members, they're doing it of value and doing it in a great way. The last one on that is that something amazing happens. You know, positioning works for a whole lot of reasons, but it works even better when I go, oh, it's for me. So the beautiful thing about the associations is as soon as you've got your content and your offer, within changing just a couple of words, you can make it perfect for Composites Australia, perfect for Plumbers Australia, perfect for real estate agents within Australia. It's a really easy way to give the perception of a highly specialized offering when in fact what you have is a generalized offering.
So just to wrap up, frame in pain instead of gain. Make sure you go feature benefit implication, incentivize the sharing, look to remove the risk, and then look for Deloitte, Telstra, the banks, people who are trying to connect with this audience and have real value that you can deliver in a congregation. Okay, whew. Second one done. So time to vote. Everybody up. Everybody up. Looking back, and in 3, 2, 1, stump to a pass. That's a pass. Anything like something up on the board? Okay, we now interrupt this broadcast to bring you the CEO of Assistant Dogs, Richard.
G'day, Anthony. Thank you, Crowd here. Assistant Dogs Australia, we're the new dogs on the block. We're helping people with physical disabilities. Our fantastic dogs are an extra pair of hands, your best mate and safety device, all rolled into one. We've placed 180 of these dogs so far around the country, but there's always at least 50 people on the waiting list waiting to get one of these special dogs that's really going to change their lives. So we're really thrilled to be here as the beneficiary of this fantastic event. I was lucky enough to meet these guys at a regular monthly Stump the Strategist meeting about 2 years ago, and our organisation certainly benefited from that time in our partnership with their expertise, enthusiasm and energy. So I can only wish them all the best here today. They've already got 2 down, that's another 98 to go.
So easy.
And we'll be around to support them on, and we'll be doing a few more demonstrations a bit later in the day. So thank you very much, and on we go.
Thank you.
Thank you, Richard. All right, next question. We're going to have to get quicker at we're going to go to the questions and look at the time tick away. 98 to go. All right, next question. Yes.
Hello. I've got a company that sells socks online, and the unique thing about the socks that we sell is that each design of the socks is partnered with a different charity. So we've already partnered with Engineers Without Borders, the UN HIV program, and that's going all right. Now, our big challenge is that we only sell online, and I'd like to grow that part of our business. So my question is, how do we get more people coming to our website and buying online for these? I mean, they're pretty good socks. You guys would like them if you got a pair. Maybe I'll send you a pair if it's a good answer. So yeah, that's my question.
Okay, perfect. All right, so start the clock. I reckon if you sold dog socks, you'd sell twice as many. Stop the clock. Stop to a pass. No, any more? Yeah, okay, cool.
All right, so we're actually going. Look, the best model for this, I don't know if you necessarily want to find more customers. You may just want to get your frequency up. So the idea here is that socks are always getting lost within people's drawers. They're always getting holes in them. It's impossible to match them up. You can solve all of that with a monthly subscription. The model you should look at is the Dollar Shave Club. And the way that this works is that instead of asking me every single month or trying to win me as a customer every single month to come and buy shaving blades, what this does is just for $4 a month, it sends me them in the mail and they just turn up. So all you need to do is understand, well, out of your customers, how often are socks getting holes in them? And then how often are they mismatching them? And then how often are they having to buy them? Once you understand that, you can package up a program that works to that frequency or that issue, so that they're being charged every single time that that's likely to come up. You take some credit card details and you make sure that whenever they need some socks, the next pair's just in the mail.
Yeah, you might think this is very meta, but it's related to the number of associations in Australia. You know, there's 7,700 professional associations. There are actually over 70,000 charities. So how about instead of just being a selling socks and partnering with a charity, we partner with 70,000 charities. You know, they all congregate online. They talk about how they can help one another. And I think that would be, I know it's kind of meta. You're like marketing charity socks to charities, but they all also have supporters. So you could go tap into their supporter network. And if you want a geeky way to get to this market, there tends to be in every not-for-profit, there tends to be a geek. And this geek is responsible for collecting their online donations, setting up their website, doing their online social media, and they all congregate around an association called N10. So you could partner with N10. They already partner with 25,000 organizations with their geeks that are in-house, and geeks like socks delivered on a regular basis because they don't like to shop. That's me, Ash.
Great. So, just building on what Craig said around charities. So charities are coming under a lot of scrutiny at the moment for something called administration ratio, which is the amount that charities have to spend on trying to get more money in. So charities have to try and do the work, and they have to try and get more money in, and not all of them have a team like Step Change, which is silly enough to go for 24 hours straight. So building on what Craig said, what about if you did an event calendar for charities that had themed socks with the charity's logo all taken care of? So it had, here's the Easter socks, here's the Father's Day socks, here's the Mother's Day socks, here's the Christmas socks. And it became a little sock campaign that you could just let the charities already upload the logos, take the benefit of all the work you've done in terms of the supply chain, and you just optimize the journey so that the people who support that charity have the public display benefits of it. And when they've researched and done behavioural economics insights into charities, it's the self-expressive benefits that become important. Another self-expressive benefit is actually doing a range for fun runs. So a lot of fun runs have a charity aspect, some don't, but fun runs are a really public display of basically goodwill and generosity. So if you can have a special range for fun runs, once again approach the fun run and have it branded for the fun run. So the sprint events, they're giving out shirts, they're not giving out socks. So have special do good socks for those events as well. Craig or Jeff?
Well, I think related to fun runs, you should connect to the fastest growing sport in Australia that wear knee socks all the time.
Quidditch.
No. Women's rollerball.
Oh, yeah.
You know, this is one of the fastest growing sports. They all have themed socks because they have, they want their names stitched in like Terrible, Tanya, and things like that, right? So there are all sorts of events that, stealing from your idea, why not connect to the fastest growing sport?
Anything else, Kips?
Yeah, so look, the obvious place to look is search. Now, search can be really effective. It's getting tougher and tougher. There's a simple matrix that you need to build, which is to go out and work out what are the terms that customers might type in when they're looking for your product or service. Then you can put that into any of the tools on Google that look at this sort of thing, understand the competition around it, and also the likely cost around them. It's really simple to say that, look, if you've got a pair of socks and it costs you this much to make them, well, in here is your profit. All you need to ask is, well, how much of this profit might I be likely to contribute to my marketing and sales and still sell the product? So in other words, once you've done that thinking, you're just looking for terms that you believe are longer tail and will convert, that don't have too much competition around the socks and come at the right price for you to still maintain what you consider to be a healthy amount of profit.
The final thing that I would suggest is partnering with someone who has a physical presence but is not do much in socks and does not have a primacy in socks. So I would have a look at athlete's foot, and I would have a look at any of the other, like Foot Locker potentially. They have display socks for people to try on when they come in. I would supply those display socks, and then for that request a physical presence for people to order those socks online. So you're encouraging people in a commercial environment to do that. You could even have a really simple build, is that as a value add, instead of discounting, because those guys are discounting a lot to try and compete, what about if it was a plus? So purchase this pair of shoes, plus we'll give you a pair of socks. So for a small incremental purchase from the retailer, they get a huge differentiation, but it's not just giving money back to the customer, it's that self-expressive benefit of having something that does good. So you buy your pair of Nike shoes, plus you get a pair of feel-good socks that they can redeem online. You then have data capture and you tie them into the subscription there. So just to wrap up, the answer to this one is, first of all, think of a sockscription. Don't sell one pair of socks, sell 4 pairs of socks a year. So you actually have, here is the average that we recommend, or most people need new socks this much. Look at dog socks. You get dogs wearing them, you sell twice as many. Like, what an absolute winner that is. Charity assist. So use your SmartSync online and the ability to personalize and map out an ideal journey, looking at the days, the events, the Independence Day socks for your US audience, the Australia Day socks for your Aussie audience. Map out a calendar of events and then let charities just simply plug into that. So you're giving direct donations there. You're helping with the administration ratio. Look at public displays where, like, fun runs and women's rollerball, where these are environments where you can actually get into selling a lot more through because of the public display bits there. And then look at a commercial partner who can then get a commercial benefit while doing actually something really good. So instead of discounting and doing massive 20, 30% discounts, do a plus. And a lot of work from the behavioural economists, so looking at Dan Ariely, etc., has looked at the extra value of a plus rather than just discounting down. So I think that's it, guys. Any more? Let's stop.
Done and dusted.
Done and dusted. So, everybody up. Oh, we almost got a round of applause then, didn't we? All right, stump or pass. 3, 2, 1. That's a pass. Thank you, guys. All right. Great. Do you want to find a question?
Who would
dog demo.
Right. Fantastic. Okay.
Hello everyone. My name is Katie and I'm one of the instructors with Futurists and Australia, which Richard told you a little bit about before just briefly. I have Opal with me here today to show off some of the wonderful skills that these dogs can do. Opal, here. So Richard mentioned we've placed many dogs, over 180 now, to help lots of people with different abilities and disabilities. And so the different types of dogs that we provide predominantly are the ones that are the hands for our recipients. So while guide dogs are the eyes, our guys have that very important role of doing lots of things that people who use wheelchairs are unable to do on a normal basis that we take for granted every day. Opal. Good girl. Heel. So our dogs start training at 8 weeks of age, and it takes 2 years to train a dog to be placed out in the community. They have the full public access rights, and so you'll see a dog out and about wearing a jacket just like Opal is here, and that means they're a working dog. Opal, sit. Good girl. She's showing off the basics right now. Doesn't seem like much, but it's a very important skill. Now, one of our more advanced tasks, which is very relevant to the last question that we've just spoken about, socks.
Hey.
So it's a perfect lead-in for that. Now, often, at the end of the day, we pop our shoes, we take off our socks, and we don't think much about it. But it is something that these dogs can help our recipients with. Sit. Very good. So it's one of the skills that, and I was very excited to be working here now. Sit. Good girl, wait. That we can get her on cue to tug that sock right off. and bring it up here. Yay! Good girl. Very good. Just for fun, we'll do the other side as well. Opal waits. Yeah.
Too effective.
Ready, tug. Yay! Good girl. Left. Left. Good girl. Very good. Yay! Good job. So, picking up items is a very important role for our dogs as well. Here. Good girl. Something like dropping the lead. She'll do it automatically for me. Thank you very much. And Opal's a very clever dog. She knows her lefts from her rights. Opal heel. That's for the left, and Opal side. For the right. Good girl. Very good. So we're going to come back a little bit later on and show you some more wonderful tasks that these dogs can do. So thanks, guys. You're doing a great job.
Okay. Ray, would you like to commission the next question?
Sure. Who's next? Oh, fantastic. Can we just wait for the mic so we can, our audience can hear it?
I read a research report by Access Economics last year.
Oh, yeah. Marketers, not accountants.
Which said that out of 1.9 million small businesses in Australia, only 16% are what they call fully digitally enabled, which means like when you and I and everybody else are researching the net before we buy products and services, over 80% of these businesses are not found. So we built this business so that we can help small business owners to get digital by building very affordable, simple to use websites, do the SEO and social media, or more importantly, a platform where they can come and see what they really need to get and get it in a very easy and affordable way. So our task now is, before we launch this properly in the next quarter, we want to get 100 small business owners on our platform as testimonials.
Right.
We've got about 10 now, so our challenge is now to get the rest, so that we have 100 testimonials before we launch it.
Yep.
Yeah.
Right.
That's a challenge. Okay, any clarifying questions?
No.
My only question would be, how did you get your first 10?
Friends, telephone calls,
Mom.
emails.
Yeah.
All right. Let's go then.
All right.
So the number one thing I would do, right, so you've got, if my calculation is correct, you've got 84% of businesses not having been fully digitally enabled.
That's not right, but we can run with it.
What is the right answer, Craig?
Well, you think about it. Every small business in Australia has a smartphone, 100%. So how are they not digitally enabled? I don't understand this.
I couldn't agree more. Here's what I would do is I would send them their page, just the home page. I would literally have a template where I got relevant images and their logo, and I would mock up for them what their page could be. And that would be my sales pitch. I know that can be done very, very quickly and very easily. And I would then give them a call up and say, hey, you should visit www.youhaveahomepage.com/Jeff Cooper. And you will find there the very first page of a possible web page for you. What you're going to do there is you're going to let them know that, first of all, you did it quickly and easily. In fact, I did it so quickly and easily that I was able to do it before I called you. You're also going to let them know that it's possible for them to be up online and to see that working for them. The other thing that you'll do is just put it front and center with them. And I guarantee you that if you ever, the hardest thing in sales is getting someone to engage in your conversation. I promise you, if you mock up a page for them of their business and put it in front of them, they will be talking to you. They'll tell you what they hate, they'll tell you what they love, they'll tell you about why they haven't done it before, and all of this stuff is greased to get them into the sales funnel. And I happen to know that you can mock up a page, potentially you could outsource this part of it, but you might be able to mock up a page for $10, $15 per business.
So building on this idea of being able to rapidly prototype for your customers, and you're talking about getting hundreds at a time, my suggestion to you would be go to people who already have networks of hundreds of small business owners. I'll give you an example. One day, MYOB called and they said, Craig, we see you've been running online. I run these sessions online, how to build a mobile app in under an hour. So MYOB said, we have over 3,000 accountants in Australia and they don't have iPhone apps. Could you run a course where you could get several hundred at a time building apps? And this is what we did. We ran back-to-back sessions all day long. The most people I could get in were 400 at a time. Would you like to get 400 customers at a time? So my question to you would be, who else like MYOB has groups that they need to help? And there are actually hundreds of organizations. I was recently talking to the National Sales and Marketing Manager for Dell. Dell is trying to move into your segment that you're targeting, and they say the biggest issue is trying to get them to congregate. And so what they found was it was much easier to go onto platforms or programs that already existed. Does this make sense? What's your high-touch approach to your high-tech launch?
Okay, so just building on what Craig said, I think the access is probably partners. I would start though to figure out what it looks like is a keynote. Yeah, because people don't want a sales pitch if they think it's a sales pitch. They want to find out something that they don't know that they think they should know. So if we did a talk, something like, it's called 80-20 rules. Yeah, if we take this stat at face value, 80-20 rules. Now Matt Haig will tell you that 80% of small businesses fail in the first 5 years. The 80-20 rule is 80% of businesses fail in the first 5 years, and 80% of them don't have an optimized online presence. Here's why that's not just a correlation. That's why you said. Yeah, it's not a coincidence. So if you had a talk like that, why 80% of small businesses fail and how not to join them, that's the access to providing valuable content. And Craig knows, like, Craig speaks all over the world, gets paid a really healthy speaker's fee. He knows what business owners want, and they're after a content piece, they're not after a sell. You take that piece to someone like Google. Google has a vested interest in small businesses being online. American Express have a vested interest in businesses being online. Telstra have a vested interest in businesses being online. MYOB, Rich Local. I think you just need to plot your community around it and say, what are people using before, during, and after? And because small business owners are very... because small business owners are very difficult to connect with in the first place, what we need to do is find somebody who already has that and a vested interest. I know that Telstra texted me less than 2 days ago and said, would you like to try Zero and Boost and Shoebox for free? Now those were apps that Craig was talking about, I think, 5 years ago. They're now starting to go mass, and they're only going mass because they've started to team up with people who have distribution. Save yourself the pain and find somebody who already has their audience.
Okay, so I talked about this before. Package for sale, always for this audience. They want to know exactly what they're getting, so make sure that you've done that. The next one is the unstated objections. Now, we tend, when we sell, to talk a lot about us. We need to really talk about our audience. The top 10 reasons that a small business owner won't buy from you probably have nothing to do with you. They are, I'm already too busy. They are, I don't understand how to use a computer. They are all of these other things that maybe you haven't necessarily considered. So I would really sit down and map out the journey, the process, and try and understand that. If 84% of the market hasn't done it, the top 10 unstated objections are their top 10 reasons why they haven't done it. And that's the place to start. So it's almost like forget about the product, because I'm sure it's amazing, but say, well, what are the reasons that they haven't moved into this category at all? The next one is build the business case. I think that you've really got to quickly segment your small business owners from those that want to grow their business to those that are just happy with it how it is. Because of that 84%, I think that need state in its own right would probably take, and I don't mean 50% off, but it would take half your customers just out of the way. And if you can find a way to qualify that up front, are you looking to grow really? By asking questions like, well, if you're trying to grow, what are the top 10 things you've done in the last year to try and grow? Because everyone will tell you that they have global aspirations. Very few people are getting up at 3 a.m., 4 a.m., 5 a.m. to make something happen for their business. You know that if they're having sleepless nights, if they're investing in their marketing, if they're getting up early, if they're partnering with people, that they're willing to move forward. As soon as you know that, that's your first qualifying question, then that's the access to the business case. Well, why would you do this if that is your goal? Of course, you want to have an autoresponder across the sales cycle because you want to make sure that you get your frequency nice and high. And this is all of the things that they can be doing to grow their business, even if they're not online. An autoresponder is a simple set of emails that just goes out over time in a predetermined way to make sure that your frequency is nice and high.
And if you're going to do this, these things that have been suggested, I'll give you a little bit of why I get invited back again and again. Sometimes when you've got something to sell, you have to show them what comes next and convince them that this next thing is really important, but until they lay their foundation, they're not going to go anywhere. So a perfect example, I was speaking to 1,000 retailers and I said, the next big thing is this. It's called an iBeacon. It's just being rolled out to Woolies in Bondi Junction, if you want to have a look. And I say, you can connect to this, so when people come in to your program or one of your keynotes, it instantly pops up on their phone. Click here to get your slides. Click here for our special offer. Click here for your instantly created page. But what I say to my clients is, but you can't do that until you buy this thing first.
Right, let me just wrap up and bring that together. Finally, I'll get to that at the end. So I think it starts, as Jeff said, with an understanding of the objections, because it's not about what your product does, it's how does it overcome the dollar issues, the time issues, and the confusion issues that small businesses are facing. Find out why they're not acting. It's not because there isn't things to do, it's because the barriers are getting in the way. Build a business case. So look for the business case within it, but most importantly, benchmark it. Say the businesses that are online are actually doing better than you. It's fear of missing out that is much more a motivator. Look at content first, and then bring that content to partners. Rapid prototyping, code to their site, and embed yourself. So the like Hotmail is one sells the next.
Everybody up? Everyone up? Everyone up.
Like a spontaneous round of applause, but then you just list that. So 3, 2, 1, was it from hell? What's it from hell or hell? 3, 2, 1. That's a pass. Thank you. Yeah. All right, I think it's like, we've got time for one more pray. Ladies and gentlemen, can we have a question around technology, the future, something will test the great Craig Risman on his feet. So something about technology, something about the future. He's got his crystal ball out. Please don't waste this opportunity. Oh, we have a question, yes.
Okay, so my question is about disrupting technologies. Let's use Facebook, and this is just an example that I'm interested in. So gajillions of people use Facebook. And there are plenty of businesses around here, I'm not one of them, but they're looking to disrupt that space.
Yes.
What are the strategies that they would use to move users away from something that's so well known and so entrenched in the market?
Yes. So
and that could apply to a number of things. eBay,
a platform, a platform.
Yeah.
So are we targeting this question around the same questions that every startup asks? What's going to be the next big market? Yeah, okay. Let's get started. So there are 3 emerging technologies. You already know about them, but maybe they haven't been put into context for you. So one is already incumbent and it's not disruptive. When you've got 2 billion people on a social platform, it is now the target. So people are thinking, how do I disrupt their business plan? So they say, what are the emerging platforms that are going to change everything? So these are the 3 major platforms. It's big data. You get that, right? It's the Internet of Things, so devices like these that aren't in people's pockets with screens, but connected to everyday devices. And then machine learning, but I don't think we're gonna have time to talk about machine learning today. If you wanna know more about that, just go to YouTube and type in IBM Watson. So, so there's this theory that every knowledge worker in the world will be made redundant by an algorithm, but we won't have time to talk about that
Okay.
Today.
Wasn't Watson the program that beat in the States? They have a program called Jeopardy, which
Yeah.
is like a
That's the one.
knowledge quiz.
Yes, but it's gone beyond that. It's not just a game show. It's actually a third-year medical student now.
Really?
And if you go to the digital hospital in the future in Harvey Bay, where I'm consulting, you walk into their the emergency department. It instantly recognizes you from your smartphone, calls up your electronic health record, and Watson diagnoses you before you get to the triage nurse. So you can see a little view into big data, your electronic health record, Watson doing a diagnosis, and then the doctor. Well, I can tell you what's happening in America now. If you're a doctor and you do a diagnosis without the expert system, the health fund won't cover you.
Yeah. Actually, there was a really, really great documentary about this called Terminator 2. Can't wait for that to come out. Hey, look, when I look at... Yeah, exactly right. When I look at disrupting technology, I think there's a lot of noise out there. There's actually just kind of 4 or 5 pillars that are being delivered by these things. So any single platform is either giving you some escape, it's giving you convenience or giving you time back, it's saving you money, or it's giving you social connection. It's one of those 4 things that seems to be being delivered in every single situation where there's disruption. So I find that really interesting because when we look at things like Facebook, it's so complicated now and there's so many features, but it's really just an escape for us and a little bit of social connection. And it's those 4 levers that are being used time and time again to deliver disruption to categories. So I think the answer is probably the first one, simplicity. Because what Jeff touched on is what we call predatory marketing. Is you look at the weakness that arises out of your competitor's greatest strength. If you look at Facebook, and Facebook was what you said in the question, Facebook's strength, it was for everybody. So Snapchat went, we're just for people who don't want to share photos with their parents. In fact, they want to be able to take the naughty pics and they disappear. So Snapchat come up, valuation of several $1 billion, they probably should have taken it because that can then be disrupted. We then look at the dating space and RSVP and eHarmony were disrupted by Tinder. Was it a new idea? No. It took the concept of simplicity and ease, and while eHarmony is building complex and complex and complex profiles, Tinder comes in and says you can log in through your Facebook account and away you go. Yeah, start swiping straight away.
So the access to disruption comes through the lens of predatory. And predatory is not looking at a weakness, it's looking at the weakness that arises out of the competitor's greatest strength. Why? Because any market and any environment, including digital, are not linear. First brand to brain, on average, gets twice as much share as number 2, and then twice again as number 3. So we need to look and say, who actually has the largest share, and then find the weakness that comes out of that. And that's our access to position. We don't want to fight with number 2, 3, or 4. We want to take on number 1, and we want to do it by accessing that point of the weakness that comes out of their greatest strength. There's a whole lot of stuff on predatory marketing. If you want to go to our website, there's videos, stories, all the rest of it.
Sif, me?
Craig?
Last idea. If you take these 3 driving forces that we all accept are going to be multi-trillion-dollar markets, and you believe that technology doubles its power and shrinks its size, if you believe in Moore's law, a prediction by a futurist that created a small startup called Intel, then these things that I have in my pocket now will be the size of microdots in just a few years. And I was at a forum in Melbourne where the #1 futurist at Google is the head of engineering. His name is Ray Kurzweil. He's been a member of the World Futurist Society for over 30 years. He was presenting to 2,000 delegates in the audience, and he said, you know what we're working on at Google? Inhalable computers. In a few years' time, we're gonna have chips that are smaller than red blood cells, and we're gonna ask you, would you like to inhale them? And you're just gonna go, and it's gonna coat your brain and amplify your intelligence 1,000-fold. Of course, we're going to know where you are the rest of your life.
I hope the sound's working, because anyone watching online who saw a communications agency just watch Craig, I think there's going to be the bad association there. Anyway, so let's wrap up. The first thing was Craig is giving you an insight in the future and say if you can tap into big data, the Internet of Things, and machine learning, that's the access to the next breakthrough. And he's done it time and time again. Craig mentioned something. People don't do anything, 1 or 2 do, and then in 5 or 10 years, they're leaving the category. So people, you heard it here first, tap into one of those emerging platforms. The second thing is model disruption. Look across simplicity, convenience, saving, or social connection. Those are the things that are coming up. My proposition there was simplicity and ease is becoming the most powerful. Why? Because we're looking at, as people add more and more features, the ones that just are purely focused have an opportunity for disruption. And when it comes to positioning for disruption, the most powerful access is predatory positioning. Look for the weakness that arises out of your competitor's greatest strength. Look for the Tinders, look how the people have done it, and it certainly is always looking at market leader, greatest strength, weakness that comes out of Snapchat. So I think that's us, people. So for the last time, for this first hour, everybody up. And from heaven or the underworld, 3, 2, 1, that's a pass. Thank you very much. And while you do have your hands out in your pockets, I really want to thank most generously Craig Rispin. He is from the future, but he's here with us now. He's one of Australia's finest speakers, and for him to give up his time, thank you very much. To give a whole hour of his time is very generous. So thank you so much, Craig. You're a legend, and we really appreciate it. So let's go and here is your very own assistance dog, Puppy, to take.
Is that Opal? Opal too. Fragment.
Okay, so Craig, thank you and goodbye. We'll just, would you mind just looking that one up?
Sure. You're welcome.
All right, ladies and gentlemen, we welcome to the stage Tiffany Jones, founder and CEO of Momentum Advisory Group. Tiffany has over 15 years' experience advising institutions, family offices, the art of leading with confidence and building momentum. She's the founder of Momentum Advisory Group, advises an advisory boutique, and in helping individuals, teams, and families in business lead with confidence. Her most recent corporate seat was the executive director of Goldman Sachs, and among her projects, she was responsible for launching the first corporate-led programs of women's leadership, family business, and not-for-profit leadership in Australia. Ladies and gentlemen, with us today, please give a huge bow, wow, wow, yippee, yo, yippee, yay, Tiffany Jones!
Hello, good to meet you. How you been?
Would you like a blue or red one? Would
I,
you like to draw?
I may, I'll take one, but I'm.
Do you know what? You can have half a board.
Thanks, Tiffany.
I only got a little bit intimidated as your profiles read out. Like, yeah, it's all true as well, I hear.
Okay, so we're now taking questions on marketing, communications, and leadership.
Leadership.
So marketing, communications,
Leadership.
and leadership. Taking questions. We're live. Any questions online? We have an online question, I believe.
We do have an online question. So my company is a smaller company in building. Yep. My company is a smaller company in building and construction, about 20 jobs per year. My boss and the senior management is always asking me to justify my marketing spend or activities. How do I do this effectively?
So a small building company?
Yep, construction company.
Building and construction, and how do I justify my marketing spend, yeah?
And it was
to senior management, so they've got requirements that, you know, they want to know that the marketing spend that I'm using it is successful, is getting results.
Got it.
Got it. Probably can't qualify a lead because it's they're online. All right, I hope you're still there. So let's go. And 3, 2, 1, any clarifying questions? Can't do that because they're online. Away.
Yeah, so look, the first thing that you want to realize and that you've got to coach this management team on is that you actually can't measure all of marketing. I think that just from the way that that question was phrased actually means that they sit in the belief that it's possible to measure analytically and accurately every single piece of marketing. Now, if I was able to do that, I'd be one of the richest guys in the world. So the very first message that you need to get through to them is that you can't actually possibly measure everything. The second thing is you want to get clear on what you can and then your objectives and what sits in between. What you're trying to do here is understand a framework and break your marketing calendar up so that it's really clear what is able to be measured and what isn't able to be measured. I think in having that conversation with your management team first, you'll work out whether you can win the war at all.
Okay, essentially what it comes down to is risk. Marketing is just the ability to leverage sales effectively, and when you're leveraging sales, you're after risk. Now, risk is upside and downside. The ability to make sure that you're in the game for the upside whilst minimizing the downside. Deciding senior management's appetite for risk is where this has to start, because what most organizations do is they don't figure that out, and there's a disappointment when they're trying new things. The lowest risk you can go for is Google AdWords. At a cost per click, you can actually, with certainty and absolute certainty, see the exact return on marketing. The trouble is, it's often just not very good. So there is probably a place for Google AdWords, but the first thing is to establish a risk. The second thing is that what people don't do is they don't measure a return on objective. So as much as small businesses always love to have everything being straight in the bucket for conversion, sometimes we actually need to take a step in between. The step might be data capture. The step might be aiding conversion. And unless you're specifying the exact objective, you're never going to know whether your marketing is effective to that point or not.
Ash, I want to build on that. I love the word risk because to me, risk is pain, and I'd be focusing on one of two things to sell your story: pleasure or pain. How much pain do you need to create? And I picked up on the word justify, to justify the risk. You can do it with 3 Ds. Use one, if not all, and I promise your story will be tight. Yeah, the first D in telling your story, picking up on Ash, is the data. What kind of data are you telling people in order to make your story tight? Your risk profile, your justification is to show the data. Are we creating more pain or less pain by following your marketing strategy? Obviously, given it's marketing, I got to see the heart and soul, right? The data is just one side of my brain. The other side of my brain wants to see some demonstration. How? I want it to be illustrative, examples, practices, stories, competitive analysis, looking in the market. Who's doing it different, better, worse to you, and what can we learn? The final thing you've got to focus on when you're trying to convince people to give you money, justification, you've got to create. Steve Jobs did it best by creating an opportunity that we all wanted to be part of when he launched the iPad, the iMac. I'd be asking, how much demand are you creating for the marketing spend rather than just trying to get the money in your pocket?
All right. So I'm going to give you quite a tactical and practical framework for measuring the effectiveness of your marketing. So keeping in mind, some can be measured analytically to a number and some of it can't. This is a really simple way that you can walk your senior management group through the marketing tactics and what they're returning back to you. I also like it because setting up accurate marketing tracking can actually be an expensive exercise in itself. So you have to ask yourself, if we knew the numbers 100% down to the single digit, would that change what we actually did? And if not, then why spend the money tracking it? So it's a really simple matrix. You can imagine this very neatly in Excel, unlike what I've done here. You've just got your tactic over here. You've got the metric you're trying to shift. You then intuitively give it a score out of 10 across brand fit, its cost, its strategy, its reach, its frequency, and looking for an average. It's a really simple way that you can walk through each of the tactics before they're done and after they're done with your management team to start to get them to think about things the way that you want them to. Because something really interesting happens when you say to a management team, well, you want to track it accurately, how would you do that? Because although they might not be the marketing experts, by simply asking that question, you've got them to understand that there's going to be some difficulties in that. So it's a simple strategy here where you actually run through each individual box, making sure that you've got alignment within the group and you're using that collective intelligence to make sure that they're understanding not only what they think it will contribute, but what it will afterwards. And I think it's something that you have to do together with them, at least at first, so that they can start to get their head around what it is that you're doing.
Another overlay for the framework that Jeff just built was looking across a suspect, prospect, pitch, convert, client, repeat client, and then actually making sure that we are framing a clear objective of what we want to shift at each of those levels. So anything more, or I'll wrap up?
Wrap it up.
So just to wrap this up, it starts with, first of all, looking at the story. And in the story, we need to start with a frame. So people see expense on marketing as a loss. Jay Abraham actually did some calculations, and he reckons that you should put 4 to 7% of net revenue back into marketing communications just to stand still. If you're looking to grow, then it's somewhere between 7 to 13%. You could benchmark that across people in the construction and building industry, but what a great place to start. Management team, stop thinking about it as a cost, and what are we doing in terms of aligning around whether we want to grow or whether we just want to stand still, yeah? That changes the frame of marketing having to return 15, 20%. What about 4 to 7% just to stand still? Because that's probably not too far off the truth. So that's the frame. We then look at the risk profile. If they just want zero risk and they want certainty, then let's stop the time wasting and thinking about it. Let's get into Google AdWords. The return's just not going to be amazing because risk is upside and downside. Then it comes to the story, and as Tiffany outlined, we're looking at data, demonstration, and demand, those three things of the story coming together. That gets the buy-in, that gets the alignment. We then look to how's a framework that we're going to roll this out. For a framework, we need to look at the return on objective, not necessarily the return on dollars, the return on objective. We can look across the suspect, prospect, pitch, convert, client, repeat journey, and then match that up with the initiative framework that Jeff put up there from tactic, metric, brand fit, cost, strategy, reach, frequently, to give a score there and really prioritize the things that we need in order. So I think that's the answer. So 3, 2, 1, everybody up. Stumped or passed? We're through. Geez, we got a single round of applause. Okay, trying hard here. Okay, thank you. So do we have any questions? Ideally one focused around leadership, yes. Is the mic on? No. Mic's
Hello.
on.
I'm a PhD candidate at the University of Sydney, and I'm doing my PhD in psychology, actually. It's quite interesting. Now, one of the challenges we have with scientific research is people are always asking us, what's the tangible outcome? And that's sometimes tough in the types of areas that I'm researching. You don't see the immediate impact on people straight away. That impact comes down the track when what we've learned is built on, has grown, and then good things happen down the track. But particularly people who give grants are always asking, well, what's going to change now? And that's our marketing challenge, really. Now, as scientific researchers, we rely on grants to be able to do our research. So how do we, I guess, market the types of research that don't have an immediate impact, but is going to have impact well down the track?
Great, and that's linked to leadership in terms of? Well,
ultimately, we're trying to influence leadership because it's the government that's making the decision.
Thought leadership positioning.
Yeah.
Yeah, great.
How do we change the minds of leadership?
Any clarifying questions?
Is it any specific sector that you're thinking about right now, or is this general?
My personal interest is in psychology.
Psychology.
Yeah.
So
Okay.
the study of psychology.
Yep, study of psychology, but it's a challenge for everyone doing science these days.
Okay, great. Okay, away.
All right. So I think, funnily enough, framing the issue is going to be really, really important. So it's interesting that you said a lot of research doesn't have impacts until a long way down the track. I'm not sure whether that's completely understood. And so for me, what I want to understand is just what sort of timelines are we looking at on average? Because everything's a long time when it's compared to a minute or a second. If the average time that these sorts of programs or these sorts of pieces of research are delivering results actually happens to be 10 years plus, then that needs to be framed for the first time. And what I would actually do is I would look for other test cases of things that have been amazing that everyone knows that are delivered on those timelines. So cochlear implants, for example, which is something that every single Australian knows. The research by Victor Chang. I look for these high test cases where I could actually bring them back and say, look, nothing's achieved in a fast amount of time within this. Rome wasn't built in a day. The next one is any outcomes need to be made tangible. So without knowing the specifics of the research, I'll give you a conceptual framework and hopefully that'll be able to be applied. So if I tell you that the moon is 19,472 kilometers away, you go, sounds like a long way. If I say, did you know that actually you would have to put this building on top of itself 1 million times before you were able to get to the moon? And did you have a look at it as you came in? And how far do you really think that is? All of a sudden, what I've done is I've made that kind of tangible, practical. I can hold that in my head. And so when it comes to any outcome at all, I'd really like to see what that's going to do practically in my life or for the people around me. The last one is make them dream. So something amazing happens when you make someone dream. So I wouldn't do this, but I've heard that if you would like to get a girl to do what you want them to do, or to ask you out on a date, I've heard that you'll ask them about something positive from their childhood. So you're like, did you have a dog? How did that make you feel? You know, what was that like? Because even envisaging that positive experience releases oxytocin in the brain and has an impact on how they perceive your questions and what you're saying. It is, I know, right? It is. My point is that if these outcomes are going to make a really big difference, get them to dream. Ask them what they would do if that was the case. Ask them what they do, what would the world look like, and try and at least get them in that positive frame of mind.
Look, I like this. I also think framing is the key. So actually reframing or refocusing somewhere that they can actually change their view.
Yep.
Take, for example, one of the biggest movements we're seeing right now in the globe, in Australia, impact investing, socially responsible investing, because we've got what? A whole different generation, a new gen that's coming in. 2 weeks ago in Melbourne, some of the smartest entrepreneurs under 40 got together to talk about impact investing, social investing. And so my point in this is you talk about the psychology of it. It's reframing where the trends are going. The fact that people are constantly looking at ways to move ideas, money, and invest in a slower way. The one thing that I would talk about in this instance is I'd point them to the slow money movement. And I'd show them how the way that we actually start to reinvest locally and how we do things over a period of time, it's very agriculturally focused, but the principles are still the same. Focus locally, let it grow, invest in the soil, the earth, the product, give it time to seed, give it time to produce something, and set those milestones. What I love about what Jeff said is you've got to make it tangible, right? So you've got to say, we're going to set expectations. There's going to be a 6-month mark, a 12-month mark, an 18-month mark. Go there, stay honest, keep the group honest, and make sure you celebrate those milestones. Psychology 101, I just got to know that I made it to the next pass, right? That's why we run marathons. That's why we do triathlons. We got to see that we can make the next hurdle. I would refocus away from the issue at hand, and I think about an example like slow money, which I think is a really wonderful one, to make them think differently about immediate return.
So in the academic space, the psychological curse is the curse of knowledge. Is that while we might be speaking to other people who have doctorates, and it might be in the world of academics and has its own lexicon and its own way of being, we're still people. And still, people make emotional decisions and then use rational justifications. And you might be a great researcher, you might be a great academic, and you might be hopeless on your feet, trying to engage and inspire people. So let the pictures do the talking and get an explainer. Get 90 seconds done by a friend, an agency, get it done online, get it done anyway, which is a mood reel with a great piece of music and a great set of visuals that win the emotional battle first. And in winning the emotional battle, there's two things that come together. And it's the one thing that Stalin and Mother Teresa agreed on. They said that one person dying is a tragedy. 1 million people dying is a statistic. And it's so important that when we go into tangibility, we actually combine the two things together. We need statistic plus story. We need to have the statistics lined up so that we're actually framing, but then we dive deep and we go deep into one person's journey, into one person's experience, and the problem made real, not that a class of people are facing this, but Sarah's facing this. And Sarah's story is fighting this, working against this, battling against this. The other thing is when we do statistics, it's been shown that frequency is more powerful than probability. And even people in the world of academia get probability wrong all the time. They're swayed by it.
Even in the world of academia?
Even in the world of academia.
Wow.
Even in the world of economics, they still don't get this stuff right. So behavioural economists play with this. So if we look at the probability of winning the lotto, people go, oh, so you're telling me there's still a chance. When you say you can pick 1 second from 1643 to now, and that second you chose happens to be the second you were born, that's your probability. People start seeing it very differently when you start to change it away from percentages and start to make it real in terms of frequency. The other thing is, when you're looking for funding, is doing what we call spheres of influence. And this is something that's really apparent when we look at alcohol and other drugs, and the people who are trying to help and make inroads into that area, is you've got the person who is affected or facing or challenged. You then look at the secondary. So is it close friends, work colleagues? We then look at tertiary and how that shows up. And when you actually start to map the spheres of influence, you start to get a much broader point of view of what the challenge is taking on in terms of context.
So the good thing about this is that although you're dealing with highly intelligent people from academia, they're also humans at the end of the day. And so a lot of the sales techniques that work day in, day out in business to business are going to work on them to some degree. How you play them in and exactly how they're executed will need to be tweaked, obviously, for your audience. But just really getting clear on the contrast, first of all. So not just where do you want to be, but currently where you are now. And also taking people through an exercise in a facilitated way so they're really clear on the downside and the upside of this. Because I guess we've got to look at this like an investment more than anything else. And it's funnily enough that we find that in any given situation, someone will either be a pain avoider or a pleasure seeker. And in doing that, what they've done is they have a VAT table. And so when we're dealing with any human, what we want to do is we want to understand which side of that table they sit on, whether it be the downside or the upside, so pain avoider or pleasure seeker. And then we want to highlight the other side because this is the side in here that they haven't evaluated yet. So if you're dealing with a panel of people that will, give you the money, you want to try and run this on all of them and try and understand where they sit if you can get access to them, because it's the two sides of the coin. Just like that, there's research around scarcity, so how can you make it limited to them? Urgency, why does it need to be done now? Social proof's a really big one here. Social proof's a really big one here. How can you get endorsement from people within the industry?
All right, so
Big finish.
Close finish.
Close finish. Okay, so 3, 2, 1, stump to pass. Oh, pass and a copy on the floor. All right, thank you. Good, still knock one up. And would you like to take the next question? Sure.
We'll go to the next one, but we'll have a demonstration first.
A little demonstration now.
Another demonstration. When they're done. Okay.
Did you stop that?
Okay, guys. Opal is back again to show off a couple more skills that these wonderful dogs do for our recipients. And I should point out, in tapping into the emotional side of things that was just spoken about before, is how much of an emotional support these guys are. So it's not just the hands. These guys are the best friends for a lot of people who feel very socially isolated, and it's very much a team support, both for the dog and for the person as well. And a lot of the time they've never been able to be responsible for some living thing other than themselves. So there's really that strong emotional connection with the dog and the person, and very much their best friends. So Opal here is going to show off some more skills, and we touched on the tug side with the sock just before, but tug can be applied to many things in the home environment, and she's keen to go again. And so we're able to attach in the home tugs like this, set up with fridges, doors, drawers, anything you can think of, and so we can get her to tug it open. Tug. Nice and strong. Yay! Good girl. Heel. Oh. Sit. And we are able to have our dogs trained to get specific items out of the fridge. So for an example, we have recipients whose dogs will go to the fridge and grab a beer for them. Something I know everyone would appreciate. Down. Good girl. Very good. So they're also able to tip things closed, and she uses her very special nose to do that. Opal tip. So we were able to do that on doors and drawers. Good girl. Sit. Very good. And we're always working towards voice control to do that because of the physical ability of our recipients. Now, out and about, we don't have any props here to show you, but she's also able to get clothes out of the dryer and the washing machine. She's a clever cookie. And also help with transactions at the counters at supermarkets. So she'll get a wallet and she'll jump up and also hand over lots of yummy food items at the counter too. And she'll hit the pedestrian crossing switches. So we don't have that here today to show you, but she's so clever that having that support there alleviates the need for 24-hour carer support for a lot of our recipients as well. And so our dogs form that very special role, which helps not only with that best friend side of things, but also having that need to be by themselves. So they're increasing the independence, that people can get out and about by themselves, which is something that a lot of us take for granted as well. So Opal knows her name very well. We don't have a lot of the stuff here. So when you ever hear a dog out and about that's an assistance dog and they're barking, it does mean that help might be needed. And when she does this, it's on cue, which we're going to do now, and also if a recipient falls out of their chair and they're unconscious, the dogs will automatically bark and bark and bark for help. So we'll see if Opal's vocal cords are switched on right now and if she wants to save me as well. Opal, watch. Good girl, speak. Good girl, very good. And hopefully we'll be able to see me fall. Now, some days the dogs decide that the floor is much more interesting than saving me. One of those things that have never worked with dogs and animals, but we have found that it has actually saved lives of recipients. We've had people collapse in their bathrooms and the dogs have barked to get help from family members, and they've also let Opal leave, opened up the doors to let the emergency services crew in to help as well. Watch. Ready, steady.
Yeah!
She thought about that then. So usually she'll keep barking and barking and barking. So thanks so much, guys. We are a charity organisation and we appreciate all the help that we can get. So the guys here at Step Change have been fantastic for us. Each dog, $27,000 to put a dog out there, and we rely on donations from the members of the public and also the corporate support as well. So please check our website out if you haven't heard of us and see the services that we do provide. And thanks again for having us.
All right, so this
That gag's not going to get old. That gag's not going to go.
That's what she just for people online. There is a live audience down here. We have a fun live audience.
Yay!
So get on down. I think there's beer to be drunk, wine to be consumed, and the more the audience drink, the better this gets. So it's like the Grille transfer. We thank God you're here. Whose line is it anyway? A little bit of Lassie. Some Mr. Squiggle and a decent spoon of Survivor today. So we're 7 questions past, 93 to go, and still in the game. So we have Tiffany Jones here. So any questions on marketing, communications, or leadership? And next question, please. We take it on.
Make it leadership.
We had one come in online for you, Tiffany. It is.
What about me? I haven't. I'm just kidding.
Jeff, it's not all about you.
Yeah, nice.
This is my mom.
This is Tiffany's mum. Yeah,
Okay,
perfect.
so this came through on Stump Me at stumpthestrategist.com, which is where we're logging
Nice.
questions.
Nice.
So I've been asked to write a training program on marketing. What will the CMO leaders of the future look like?
What is the CMO?
Chief Marketing Officer.
Thank you. What's the industry?
Yeah.
It doesn't specify. What's your favorite industry? Or least favorite? Banking. Financial services.
What does it say? What does the Chief Marketing Officer of the future actually look like?
What qualities will make them great?
Okay. Good. Any clarifying questions? Can't do that because it's online. So we're going 3, 2, 1. And away now.
Okay, so the number one thing, all we've got to do to look for the things that will make the future CMOs great is just what's happening in the industry right now. So we've got fragmentation of media, which means there are more media channels the dyslexic kid up the front. Fragmentation means there's more media channels than ever before. You mix that with more technology than ever before, more markets than ever before from globalization, and you get a pretty good idea. The CMO of the future needs to be not only a great marketer, but actually a really strategic thinker and great at leading people, because it's very, very likely that rather than being the CMO of Australia, the CMO of America, the CMO of China, they will now be the CMO across all of those markets with all of their segments, all of their media channels, all their market nuances, and all of their technologies. For this reason, it becomes so important that there's great understanding of data and reporting channels so that these vast geographies can be looked at in a meaningful way.
So essentially, the big change that's happening, and Harvard Business Review wrote an article on this called Strategic Marketing of the Future, I think it was 2 months ago published. And what it looked at is the CMO of the future. Businesses need to stop looking within their product and service for their sustainable competitive advantage. It used to be that we looked at a USP within inside the business. We're seeing when people leave, business systems get taken and modeled. We're seeing that when people leave, actually products can be sent to China, reverse engineered and sent back at somewhere between 50 to 30% of the original cost. So the access of the future is actually linking strategy, marketing, and innovation together. It's the 3 things, not 3 separate departments or divisions. And the Harvard Business Review article really said that the strength of organizations is when synergistically these 3 things come together. So you're not a chief marketing officer, you're somebody who can understand and hold their own business strategy. You can link marketing back to innovation. And if we look at Apple, the largest market cap on the planet at the moment, set to be the world's first $1 trillion company, they were never the most strategic, the most innovative, or the best marketers. What they did was they linked those 3 things together that became their sustainable competitive advantage.
Ash, I love this. What I'm listening for, you got the marketing genius in the room. I'll talk to you about leadership. What I think that any leader needs to be able to do is be a chief change officer. So it's part of their BAU. What does that look like? 5 things. First, they've got to be able to get on the balcony. What does that mean? It means they've got to sit away from the business, off the dance floor. What are the trends? What are the issues? What's coming, right? Did we see Amazon coming on our shores in Australia? Blows my mind how far away the publishing business was from realizing that that was the reality of today. How far ahead are we looking? Where are we getting our information from? That's the role of the chief change officer. What else do they have to do? You're not going to like it? Be political. What does that mean? Where are decisions being made? Yeah, you follow Malcolm Gladwell's work. I like it. Talks about hubs and spokes, tipping effect. Where do decisions get made? You can track this stuff. You can look at where information flows are today. The old days you went on water cooler chit chat. These days you look at where information goes. Text, instant message, emails, voice messaging, any kind of information. I can track it. I can see it. I can actually pictorially see where the hubs are in my business and outside of my sphere of influence. You've got to know where decision makers are. What else does the chief change officer need to be able to do? Orchestrate conflict. People hate that. I love it. Why? Because I'm American.
Because you get to crush people.
Crush them. I want a good debate. I want challenge. I'm an ex-banker. What do I like? I want you to challenge me. What are all the scenarios that could possibly happen to make this thing go wrong? If you're not doing that as the change officer, you may as well quit. The 4th, probably most difficult thing I have seen in the role of chief change officer, get out of the way. Give the work back. Yeah. I don't care what your title is, chief this, chief that. New gens, next gens, they don't give a crap. They want to be involved at the beginning. They want to make the decisions too. Why? Because they're not hanging around for long. So you got to learn how to get out of your way. The 5th and most important thing for the change officer, hold steady. Can't read my writing, but I know Ash is going to summarize this beautifully.
It's better than Ashton's writing.
Yeah? Hold steady in the storm. When do we start to give? When people start to push on us and start to say, I don't agree, I disagree. Go back to your story, go back to your point of truth. But don't waver unless they've given you a pretty good reason to do so.
So learn when to say no will be a #1 thing. So what happens, right, is that we've been trying a marketing channel for years. It gets us results. And then, of course, we get diminishing marketing effectiveness for a whole lot of reasons. The answer to that is, well, what's new? What else should we be trying? Now, the tendency within organizations across the globe is to just tip more and more and more into the bucket. And what happens with that bucket is that it overflows rather than being effective. What we need to be able to learn how to do in the future is work out what's in that bucket and what's contributing and tip some of it out. Because even though budgets have been increased and even though teams might be bigger or smaller, the point is that we're looking for fewer, better things to create results in market. And so rather than adding to our marketing calendar every year and doing the same stuff plus the new stuff, we need to be really clear that there's going to be a part of our marketing we just leave alone. The last one here is marketing used to be synonymous with the term advertising. They were the same thing. The truth is advertising is one very small subsection of marketing. And in fact, it's one of those channels that's having diminishing marketing returns. So there's some research done on the Fortune 500 companies, and they looked at the best performing ones and the most, and they found out those that were performing overwhelmingly compared to the rest of them. They were doing something very, very different. And what that was they were spending up to 38% of their marketing budget on retention and cross-sell, so communications within their customer bases, versus just 5 to 8% in the rest. So you'll see from this that the highest performing companies in that Fortune 500 were actually doing real marketing activities rather than advertising activities, and they're looking towards cross-sell and retention, which Ash will tell you about.
Yeah, so what they really get to their bones is, on average, the 147 ratio says that it costs $7 to acquire a new customer, it costs $4 to cross-sell them into something, it costs $1 to keep it. $1 to keep it, $4 to cross-sell, $7 to acquire. It's no wonder that the overperforming Fortune 500 companies have figured that out, and they're spending 38% where it matters. So I think I might summarize, but I'd love you to do that again. I think that's just awesome. Essentially,
well done.
What we need to do is get that there's a shift from looking within the company to linking innovation, strategy, and marketing. And to do that, you're not a chief marketing officer, you're a chief change officer.
Yep, 5 things. Get on the balcony, look at the trends. Know where information flows are and who your most instrumental people are, and get them involved early. Get them to debate, disagree, commit. That's the role. Give the work back, get out of the way. That's the #1 thing I want to leave you with, and obviously hold steady.
So good. But when it comes to the work, we need big data foundations. If you're not data capturing, you are not in the game. We need to look at marketing automation systems that do lead scoring, propensity modeling, and make sure that we map a customer journey system that actually works at every stage. We're looking at effective frequency to get that it's not now Krugman's 3-hit theory. It's not Ostrov's looking to match that. We need somewhere between 8 to 13 times to move into action. Effective marketing isn't about 3 times anymore. It's about mapping to a journey. We need to move to do, don't tell marketing. We're looking for marketing with utility. You're not going to talk your way into people's hearts and minds. You're going to have to do your way into hearts and minds. There's a shift there. And then we need to embed innovation. And if we're moving to this model of linking strategy, marketing, and innovation, we need to use the Coke and the Ford model of making sure that at each stage, we're actually splitting up to make sure that we move ahead and stay ahead. I'm going to save this again for Darren Woodley when he's on, because he does it so much better than me. So that's an obligation to tune back in and catch Darren. But how amazing is Tiffany on 3, 2, 1.
Yeah, well done. Nailed it. An interesting perspective.
Okay. So, everybody up. And 3, 2, 1, Stumpt or pass. Very generous pass. So. Okay, Chris. Mark one up for his brother. And next question.
We've got another one that's come in online from a lovely lady called Jessica, who asks, I'm a woman working in engineering, which, as you can imagine, is pretty unique. I'm a civil engineer, and in particular, I've been working on dams. Now, that's fine at work, where everybody is lovely, but I'm often ending up on site with contractors, where the fact I'm a woman seems to get in the way of conversations we need to have about the designs. So the question is, how do I shift the perspective of these contractors so they see me as their leader straight from the start?
Okay, any clarifying questions? I guess we can't do that for a while.
No, we can't.
So, 3, 2, 1, maybe we can leave this one away.
Because it's a ladies' question?
So just so we clear, the question is, when did she
on site. So online, it's like dealing with practice, you have development, so it's okay when she's in her team.
Yeah.
When she goes on team, there's some sort of gender thing that's happening, they're not perceiving her as a leader like herself.
Yeah, and I guess that is probably coming from the fact that she's in an environment with people she knows. So the minute she's put in an environment with new people, that's the problem. Establish her, yeah.
Look, my first point is she's got to think about her own confidence. A lot of this just comes down to being in an environment where she feels uncomfortable, right? I deal with it all the time. I worked in banking. I would be one chick in a room full of guys. If you start to see that as an advantage as opposed to a disadvantage, it becomes less of a differentiator, right? So it's back to something Jeff talked about earlier about framing. If she gets herself, she's got to get her game face on, right? I talk about this with women in leadership all the time. You walk in the room, before I had to get all mic'd up on stage, I thought about what my game face was, right? She knows that they're going to be a group of guys, however they're going to be, whatever mindset they're in. She wants them to focus on what she says, not how she says it. Yeah, I got long hair. Sometimes if I'm with a group of old men, I might decide to dress and put myself together that bit differently, just so that they focus on the content of what I say. If she's talking about an environment, culture, she's got to think about how she fits into that culture. That's not a chick thing. That's everything. You always have to think about how you look and how you act when you're in that moment. My advice to her, don't lack confidence. Don't apologize. Don't be looking around to see who's thinking what. Come with your core content. Know what you want to say. And if you feel like people are asking you questions that are outside of you, don't say, I don't know that information, but I'm happy to go find it out. And just keep the focus back on what you're there to do. Guys?
So I've actually faced a problem very similar to this. So I started. Yeah, exactly right. Look, I started a company with Ashton when I was 25, and for a whole lot of really good reasons, I needed to go in and talk to people that were very much my senior or CEOs of organizations. And I can promise you, I felt all the same things that you did. So the jokes might have been different, the judgment might have been different, but certainly what I was going through as a person was very much the same. So I just kind of threw myself back into that hell zone of what it was to be there 5 years ago. And I just wrote my 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, my top 6 that I would go for in order to prepare for this. The first one is preparation. You have to know before you walk in there that you've got your ducks in a row so that you don't have to worry about the rest of it. You got to make sure it's not an issue. I was worried because of my age. Now, I was the one that was making that an issue. For everyone that I met, a percentage of them had a problem with my age, their problem. A percentage of them didn't have a problem with my age, but in me having a problem with it, I could let them have a problem with it. So I created that problem. And then the rest of them didn't have a problem with it at all. I think what you see from that pie chart is that in me having a problem with it, I actually created the access for other people to have a problem with it too, by playing up to it or trying to play against it. Be better than them, but never compete. So you just want to be absolutely the best at what you're doing, but don't face them on up front. Dress for it. So whatever situation you're going into, try and blend in and build rapport based on that. Actually look for examples where you can, places where you can hang out with people like this, where you might have an issue, but also practice. Because I tell you what, after I started speaking at the Executive Connection and coaching 20 to 30 CEOs at a time, and I did sort of 30 of those groups in a year, by the end of that, I wasn't scared of CEOs anymore, and most of that stuff I was worried about had disappeared. And that was about throwing myself into the fire.
What I really liked about what Tiffany said is focus on you, not them, because you can control you and you can figure out what's happening with you. Yeah. And there might always be one or two they're going to try and rob you of power. Don't let them. It sounds like, given you get the respect of your colleagues, that's what you need to focus on. In doing that, there's a few things. There was, first of all, I was very lucky to see Lane Beachley speak. And she was absolutely incredible, because what she's done, I think 7 times world surf champion. And she had a lot of, when she was on the waves and in the guys' corner, there was a lot of stigma and resentment. And what she did was she managed to model bravery and courage and leadership and avoid taking on all the negative aspects of masculinity. So she wasn't aggressive. She wasn't abusive. She didn't ever, go to that confrontational place. And she saw some of the boys when they got out of the water. She was telling the story of where they had a bad day and they would smash their surfboard on the rocks as an example for the next generation coming through. And as humans, we're better when we're focusing on what's bigger than ourselves. So if we look that we can control ourselves, But what about if you got a picture of the next generation of female engineers coming through? And for them, you manage to model the best of femininity in a leadership role. Sidestep the masculinity bullshit stuff. If you see a chance to see Lane Beachley speak, do. She's just absolutely brilliant and inspiring. And there's just so much courage in terms of the change that you can have when you look outside yourself and you actually see yourself as forging a path for the people who are next and redefining what leadership means in that context.
Ash, I'm taking a page out of Dean Mannix's book is coming later, but the difference is too clear for you at the moment. Minimize the difference, right? Simple as that. So one thing I love to do, particularly working with guys, remember that you are a chick in a guy's room. What can you talk about? Their wives, their families, their daughters. And you know what? I've never seen a room soften up so quickly when you start to talk about their kids and the people that matter to them. And most guys, 50-50 shot, I think it's 51% women on the earth at the moment, by the way. The chances are pretty high they've got a daughter. So you might find that you've got a little bit of that similarity. Immediately you start to soften them up because be true to who you are. I love what Ash says. I had a great Australian mentor when I lived in New York, and she said to me, you're moving to Australia and these are 3 things you've got going for you. You're a chick. You shouldn't say that. You're a woman. She said, you're American and you're young. She said, you got 3 things going against you. You're a woman, you're American, and you're young. She said, you've got a choice. She said, you're going to divide a room anyway, so you choose how you want to be presented.
Yeah, I mean, just building on that, there might be this funny disarming sort of gag or stick where you say, so who on this website has ever had a female boss before? Hands up, great. Who's ever been married? All right. So you should have answered yes to the first one then. You're used to having a female boss. So you can sort of say, it's going to be a problem for anyone. Because I think actually just, we call that speaking into the listening. You know, when you're holding on to that and you're going, oh, it's a big deal. So who thinks it's a big deal that I'm a woman? You know, it's immediately disarming.
Call it.
Yeah, just call it. And I think there's something there. The other thing is just coming back to this sort of center of you, is be, do, have. Is that if you're going to be a leader, then you do the things that leaders do, and you have the leadership that you have. Often that we think if we've got a title, it's kind of delivered it to us, and we forget the things that made us get that position in the first place. So I think if you actually model leadership, maybe sit down, stalk Tiffany, see if she'll sit down with you, and actually help model what leadership.
Face stalk.
Yeah, face stalker, link in with her. Find and model what leadership looks like for you, and then you focus on. Because you can't think about what you don't want to think about without thinking about it. And if you're thinking, oh, okay, do they not respect me? Is there a disconnect here? It's very different from focusing on the 3 or 5 things that leadership looks like. And I think that would be an amazing thing to flip that. And then finally, certainly whenever I'm presenting, I was given a mantra a long time ago now, and it just kind of steals the mind and gets back to be. And as Jeff said, it's not necessarily a gender thing. It's a confidence thing when you're going in there.
Absolutely.
And the wonderful mantra that was given to me, it says, "I'm glad I'm here. I'm glad you're here. I care about you, and I know that I know." And you repeat that, and you repeat that. I'm glad I'm here. I'm glad you're here. I care about you, and I know that I know. Because it sounds like you've got everything that you need in your kit bag. You've done it before in different environments. And if you just bring that back and give yourself the space for you, and you give yourself the space of who you're there for in terms of a trailblazer, then I think you've got everything you need to really be into that space. Anything in terms of
I just smile and have fun with it. You know, the people that are still holding on to gender and the people that are still holding on to age and the people that are still holding on to race are the dinosaurs. They're extinct and they don't even know it. So it might be a problem for you today, but every day that passes, it becomes more and more a problem for them. So smile about it. You're well adapted for the future and you're going to good places, and they're the dinosaurs.
If you want something to look at, go on to the Chief Executive Women's site, and they did some work with the male champions of change last year. First thing, smart, make friends with the boys who are in power, and check out the site and look at the leadership shadow, and that'll help.
Okay. All right, everybody up. And Ricky wants some to pass. Oh, you're very kind.
The chicks all said yeah.
Yeah. Okay. Good question online. Thank you. Is there any more questions online?
Yes, we've got another online one. It's a bit of a mouthful. Right, so I have a legal practice in Melbourne, and we're one of the smaller players, but we've attracted some good staff. Legal practice in Melbourne.
Yep.
We're one of the smaller players, but we've attracted some good staff over the years and some good clients.
Yep.
My business is having a really tough time at the moment. We've lost some clients and it's feeling harder to get new clients in. And morale is down and I need a change. What's missing is staff aren't getting involved in finding and winning new clients. I'm having trouble leading the team to do the not so fun tasks, but the need to happen tasks. So how do I lead employees effectively so that all of them are involved in finding new clients and winning them over?
Right. If only we had somebody who was an expert on leadership.
But you used to, did you were executive director of Goldman Sachs or something? If only.
Does anybody know anyone? All right.
What's the question? Can you reframe it for us, Zach?
The essence of the question is, there's a little egg called new business that we need to crack. And that little egg, they've got a few people in the organisation who aren't so much into protein. So the leader of the organisation has a vested interest in new business, but some of the other people in the organisation go, I'm a lawyer, new business is not my job. So how do I lead people so that new business is everybody's responsibility?
All right, beautiful.
All clear? 3, 2, 1, and away.
All right, I'm going to teach you an age-old and very boring mantra, but for me, this is the essence of most all leadership, all HR strategy, and probably will help. You're asking lawyers to be salespeople. Guess what? They don't know how. They were hired to do a technical job, what we call the producing side, and you've asked them to do what? The managing side, the growth side. Not everybody's good at that. Most people, when they grew up, didn't want to be in middle management, right? Some of us did, thank God for us. So let me show you what you might need to help them do. Define the difference between the technical and the management. In this case, going out and winning business. What we tend to do is we rush to measuring if we're getting new business in the door. And then guess what else we do? We go and reward people. Someone gets a new client. Guess what we do? Let's give them a reward. We say thanks, we give them some cash, a bottle of bubbles. But the reality is we miss the first step. You cannot reward what you have not measured, and you cannot measure what you have not defined. And my guess is because you're a law firm and not a sales agency, you haven't spent enough time defining what it looks like to go get business. I can say to my guys, even in banking, go out and get business. And they say, all right, what does that look like? And I say, I don't want you to be here at lunch anymore. I want you to be out meeting anybody. Go wherever you please. Guess what? The floors were cleared. We thought they were out winning business. Guess what they were doing? Having lunch with their mates. We still hadn't defined what it looked like. Help a lawyer a little bit. Throw them a bone, right? They've got a tough enough job. Show them what it looks like. Show them what it looks like. Even better to get them in a room and talk about the wins, the successes, where we're getting some good outcomes, and where people are struggling. Make it okay to fail. Make it okay to lose a client so that people learn from that. Then put some metrics in place around it so that you're not just measuring them, and create the reward. My last point on this is we do get too stuck here on rewards. If you really want to see the culture of your organization change and people start to do something different, you got to both give them a carrot, but you got to give them a stick. And if you really want to create a change in your law firm that's going to be sustainable, you got to create consequences. I've been in this country 8 years. It's the biggest issue I see. We all talk about what we're going to give you. When it gets a bit too hard, we start to let you have a pass. So if you want to make it a business that's about business development, you got to give them a carrot, but sometimes you've also got to create a consequence if you're not seeing it. And that's what real leadership's about.
Now, once upon a time, there was a little boy.
Oh, here we go.
Who was a great strategist.
Oh, shit.
Who was scared of new business.
Right.
Ladies and gentlemen, that man is here with me today.
Jeff. Tell us your story, Jeff.
Yeah, look, I'll probably tackle it rather than telling you my story. I'll probably tackle it more from the team point of view. So first thing, get them in a war room, sit everyone down and make sure everyone understands the future, if they do behave the way you need and if they don't behave the way that you need. I think that the story that comes to mind here is the story of a gambler. I used to run a TAB and I would go up to someone who was winning and I would say, how are you doing? And they'd be like, oh, I'm great, Jeff. I just won $3,462 on Harry's Boy in race 8, and I got the Quinella this morning on Little Miss Secret and Black Chair, and everything's going really well. Notice the amount of detail. I would then walk over to someone who is losing the game, and I would say to them, how are you going? And they'd say, oh, I'm going terrible. I'd say, tell what happened? They'd be like, oh, I don't know. People don't add up. They don't focus on how bad stuff can really get. You have to be the leader that understands exactly how bad it is truly and no worse, and then has the belief of how good it can be. Obviously bring in KPIs, but first, understand that new business is a team game. Not everyone can crack new business meetings and cold calls, but they can contribute to writing up the meeting notes afterwards. They can contribute to proofing and making sure the proposals are right on the backside. So 2 questions. If you can't do what you say you won't do in new business, what can you do? And then what will you do? Because if you get a nothing and a nothing on both of those questions, they have to leave your organization. The next one is once you've mapped out the plan, you've got the KPIs, you've asked those questions, give them a choice. Are you in or are you out?
On the bus, off the bus.
Yeah, exactly right. If you make someone in, then they just won't do it. If you ask someone's in and they say they will, then you can hold them to account and you have a better chance that they will. Set the right values in the organization. So everyone in Step Change has heard me say that if you don't do new business, you don't work for Step Change Communications, because that is the absolute fact. If there is not one contribution that you can make on a weekly basis to our business and its new business, then we really have to find you somewhere that's better suited for you. And those values come through. We are winners, we compete. The last one is, for now at least, look for your cheerleaders. Not everyone in the company is going to struggle as much as others, and some people are going to excel and do really well. Find those people, don't just reward them, but actually tell them they have a role other than their personal performance. They have a role in cheerleading and understanding and helping everyone understand how this machine's moving forwards. So you need them at the meetings on time, you need them contributing, you need their personal performance to be high, and you need them to be in and coaching and delivering the reinforcement and frequency that you can't deliver 24/7 to every one of your staff.
So just to bring some of those together in a bit of a system and a model for you. The first thing is that what I heard in the question was that you're losing clients. The temptation is to go follow on toss more clients and toss more clients. No, we need to start here and we need to make sure that we don't lose any more. Why? Because 1, 4, 7. It costs $1 to keep an existing customer. It costs $4 to cross-sell them. It costs $7 to acquire a new. It gets expensive when your lawyers are not working on law. They're out to lunch. They're doing those things. Important, but first of all, we need to make sure that every existing client gets a satisfaction check and they get something of value to retire them. Clients think what you do for them is what you did last. I assume as a law firm, you've got a suite of services. The most valuable thing you can do is map those services and show the relationships. So if you liked our conveyancing when you bought your house, Stephanie, how about we help you with doing your prenups, doing everything else that you might actually need in your life. So first of all, what we need to do is lock down existing clients. In doing that, the second thing we need to do is engage word of mouth. Something for your existing clients that says, we like to keep marketing costs low and service levels high. So if we've made a difference for you, Tiffany, you can then recommend somebody else about particular services, So what we're doing is we're making sure that we don't lose any more clients, but we engage them. The thing is that if Tiffany starts recommending other people, what's going to happen? She's not going to leave. There's a thing called the Net Promoter Score. We need to check in at the conclusion of jobs how satisfied our customers really are. They get a score out of 10. If it's a 1 to 6, we have a problem. It's the canary has just died. You're going to lose that client. They're not going to do more work. They need a call, and that's the most valuable call that anyone can do. It's not necessarily a sales call. It's a survival call. They're calling now, actually.
Yeah, absolutely.
7 to 8, that's a passive. 7 or 8 will get you a distinction at most universities around Australia. It's not good enough in business. These people will end up being lost. Don't take the risk. 9 to 10, these people, they need to be asked to recommend somebody else. Law is still something where reputation and referrals matter. So we need to get in that. That's embedding existing clients. It's the most important thing you can do. And if you're looking for new business, don't get distracted. That's the game first. We then need to define, measure, and reward. We need to say what success looks like, make sure that we're tracking the actual things that matters. We need to measure what matters, and then we'll only move what we measure. And then we need to reward that and celebrate it. Opt in. It's something that people need to choose to be part of. And in terms of choosing to be part of, turn it into a game worth playing. Sit down with the staff. Build a tracker together. Have it as part of embedded in your process, of your weekly meetings, of your daily meetings. And make sure along that, here's where we go to cut. Here's where we go on a retreat. Here's where we go to Disneyland. Like, turn it into a game worth playing. And we win or we lose together. And then finally, probably the most important, don't train them in new business skills. Give them tools that make them sales masters. It's so important to say it again. Don't train them in skills. Give them tools that idiot-proof that process. The ability to define a customer needs state, to match up a service, to overcome objections and close. They're the skills that put them in a tool versus getting them up here.
That one felt good. I feel like we're just warming up.
We're just warming up.
How much longer is my shift, Ashton?
Oh,
Yeah.
and I'm done.
We almost got a round of applause there. So, almost. All right. So everybody up, and that's almost everyone up. So was that from heaven or the underworld? 3, 2, 1. Pass or stumped? That's a pass. All right. Thank you. That's a lazy 10. Oh no, it's like young talent time. It's like we need to say goodbye. So, ladies and gentlemen, for the most amazing magnificent and she's talking about leadership. She wants leadership. Please, Sydney Jones. All right. So it's not quite the Olympics, but it is. Oh, she's sorry. A little local mini open club.
Is that for me?
Yeah.
My 18-month-old dog.
Lovely.
So it is time to change the baton. So in Stump the Strategist, the slow motion baton change.
Great, thank you very much, Ash. That was Ashton Bishop, Head of Strategy at Step Change Marketing, and Jeff Cooper, Senior Partner at Step Change Marketing, now leaving the stage for a bit of a well-earned break. So, good on you guys. So this is Stump the Strategist. We take any question on marketing, sales, communications, put 9 minutes up on the clock, and then our team of strategists live will try and answer those. We'll have 2 new strategists joining us in just a moment. Then I'm going to jump off stage to get mic'd up. So get out of the way, Rob. Now, this isn't new. People have always been asking questions of strategists, of experts before. And I guess this is essentially a bit of a different spin on it. In fact, some people have described Stump the Strategist as a little bit like the Gruen transfer, Me Too's line is anyway, and a little bit of Mr. Squiggle thrown in. Now, with an element of 24 and Survivor, we're going to see who can make it all the way till 1 p.m. tomorrow. This is the Stump the Strategist marathon session. We're down here at Fishburners, which is 608 Harris Street in Ultimo. Fishburners, the startup community. We've got a stack of businesses in the room. We have a live audience here and quite a number of people online as well, ready to ask some questions. So we're going to have a little bit of fun over the next couple of hours. You're lucky enough to have me looking out at your computer screens for the next 2 hours as we get underway, and that caused a couple of giggles from the audience. Now, the event down here is starting to kick off. We have 2 masseurs here from 3 Minute Angels. And you know what? I think you might be lucky enough to get a bit more than 3 minutes out of the masseurs at the moment. Come on down to 608 Harris Street in Ultimo, and you'll be able to get involved, get the masseurs, meet the assistance dogs when they come back at 6 o'clock tonight. And we do have an absolutely bumper lineup tonight. We've only just started. We've got 2 guest strategists down, 2 from Step Change, and a stack more to come. Join us tonight. You're going to see Dan Illick from The Hungry Beast, Darren Woolley, known as marketing's Mr. Wolf. We've got Ivan Frangi, we've got Jet Swain, and I think we've got about 20 others joining us over the next 22 hours as we count down towards 1 p.m. tomorrow. We're aiming to do 100 strategies in 24 hours. Now, we're about to welcome our next guest speaker to the mic here. Let me just grab his bio. Now, it's quite rare to get a man of this caliber to join us on stage, so I'm pretty excited about the next hour. We'll be joined by John Haggerty, founder and MD at B Business. Now, John brings to his clients 16 years of experience and knowledge in business, and having run no less than 5 businesses himself and been involved in the startup of multiple others and the exit strategy for multiple others, he brings an absolute wealth of experience for getting businesses off the ground, raising capital, and then planning for the exit, that all-important exit. So John is a business strategist. We're delighted to have him here with us today. Please welcome to the stage, John Haggerty.
Thank you very much. It's great to be here.
So with this as a unique opportunity, for those of you asking questions online and in the audience today, now is the opportunity to ask about how do you raise capital for a business and how do you plan for the exit. This guy knows more about it than anyone I've ever met, so we're going to have him live on stage for the next hour.
Oh, shucks.
Isn't that a nice warm-up?
It is.
Now, it wouldn't be complete without a panel of 3 strategists. I'd also like to welcome to the stage Andrew Durack, Head of Copy and Insights at Step Change Marketing. Now, they always say the best indicator of creativity is the amount of facial hair you have, so I guess you could say I'm half creative. Andrew is full creative all the way through. As Head of Copy and Insights at Step Change Marketing, he's involved in developing the value propositions, crafting messages really finely, and often taking what's really technical, let's face it, mumbo jumbo, and actually translating it into a form that people can really grasp with and understand. Andrew's expertise in bringing those messages to life, great opportunity to ask about some of those as well. Now, there are some rules, and this audience is starting to get a little bit rowdy, so I think we better lay some ground rules, Andrew.
Righto, mate. I'm mic'd up. So we've got 2 rules that we need to follow in the questions, and the first is pretty self-explanatory. It's not advice. We're just giving our opinion at the moment. So please ask any question you've got. We've got plenty of opinions to go around. We're never short of an opinion here. And I'm sure, John, you've got a few opinions as well. So it's just opinion. It's not advice. And the second rule is we've got 9 minutes. So please let us go for 9 minutes. So we might have heard something before. You might be aware of something. Don't throw the gauntlet down and stop us short. We've got 9 minutes up here. Stones is just getting mic'd up. Did we give you an introduction, Stones? No. I'd love to give you an introduction. So Stones is General Manager of Step Change, works on the strategy team. He's a really quick thinker, got a really nice strategic brain. What Stones is also, sorry, let me just go back a step. Adam, you can call him Stones, that's a different story. What Adam brings is a real entrepreneurial mind. He's got excellent knowledge of startup in particular, and great at getting businesses from idea right through to execution. So
great, thank you very much, Andrew. I'm mic'd up and ready to go. So, any question on marketing, sales, communication, raising capital, and planning for the exit, we're going to open up for questions from the audience and online. Now, those of you asking online, you can ask through the chat box, which is on the side of the live feed, or you can email us. Are you ready for it? stumpme@stumpthestrategist.com. Or, you know what, you're obviously not doing any work this afternoon anyway. Get off the computer, come down to Fishburners at 608 Harris Street in Ultimo, and we can take your question live. So, with that, I call Stump the Strategist open for the second leg of the race. Who's got a question for us?
Yeah.
Great, we'll just get a microphone down here so the lovely people online can hear you as well. What's your name?
Hi, I'm Tanya.
What was it?
Tanya.
Tanya, lovely to meet you.
So I've got a business that is probably it's a bed linen business. I've signed all of the teams in the NRL, the A League. I've signed a deal with all of the teams in the NRL.
You've got a what business?
Bed linen.
So you've got every team in the NRL into bed with you.
Yeah.
That is amazing. This is a great start. Great. So bed linen.
I'm guessing you're printing their stuff on the bed linen for sale through stores, yeah?
Yeah. It's a really visual product, so I think it's probably best that I give you a example of what I'm doing.
Got a picture there?
Yeah.
Now, don't forget, it is also questions in under 9 minutes as well as answers.
Oh, shit. I'm not sure. Okay. 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 So I print a picture of the player on the bed linen and then produce it. So I've got the A League, the NRL, the Socceroos, and a number of others at the moment. I want to know a couple of things. Number one, so we launched a month ago. Sales are going absolutely gangbusters, right?
Good.
So there's a couple of questions that I have. Number one, for this type of product, what would be your recommendation of how to visually represent the idea? When there is a head on the picture, people think that that it's a custom product. So I've been presenting it without the head for the most part. And number two, what would be the way that you would recommend to get the quickest sales this side of Christmas? Because basically the more beds that I get on this side of Christmas, the more money I make next year. Yeah, that's my question.
Great. Okay, any clarifying questions from the guys up here?
Not for me, no.
Are you only selling online at the moment?
Yeah, I've got it I've got distribution through all of the top NRL shops, and I've got Rebel, Spotlight, and Best and Less who are interested in ranging it.
Yeah, great.
And I'm a sole founder.
Yeah. All right, well, if there's no further questions from here, let's grab that trigger and we'll start the clock. Take it away. And we're off. Okay, so look, the first thing here is what I noticed from the visual that you had on your product there is this is a product targeted at kids, and kids in particular. Now, when you target kids, you're not really targeting kids, are you? We know you're actually targeting the parents. And the first thing is parents have a couple of concerns that you've got to be addressed that are getting in the way of the sale. Even before you get to the point of being able to convert them, what are the things that are getting in the way of the parents' sale? Now, parents are actually interested in some other things for their kids other than necessarily what goes on the bed sheet themselves. So I want to make sure that in your product, first of all, and it's really clear, you've got products that aren't going to encourage asthma, and you've got a feature that takes asthma away. That you've got products that are actually comfortable for kids, tested by kids, for kids. Make sure that you've got that, because at the end of the day, who's got kids in the audience? I know there's a few here. Who got more than 5 hours sleep last night? Yeah, no hands up there. Parents want their kids to have a good night's sleep, so you've got to make sure that it's tapping into that to begin with. Now, I'm pleased to hear that you are going both online and offline. It gives you an opportunity to start to bridge that gap. And the first area I want to look at, how do you maximize sales before Christmas, is what we call a member get member promotion, which is how do you get your current customers to go and get your other customers for you as well. And the fact that you're doing NRL makes it interesting to start to build on some of these team dynamics. And how can you get, for example, a full team of the Sydney Roosters or a full team of the Bulldogs? Now, for that to happen, kids would have to recruit other kids that they know. Parents would have to recruit other parents they know to encourage them to get the full set across the team. Unlikely that any one set of parents is going to buy an entire team of NRL people. Can you encourage people to join together in a team, creating Facebook groups, groups online, giving discounts and incentives for them to actually recruit others to your product as well?
Something else that you might want to think about, which will also give you the opportunity to look a bit forward into the future with your business as well, is who can you be partnering with that's got like-type products and services that go with it. So you're selling the bed covers. I always say that when you start a business, you should always be thinking towards the exit right from the get-go. And there are a number of different sorts of people who would be interested in buying a business like the one that you've got. So if you build it with that in mind, with who's going to like to take an acquisition like what you have to offer and start partnering with those sorts of organisations right now, as early as you can in the piece, where you can demonstrate that it makes a lot of sense. Later on down the track, someone else might be able to acquire you, who'll be in a position through the different market channels they've got to make a lot more money out of what you have to offer than what you possibly could ever do by yourself. And that sets you up for what's called a strategic exit as opposed to a financial exit. The difference being that you're talking about what's this business going to be worth to this organisation in the future, as opposed to what's it worth based on what I've been able to achieve in sales over a very short period of time, because you've only been going for about a month. So this will start to get you in line for an exit as early as you would potentially like. If you've been able to show that you've been able to get a lot of traction very, very quickly, you don't necessarily have to wait, 3, 4, 5 years, 10 years to look at an exit. You could be looking at one potentially a lot earlier than that. So that's something that I'll encourage you to start thinking about. What's some similar types of products that go with what you're selling? Yeah?
Great. Okay. So let's talk about visually representing it. So I assume your kind of website looks pretty much like a business card at the moment. So yeah, there's a couple of steps that we need to take when you start looking at visually representing something and actually branding something. And the first is obviously the design, so the logo and all the fonts. We now need to talk about there's photography style. We need to talk about there is what we call archetypes, which leads into tone and personality. And these things all combined are what leads to a visual style. So we find lots of people get tripped up when that they think visual style means a logo, and it actually, it doesn't. And even with what you've got there, I'm not entirely sure. You know, that's just one part of it. My first response to employee business card, my first thought was that it looked like a Shutterstock image. So it looked kind of real. It didn't look real. It kind of looked like I cut off a little boy's head and stuck it on top of a bed and then put some kind of fake. Sorry, I'm just being.
This is one of the issues with product photography in general. A lot of the players out there are getting photos off online photo libraries. The classic ones of people are looking the same. It looks quite American. It doesn't look real, and it doesn't do justice to your product, which I think is what Andrew's getting into.
Yeah, that's right. That's right. So that would be the very first step for me, is to create a really realistic photography style around it. Now, obviously, it's got to be child-based. I think Stone's touched on a pretty interesting point before, where it's actually for the parents. So you've done something really right, which is the kid's in bed, he's happy, and he's really enjoying it. So that is the key, first of all, get your photography style right. Now, around the archetypes, have you heard of the archetypes? So an archetype is basically a shortcut that a brand can align itself to tell part of the story. So Carl Jung is credited with identifying 12 archetypes, which throughout all storytelling, whether it be thousands of years ago right up until the modern day, there's basically 12 different types of archetypes, 12 different types of people. And you go from the lover to the caregiver to the explorer to a sage, and brands align themselves with one of these archetypes. And what that does is it means, for me, when I'm trying to figure out what you do and what you're offering, I make when you consider that you get 3,000 branded messages thrown in your face every single day, you've got to have a shortcut, first of all. So I don't sit there and read through everything you're offering me. I go on your website dwell time's 8 seconds at the moment. So in that 8 seconds, I have to understand who you are, what kind of product you've got, which is where the tone and personality type. So you'd be probably looking at like an explorer. And what I mean by explorer is talking directly to the child. It's very aspirational, because kids absolutely worship any sports stars. So if we can get the archetype and tone, and the language around that is very kind of jazzed up and really excited, really in face. So I'd kind of take the cues from the marketing that the NFL does themselves. They're trying to get the exact same people.
And I think what Andrew's tapping into there is the real challenge with your product. Because the NRL already has some branding, you're trying to come in with a new product and lining your brand to that, but also standing out so it doesn't look like just another bit of merchandise is the real challenge. But what Andrew was saying there about creating the Explorer, the fact that the kids look up to these NRL players, I'm asking now, how can you best leverage that to get those sales before Christmas? Now, one of the plays is PR. Without a massive budget, you need to be able to get your product in front of as many people as possible, and ideally not be paying for that. A good place to start is an online service called SourceBottle, which journalists use to do call-outs for products, for stories, for people to comment, and this is useful for other people as well, regardless of your business. Journalists looking for information will put a call out on SourceBottle. Over the last few weeks, I've seen in particular tens of call outs for, I'm looking for articles on great Christmas gifts, on great Christmas products. These are going to go across women's magazines, across blogs, across a current affair, places like that, and you don't want to miss those call outs when they happen. The next thing is, how do you actually build some PR? How do you build some press interest in your story? And look, connect the NRL and the bed together and run an event called the NRL Sleep Out, where you get the teams of NRL players to sleep out on the field with the kids. Now, kids have to buy a ticket to get along to an NRL Sleep Out, and with the ticket, they get the product themselves. They get their own sheets to play with. They get a poster to take home. They get a lunchbox sticker, so everyone else they see at school knows that they've got your bed sheets. And I'd really build on that. So the NRL Sleep Out, put it on the field, make sure the sales are included. So let's wrap this up really quickly. Take away the parents' concerns, first of all. Build partners with like products, as John was saying. Get your brand consistent and not conflicting with the NRL. And the last one is get some press and do something that the press would love to show up to, like an NRL sleep out. Whew. Thank you for your question. So look, this is Stump the Strategist, which means you get the opportunity to say, well, us guys up here, were we stumped or did we actually pass? And the way we do that is by voting. We're getting voting from the audience down here at Fishburners. Voting is very simple. If you thought it came from a place of inspiration and wisdom, you just pop your hands on your head like this. If you thought it came from maybe somewhere less inspirational, that there was more marketing jargon and waffle than you're hoping for, you vote here. So voting all together in 3, 2, 1, stumped or passed. And we've got a majority pass. Thank you very much. Thank you very much for your question.
It's a good question. Well done.
All right. So just as I'm wiping this stuff off, does anyone else have a question lined up ready to go? It is a marathon. Remember, we're going to try and get through 100 marketing strategies passed by 1 p.m. tomorrow. To do that, we're going to need your chewiest, crunchiest, nuttiest with cherry on top marketing challenges. Bring them here so we can solve them for you. Now, a few people in the audience up here, I'm seeing I know a couple of people have questions for us. A good question looks like this. A good question is real. We want to know things that are actually going on in your business that you're actually struggling with. A good question is specific. Now, we have been asked in the past, how do you sell ice to an Eskimo, or how do I use social media? And if you ask a general question like that, we're more than happy to talk for 9 minutes about the theory and the broad models for using it. But if you can be specific about what the issue you're facing in your business is, we can give you a much more specific answer. And the third part of a good question is that it's generous. If you ask a question, make sure it's something that other people in the audience would probably benefit from hearing an answer to as well. So with that in mind, we'll open up for the next question. Who's got a question for us? We've got one up the front. Can we just get a microphone up there? Attractive cleaning lady, Dave. Thank you very much.
Good job, Dave.
All right, I'm going to throw you a bit of a curly one in that.
So can I just start with your name?
Oh, Dean Harris.
G'day, Dean.
Brand Navigator. I'm involved with a not-for-profit organisation that is trying to raise awareness and money for research into motor neurone disease.
Right.
And you might be aware that recently there was a big ice bucket challenge that went viral and was very successful as a short-term way of increasing both awareness and raising funds for motor neurone disease research.
Mm-hmm.
Our client's concerned that that's not going to be a repeatable thing come next year. So what advice do you have about how they should think about approaching the next 12 months of awareness and fundraising for motor neurone disease research, given that they've had a short-term success with the Ice Bucket Challenge?
Sure. And that's your client?
I'm doing pro bono work on behalf of the organisation, yeah.
Okay, excellent. And are you actually involved in the organisation yourself apart from that?
Just as a volunteer.
Okay, yeah, good, eh? Excellent. You got any questions?
Great. Cool cause.
Told you it was tricky.
Yeah. If you don't mind.
We're off and away.
All right.
Take it away, John.
To kick it off, the first thing that I would suggest is to have that good, conversation with the client, get them in a room and get them brainstorming around some of the ideas that they may have. I understand where those concerns come from. But the thing that was brilliant about that campaign, in my opinion, was just how much it engaged so many people. And that's the reason why it was able to raise the levels of money that it was and the levels of awareness that it did. It got so many people involved with it from a grassroots. And I think that is an element of it that can be exploited really well leading into next year, because there's so many people out there who got involved personally by doing the Ice Bucket Challenge themselves and challenging other people to do it, and it had that viral social element to it. Why not take an element of that and ask those people who got involved themselves, what is it you would like to do next? What's the thing that would actually get you off and running with this yourself? you know, because they'll be having some ideas. And I can tell you, everyone else out there who's got a cause of some sort is asking themselves, what could we do that would be able to have that level of success as well? So all those people who got involved with it themselves, they'll have some feedback as well, and they'll be saying things to you. If it was going to be something like this, then I would do it again. Yeah, because you're probably right. Probably people don't want to tip a bucket of ice on their head again. You've done that once. You're probably not really going to do that again after you've done that once, because once you've done it, you know what that feels like, right? So we probably want to have something altogether different. And why not go to the people who are so great at participating as a starting point and get an idea of the sorts of things that they would like to do. That could be the first stage, just get general feedback, and the second stage could be, here's 4 or 5 things that you've all said. Let's vote for it. What's it going to be? What's the thing that's actually going to get people involved? Yeah.
Great. Okay. Now, I'm so impressed to hear that you've been involved in that, because that ice bucket challenge just absolutely blew everything else away. Of all the things that charities are doing at the moment, it just went absolutely ballistic. And it's worth understanding why it actually went ballistic. And part of the reasons is you got friends doing something silly in there, and there was an element of challenge in it, and it looked good as well. So the obvious answer is just, hey, let's do something viral again, which sounds easy at the top level, but really this whole idea of viral is actually really, really difficult. It's like Andy's a writer. Andy, can you write me a bestseller, please? Make sure it's a New York Times. It doesn't actually start that way. But what we can do is look at how do we get the long-term benefits of something going viral in the first place. And look, there's an adoption curve with everything. There's an adoption curve with viral activities as well. We've passed the peak already. You know you're past the peak when it starts getting replicated and mimicked in other places. In fact, I've even seen videos of people in Palestine doing the rubble bucket challenge, where they'll get a bucket of rubble, tip it over their heads to say, hey, look, you know, motor neuron disease is a great cause, but we've got a cause we'd like attention on as well. And the trouble is that attention actually dies away, and the risk is that people remember the ice bucket challenge and they forget what the cause was about in the first place. So your challenge is converting from that first element of viral to data capture, which is why I'm great, because I think you said you work for a data analytics business, which is glad to hear, because that's the next step. How do you capture the data of people who are participating, people who are watching, and people who are commenting on these, so that you can actually build a relationship to them? You want to build a relationship where you're actually getting in touch with them 8 to 13 times a year. That's how many times you need to be in touch with your audience for you to consider them your audience. Get their data, have a follow-up, and bring it together. I've got a few more ideas, but I think you're ready to go.
Right. It's funny, you were talking about the ice bucket challenge and how great it was and how fantastic it was. I actually had no idea what it was for until you just mentioned it. I've seen that as a criticism of it a couple of times, and honestly, I have no idea what it was. There are a few really good parodies we've seen about people just like, you're supposed to donate, you idiot. Just tip a bucket of water on you.
But a celebrity did it.
Yeah, the celebrity did it. So I think you hit the nail on the head, Stones. Does it actually communicate at the end? And while talking viral is as Stones was saying, pretty much impossible, there are 2 elements, obviously, entertaining that can be shared. Does it actually communicate? So it doesn't actually get your point across. And I mean, maybe I'm just a little bit skeptical of these viral videos, but I still think that the best way, can you link it back to actually personalise it and start telling stories of people with motor neuron disease?
Well, there's actually a really interesting element, just carrying on from what you're saying, that plays right into that, because as I understand it, the whole reason why they went with the ice bucket challenge is because in that split second, you get to feel what it's like to have motor neuron disease. Am I right about that? Yeah. So perhaps some of the most successful videos that went online could be put next to a case study of someone who's got motor neuron disease talking about what it's like. You saw that person put the bucket on their head. This is what they experienced for a second. I live with that every waking minute of my life. It's very, very powerful. Yeah.
So there's another challenge in here as well, which is just how much stuff is going on in the not-for-profit space. So at one point, before the mission came in, I believe in June last year, there was one charity for every 30 people in Australia. One charity for every 30. All of them...
Which one's mine?
Could be yours. Yeah, you start. I'm sure a few of them were tax havens, hence the commission. But when you think about that volume of organisations asking for your attention, what's missing there is the connection with the day-to-day life. And I think there's something interesting that you've got with the Ice Bucket Challenge already, which is how else can you play on this thought of ice to connect with people? Now, every time people have ice in a drink and they clink their glasses, could you own that trigger so that every time glasses clink together, people were thinking about motor neuron disease? You got the attention up front with the Ice Bucket Challenge. Can you own a trigger for discussion, a trigger for taking action, a trigger and a reminder? Because it goes back to this, you've got to be talking to your audience 8 to 13 times a year. You can't necessarily be emailing them that much unless you've got some really good stories to share like Andrew was building. But if you can get people in their groups recognize that when they clink their glasses, they should have a conversation about motor neuron disease, you get that frequency and you get that repetition. The frequency is absolutely key, because without the frequency, people say, yes, it's a great cause, and then they forget. They get reminded and then they forget. They get reminded, then they forget, and then one day they think, you know what, I should just donate. I better become a monthly supporter. And building that trigger from what you've got is a great place to start. So a simple action, a simple trigger. It's part of why November took off so much as well. It was the simple thing you could do. It's visual, it's easy to talk about, and that would be the next step to get to. So amongst all those, that's a challenge.
The November thing you just mentioned, Stones, is really interesting. So it's something the charities...
It's been a long November for you, hasn't
it? There's so many pictures of staff having children. It's so easy to just turn a page and you don't actually, not even pays attention to it. It's a shocking image. I've seen it so many times. As Stones was saying, that the November things is just so powerful because it's something you can actually participate and have fun while you're doing it. So, I'd like to point out the obvious, I don't have to the answer, but how can you get people to participate in it?
Great. Okay, so with 50 seconds left on the clock, let's wrap up where we got to. So we saw that viral was great to begin with, but you just can't engineer it. So saying, hey, let's run another viral campaign just isn't going to cut it as a strategy. It's a dream, it's a hope, it's an aspiration, doesn't equal a strategy. John started by talking us through engaging the audience that is already engaged. Hey, you like this, what's next for you? Can you crowdsource the next idea and ask your audience who have already engaged to say, here's what's going to make the difference next. The next is to capture data, and it sounds like you might be better than I am at doing this, but how do you capture the data for people who are already participating, have participated in the past and forgotten about it? You want to be building a relationship, and one way to do that is to own a simple trigger that every time it happens, people are thinking of your cause, once again, getting that effective frequency until they finally take action and give to a really worthwhile cause. So we're going through a few of these today. Very good. Thank you so much for your questions. Right. So I think you guys know how this works by now. We do the voting on every question. Were we stumped or passed? In 3, 2, 1, did we pass? Were we stumped? Look in the audience, all a couple of stumps, but the majority passed again. Thank you very much. Right, so you might have been scratching up the back. Maybe that wasn't a we'll let you off this time. So,
master board.
Yeah, one more up on the board. We are 12 passed for 0 stumped, which leaves 88 strategies to go. You can submit them online. You can use that chat box next to the live stream that you've got in the office. And we've got the numbers here. I know there's quite a few of you doing it. If you're not doing any work anyway, come on down. We're at Ultimo. We're at Fishburns, which is 608 Harris Street. You can ask your question by emailing us. Email us at stumpme@stepchangemarketing.com, or do like these guys are, come on down and ask your question live. So with that in mind, next question is from the back of the room. Thank you.
I'm doing more work with families who have businesses. Sort of 70–80% of businesses in Australia are actually run by families now. So there's this big movement.
It's almost a contradiction in terms, isn't it? Family business.
That's right, and some of them are selling off their businesses, but there's still this wealth, and there's this idea about how do you keep the family together and not let the wealth destroy them. But it's more about creating an enduring legacy. So the work I do is on the non-financial side. I work with families around charters and helping them look at their values and try to create something that goes generations into the future.
Sure.
How do we market to that group when usually dad is the one making all the decisions about their advisors?
when usually dad is the one making all the decision about their advice? That's a great question. And I encounter this myself all the time, I have to say.
Yeah.
Yeah, we
I
should
just
probably...
might ask a clarifying question first of all.
Yeah.
So you're looking to get them to engage your services to help them not have money tear them apart, essentially. Is that the main message you want to be getting out to them with?
It's how to keep the family together for generations to come. So using that wealth as a means to an end, but not about looking at the wealth itself, but looking at the family system. And
Correct.
And you want to know how to get your services engaged when it's the patriarch usually who's calling all the shots.
typically it is, but I'm just thinking generally, how do you market that business that's not traditional money management, wealth management, but actually it's helping manage the family system?
Sure. Is this including succession?
Succession is definitely a part of it, but it's more about the stewardship and the expectations and the role of those family members for generations.
Okay.
How do they caretake really what is the wealth?
Righto.
And make sure that it's enduring to give to philanthropies and a whole host of other things.
Great. Any further questions, Andy?
Not for me, no.
All right, 9 minutes on the clock, and we're off and away. So thank you so much for your question. Look, the first place I want to start is something that's most commonly overlooked by marketers, which is actually to start with your existing clients. Now, that seems like a bit of an unusual thought when you think, no, I've got to get new clients. Why would I ask my existing clients? Why would I be marketing to them? And there was an interesting study done by Standards & Poor in the UK on the S&P 500 and the S&P 100. So the top 500 companies in the UK versus the top 100 companies in the UK. And they were looking for what distinguishes them. What distinguishes the creme de la creme from the rest of the guys who are doing well. And what they found that the number one difference, aside from all others, was how much the top 100 was spending marketing on their existing clients. They were spending 32% of their marketing budget to their existing clients, where the top 500 was spending on average 8%. 8 to 32% is a massive difference. And the reason people know this works is because the best way to get a customer is to have an existing customer give you a good referral. That's not easy, but there are things you can do to encourage it, to make it happen.
There's also the factor of the additional services that you offer.
Yeah.
That quite often your existing customers have no idea that you offer. And when you put a promotion out to them that showcases some additional service that you have to offer, sometimes you get the comment, wow, I didn't even know you guys did that. We need to talk about that. So
absolutely.
There's always more power in selling to the people who already know you, like you, trust you, than going and looking for a new business. There's always more business to be had there.
Right.
Forgive the interruption.
No, that's absolutely fine. So, I mean, that is a common issue as well. But there's this ratio of 1-4-7, which says if it costs $1 to get one client to buy again, costs $4 to get them to buy something else, it costs $7 to get a new customer in the door. But where do most marketers like to focus? On the 7. Why? Because that's where marketers make most of their money. But the reality is for businesses, the bigger opportunity is getting clients to buy again, get them to buy something else, and then to power some referrals. So how do you get clients to talk about you? That's the next question. First one is finding which clients should be talking about you. Because, hey, if they're leaving unhappy, if they actually end up that the family hasn't kept together, that money has divided them, maybe you don't want them talking about your role and getting to that point. So the simplest way to do this is what we call the Net Promoter Score, which is asking every single one of your customers, out of 10, how likely are you to recommend us to somebody else? Out of 10. Now, that's not new for a lot of businesses. A lot of businesses ask for customer satisfaction up front. The key thing is what you do with the numbers that they come back to you with. So if they give you a 9 or a 10 out of 10, they're actually willing to talk about you. These are the ones you want to send a bottle of wine to and say, hey, here's 2 bottles of wine, one for you, one for a friend that you think could use our services. Ask them to pass it on, give them a reason and excuse to get in touch. In fact, the numbers that we've seen is that if people give you a 10 out of 10, they're 57% likely to recommend you to other people. At 9, it drops to 17%, and below that drops away. But anyone that gives you a 6 or a below, you've got to give them a call. You've got to find out what went wrong in their service, because they're talking about you more than these guys are, and they're just not saying nice things. So anyone who gives you a 9 or a 10, you want to be asking for a referral. You want to be asking for a testimonial. Now with testimonials, video testimonials are most powerful If you can't get a video, make sure you've got a photo and a family business logo next to their text. Don't use text just on its own because it looks like you might have made it up. Don't want that. So get your testimonials, ask for referrals as well. Give a call to the people who aren't giving you the good numbers. And for the others, just ask for feedback. Ask what would have made it a 10 out of 10 experience.
So I really relate to your plight. I face it a lot myself. I have a lot of family business clients myself. And it is a classic one for you. And I think it plays right into the space that you're in. I have a client who didn't get on with the patriarch. He was the son. He wasn't the oldest son. He wouldn't have been positioned as being the next one in line necessarily. So he left the family business, started his own business. Very, very quickly was more successful than the family business. The two businesses were then merged back in, and now he's the CEO with dad sort of advising him kind of on the side. Now, I started working with him back when he left the family business, and that's kind of the pathway that led me back in there to work with what's now a much, much larger, much more substantial business. And in terms of keeping the family together and keeping it into the, I've told this guy I think he should write a book on how to sack your family members and get them to keep talking to you, because he's just an absolute champion at it. I've never seen anyone do it quite so well. But I see this sort of situation play out, and sometimes going directly to the patriarch isn't the way to go. Sometimes it's about finding that key influencer in the business, and it could be that person who's next in line, that you start that initial relationship with, that you start to build some trust with, and maybe provide some sideline services as opposed to what the core services that you would normally tend to offer, and build your relationship with the patriarch through that particular individual. Of getting to the patriarch themselves is the tough part, because sometimes these people haven't set up a plan for themselves as to when they're going to go. Everyone knows they're going to go sooner or later. You know, every business is the same. You're going to leave in the back of a hearse or the front seat of a limousine. The choice is really yours, right? How you actually make that either happen is totally up to you. So some of these people haven't done that sort of plan, and yeah, they get to 70 and they even get to 80, and they're still in that place, and they end up being a barrier to growth in the business and slow the whole thing down. That's why I say that there's going to be other members of the family in there who know what needs to happen next. They know they need the help. They know they haven't got all the expertise in-house, and it can just be a question of getting it chipping away a little bit over time. So talking to those people is the next in line can sometimes be the way through the door to build that over time. And the other thing I'd say to you as well is to go where the herd are. The great thing about family businesses is that there's so many groups out there that target those particular sorts of businesses already. These guys I know are quite involved with tech. That's the Entrepreneur Connection. There's also the CEO Institute, and there's the Family Business Association as well, which run similar sorts of groups like that. And the brilliant thing about FBA is that you know that everybody in the room is in a family business. So go where the herds are and start to work with the people who actually see the need for change, because that's always one of the big things about getting people to engage your services when you're a professional services provider, is you might be able to see 150 things that need to change in that business, but you can only sell the ones that they see. They've got to agree that the problem exists as well.
My thought was just, I reckon there's a really, really powerful piece of communication you've got around the best ways to keep the family together. Because building up a big business, it's such a scary thought, isn't it? That the family's going to fall apart, and people see it so often. And it's a really, I mean, it's quite a motivator for you and people. But I think maybe you could put a positive spin on it, and you guys can be out there actually helping these families keep it together. Once you've got, as you were saying before about the, maybe you could turn it into an email series that you send out, or a series of videos, and there are 5 different ways that you can use wealth to keep your family together, and actually put a positive spin on it. I think that's a really positive and really powerful piece of communication.
That's going back to that frequency play again, Andrew, because one of the things we find with professional services in general, people would love to refer, but often they just forget. There's too much else on. I've got 200 unread emails in the inbox, someone's on holidays and got to do their work as well, and clients are always asking for things. So getting people to remember you is one of the challenges, and using an autoresponder like Andrew's mapped out.
And it's actually offering value as opposed to just a reminder of, hey, I'm here, and maybe you could buy something from me.
Great. All right, so with 30 seconds left on the clock, the question was, how do we keep how do we market to dads, in particular the patriarchs? How do we get family businesses in the door? We said, firstly, market to existing clients, prompt for referrals, because your happy customers won't refer you until you actually prompt for it. Reach the next in line, talk about the father and son connection, how you can build that together. You want to build your network through where people already are, where the herds already are, like the CEO organization, the tech organization. And finally, match your frequency to your value and follow up again and again until they're ready to talk about you. Whew. I'm seeing some smiles, so that must have gone well. Thank you so much for your question. Round of applause for asking the question. And for the people who have just joined us down here at Fishburners as well, this is Stump the Strategist. People are asking questions on marketing and communications. We're trying to build a marketing strategy in 9 minutes to solve the chewiest marketing challenges that people are bringing us. Audience gets to vote whether we were stumped or whether we were passed. If it was good, you put your hands on your heads. If it was rubbish, you put your hands on your rear pockets. So all together now, 3, 2, 1, stumped or passed. And we got passed again. Thank you very much. All right, we're going to get our beautiful cleaning lady out here, chalk another one up. So that's now 13 passed, 0 stumped, with 87 questions to go. We are doing a Stump the Strategist 24-hour marathon. We are running till 1 p.m. tomorrow. The grand finale, where we're hoping to have 100 marketing challenges built live. We don't know what the questions are going to be. They're getting submitted online, being brought to us in the studio. So, do we have an online question ready for us next? I'm going to grab a drink of water while you're doing that.
Okay, so we have a question online from a gentleman named Thomas. And he asks, I have an accounting firm that has a really great service. We haven't done outgoing new business in the last 5 years, but I want to start growing. We have all sorts of clients and even a few AFL superstars. I want to start growing staff and clients, and I need a marketing strategy. Where on earth do I begin? Social media? Question mark?
Oh, okay.
Good
So
one.
just repeat that. It was growing staff and...
So he's been running for the last 5 years and is quite successful, and he wants to start growing both in terms of staff and getting new clients.
And he said that he hasn't done anything for the last few years to market himself at all.
No, he hasn't. So I'm assuming then it's come mostly from referrals.
Yeah. Okay. And sorry, I missed the key bit. What does this business do?
It is an accounting firm.
Very good. Okay.
Very
Any
good.
other clarifying questions?
Well, we can't, they're online, so.
Can read it another way. 9 minutes on the clock. Here we go. How do we market accounting services?
Yeah. Can I kick off?
Yeah, go for it.
All right. So, to kick off, the way I look at marketing is I break it up into 3 distinct sections. So the first thing here is to consider what's a marketing funnel. So if you've never seen one before, that's what a marketing funnel looks like. That's if you look in the dictionary, there's a picture of it just like that. It's very pretty, isn't it? Feeding into the marketing funnel is these fantastic jugs. I have to tell you the jugs, obviously, because what a terrible drawing that is. And down below, we've got the sales pipeline. Now, I know it looks like a crack pipe, and I'm not saying that we should go down that path at all, but it's not a crack pipe. And so we've got 3 distinct parts of marketing here. Up here, it's all about attraction marketing. This is the stuff that we do to get attention in the first place for people who don't even know who our business is and attract them into us, where we can then get them into the funnel here and do some engagement strategies. And then down the bottom with the sales pipeline, it's about commitment marketing. So it's just like getting married. First you attract your spouse, then you get engaged, and then you get married, with the commitment part down the bottom there. So what you're saying is that there's absolutely no marketing plan whatsoever to cover any of these 3 distinct areas, and we need to figure out what are we going to do to attract new people in the first place, how are we going to engage with them, and then what's the process once we've got an inquiry out of there into there, how do we run that through to get a customer at the end of that. So we've already covered a bunch of things that are relevant to this through some of the other questions, I think. Initially, we talked about with the previous inquiry, a couple of things we can kind of lean on there is talk talking to our existing customers and looking for ways to get some referrals. So the same sort of programs that you talked about to get referrals, I think would apply up here at an attraction level very, very well. It's also a great way to engage with those customers that you've got now too. Maybe they're not using you to the full capacity that they could be. Maybe they're not fully aware of all the services that you've got. So some communications around that. We also ask for them to get involved with a survey, a satisfaction survey would also be fantastic. And then I guess we have to touch on social media because they specifically asked about whether or not social media is a question.
Social media?
Yeah.
Yes,
We get asked this all the time. I've got to, it's my business. Should I be on social media? The answer is sometimes. For very specific reasons. This idea that every business needs to be on Facebook is a lie. If you're an accounting firm, you don't need to be on Facebook because there's actually a little bit of a lie around social media. The lie around social media is that it's free. It's not free. I mean, you're an accountant, right? So how much do you charge for your time? How much do your staff charge for your time? There's opportunity cost in getting on Facebook. So Facebook, that's a big fat no, don't get on Facebook. What about LinkedIn? Well, LinkedIn actually, yes, you should be on LinkedIn, and your staff should be on LinkedIn as well. Now, LinkedIn actually fits right here in this point between engagement and commitment. That's where LinkedIn comes into play. Now, marketing and sales, look, it's two sides of the same coin. Marketing is not just about getting customers in the door, it's how do you convert them. And LinkedIn is a credibility point for what we call the sniff under the tail test. So, your accountants, you've got potential clients coming in to see your accountants, and what people do before they meet with someone they don't know is jump on first Google, type in the name and see what comes up. Your LinkedIn profile needs to come up and it needs to be up to date. It needs to show your credibility, it needs to show the work you've done, it needs to show that you've got 500 plus connections as a minimum, and that starts to build your credibility. A couple others, Instagram, Pinterest. No, you don't have to be on those. Google My Business, that's another yes. So Google My Business was a recent change to the Google platform where Google took all their services across Google Plus, Pages, Maps, rolled it all into one dashboard. So now when people are searching for your business name in particular, or searching for the categories such as accountant in Sydney, or accountant in Melbourne, so I missed where you're from, that comes up with the location, with the map. You want to get your Google My Business up to date, with your places listing up to date, with your reviews up to date, and reviews is an opportunity right up here in the attraction. So someone needs an accountant, they put it into Google, what comes up, a list of accountants, and the number of Google reviews that they get. These are meant to be stars. So because of this change in the platform, Google now values its reviews higher than any of the other reviews that was previously using.
Fancy that.
Using Yelp. So while there's so few Google reviews at the moment, you've got a chance to get your happy customers, the ones John was talking about before, get them to give you reviews and become the most recommended accountant before any of the other accountants work out that that's what's going on and get there. Now, there's a very good chance that there are multiple accounting businesses online at the moment. I've seen who signed up. So one of you is going to do this, and one of you is going to be the most recommended one on Google every time someone searches.
Thanks.
I'll take a breath.
There's a step before we get into all the sales funnel stuff, and that's obviously to get the brand completely right. Because it sounds like at the moment, if it's just based on referrals, it's just been ticking along, you haven't paid much attention to your brand. When you want to grow, it's super important that your brand is correct, not only for new business to understand exactly what it is you do and why you're different and why you're better, but for staff as well. Because staff are essentially, you know, they're going to give your business and position in as thorough a run over as potential customers. So to start off with, how you do that is you get really clear on a brand positioning. And a brand positioning isn't a line, it's not a logo, it's not a tagline. It's the one thing you think of when you hear that brand. So you're really clear on, and a perfect example would be, say, Corona. And see Corona and you're like, cool, I'm off on a beach somewhere. Coke, you open the lid and happiness comes out. That's what the brand positioning means. And from there, you can start building on that. And we touched on this a little bit earlier around actually building a brand personality around that.
what you do, the next step around the brand positioning is then you start developing your name and line. And there's an exercise that you should be doing, which is mapping out your competitors, finding out what their strengths and their brand positioning is, and then what is your one that sits in between that, ideally, something that's not already existing, something that you're doing better and something that they can't actually respond to. For example, if you've got a big competitor who does things really fast, and they're the fast accountants, whatever, they're probably missing out an aspect of thoroughness. So does that become your brand positioning? Do you start building something up around that? And from there, you then work on the name, which is probably already set, and then you can start building a line, because without the brand positioning, a line just becomes something kind of clever and fun. And what the key is that the name of your business plus the line needs to communicate your brand positioning. So I need to get the name, I need to get the line, and then at the end of that, okay, fantastic, I know what these guys do, I know a little bit about how they do it. And from there, that starts driving your staff recruitment process as well. And that becomes the anchor point for everything that you're doing. You're never acting consistent with that. And then it's all about, in terms of communication, it's all about consistency all the time.
And go on, John.
I was going to say, just on the social media question, the short answer to that one is your customer there? You've got to go where your customer is. Is your customer frequenting social media channels? And if so, do they go there to look for stuff like what you have to offer? Because talking to someone about how good your accounting firm is while they're trying to watch funny cat videos probably isn't the best way to get the message across. It's got to be consistent with why people are where they are doing what they're doing.
Yep, great. Okay, so 26 seconds to go. Let's wrap it up. John started off by acknowledging that if you haven't done any marketing in a long time, you've got to look at where your marketing sits in every stage of your sales funnel. From firstly getting attraction to actually engaging them, which is what Andy talked into, how your brand positioning, how your line comes together, and through to the point of commitment. You asked, should I be on social media? The answer was yes, in some cases, in the vast majority, no. Don't feel like you have to. But seriously, if you're an accounting firm,
but seriously, do it.
Get on Google My Business now before all your competitors do. So, interesting thing about your name and line point there, Andy, the person who asked the question didn't even tell us their business name. Could have given you a plug. So, this is going live in the studio down here at Fishburners. We're also doing it online. Stump the Strategist. Every answer, we asked for a vote, whether we were stumped or passed. Hands on heads if that one was a pass. Should we be using social media for accounting? If it was stumped, go like this. Tell us where the answer really came from. It's okay, you won't hurt our feelings. In 3, 2, 1, voting please. And again, majority pass. Thank you. Thank you for your question. Whew. All right, so it's been a full-on hour with John. Where are you going? Come back on stage. We'll worry about it. John's doing a little pit stop battery changeover. We've just been joined on the stage with Andrew Durack. Andrew is the head of copy and insights at Step Change Marketing. He's going to take his own little pit stop now and be back and joining us, I think, in around an hour or so. John has joined us as our guest strategist as well. John, thank you so much. One of the sharpest minds when it comes to business strategy, getting into a business and also getting out when you're ready to get out of your startup and your business. Thank you so much. We've got a little present for you as well.
Oh, that's
sweet. A little Opal, the assistance dogs.
Thank you
so much, John.
Been lots of fun. Thank you. Thanks, Ash.
So a few confused faces at the dog. Why do we have the dog? Well, we're running Stump the Strategist for 24 hours as a fundraiser for the charity Assistance Dogs. Now, Assistance Dogs trains up the most amazing puppies you will see to help people with disabilities live a fuller life. They can help you by getting your laundry out of the washing machine. They can help you pull off socks. We had the dogs demoing just a couple of hours ago, and I think they'll be back in a couple of hours and back again tomorrow. They'll even get you a beer. Look, if you don't have a dog to get you a beer, coming down to where we are in Ultimo at Fishburners, which is 308 Harris Street. We'll be on stage.
608.
608. Whew. Must be beer o'clock for sure. So we'll be taking questions, trying to get to 100 marketing strategies in 24 hours. I know what you're thinking. You'd have to be barking mad to do it. Yes, we are barking mad for Assistance Dogs. Now, here's the thing. This is a fundraiser for Assistance Dogs. Everyone's got challenges and we're trying to solve them. If you've got a marketing challenge and you think solving that might be worth $1 million to your business, and we solve it here, maybe you should be giving some of that $1 million to assistance dogs. Jump online at www.assistancedogs.org and you can make a donation there or down here in the studio. So it's changed over time here. We just had John Haggerty and Andrew Durack. We're going to welcome back in a moment. Oh, he's already on stage. Ashton Bishop, Head of Strategy at Step Change Marketing. Round of applause for Ashton. Ashton is known as Australia's predatory marketer. And here you go, Ash. Get predatory with this. Predatory marketer, which is all about how do you take the weakness that arises out of a competitor's greatest strength. It's a nuance and a distinction that most marketers miss, which means most marketers miss the opportunity to switch from competitors to you. Ashton Bishop, also founded Step Change Marketing, is the head of strategy and tends to be one of the best dressed around the office. It's also my great pleasure to welcome Ewan Firth and Dean Harris onto the stage. Come on up, guys. Now,
oh, come on, guys. You can do better than that. The thing is, no one can hear you clap online. That's great.
Yeah, that's always the way. So here we have the director and founder of Brand Navigator and the director of Good Egg Thinking. We've got two very smart minds when it comes to data and analytics. So those of you just waiting to crack that problem on data analytics, these are the guys to do it. Ash is banned from walking near the speakers down back again. We won't get that. So Dean is a marketing consultant and over the last 20 years has worked with businesses to help them make better evidence-based decisions. And the scientist in me really likes that. So by straddling disciplines of research, data analysis, marketing strategy and technology, Dean helps businesses drive out costs and drive up the value of market intelligence by ensuring the right information gets the right people at the right time. Powerful proposition, Dean.
Thank you.
Ewan over here, Ewan's approach is data agnostic, which sounds pretty good, with a focus on addressing the key client issues using the most appropriate data or information available, irrespective of the methodology. Now that's quite interesting because to a man with a hammer, everything looks like a nail. Ewan doesn't have a hammer, he's trying to hit everywhere possible. He's got a whole toolkit, he knows which tool to pull out at the right time. So in particular, he helps clients leverage existing data to avoid costly, time-consuming or unnecessary research. And there's this interesting question about data. I know one of the common questions that comes up about data is, but my business doesn't have any data to play with. Is that true?
Oh, is it true that they...
Oh, it's true. Asked the question, do they have any data?
Yeah, everyone who's got an email address has data.
Absolutely. If you have a CRM, if you've been contacting clients online, if you've taken notes in the back of a notebook somewhere about your clients, you have data that you can work with. So, with the strategist back on stage is Stump the Strategist. We'll take your chewiest, nuttiest marketing challenge, put 9 minutes on the clock back here. But we're going to solve it. Hopefully, you guys get to vote whether we were stumped or passed. Now, two things to remember about the questions. There's good news and there's bad news. Who wants the good news? Who wants the bad news? Oh, you guys don't really want the good news. So I'll give you the bad news first. Bad news is we don't know your business. And I'm not stupid enough to stand up here and say, I know more about your business than you do. You know your business, you've got to where you are by working it so hard. We don't know your business, we know a stack about analytics, about data, about marketing strategy. So we're going to give you the frameworks, the strategies and the methodologies for cracking those problems. Now, because we don't know your business, there's also one rule. It's only one, and I don't know why I bother saying it, but
it's written here.
It'll be different this time, won't it, Ash?
It will be different.
The rule is we get 9 minutes without any interruptions. Because we don't know your business, no throwing in those hand grenades of, oh, but we tried that last year, or no, that won't work because of, we don't know your business. We're going to give you opinion, not advice. Advice costs money. Opinion comes free in 9 minutes against the clock. So, Stump the Strategist is open. The best questions right now are about data and analytics and how to get the most out of that. Do we have any questions either online or from the audience in here?
Any audience questions? Yes.
The gentleman with a lovely moustache.
All right, guys. We work for a B2B service provider. The service we provide is employment law. We're looking to segment our database. Looking into it, how much our clients actually use our service is not really going deep enough for us. What we'd like to try to measure is the intangible stuff around customer relationship quality, how much they trust us, what's our commitment to our business, what's our loyalty to our business. Ultimately, segmenting to us is about building a loyal customer base. Having a CRM in place is fine, but how do you look for data such as loyalty, commitment, trust with your brand and with your service? Is that enough?
Yeah. So you said it was employment law B2B.
Yeah, employment law B2B.
You want to plug the name of your business?
What was that, sorry?
Do you want to plug the name of your business as well?
Employ Sure, largest in the country.
Okay.
.com.au.
Any clarifying questions? Dino, you?
Just interested, what sort of industry sectors do you tend to work in at the moment?
Across the range, we specialise in SMEs, SMBs. So, yeah, but people who are generally looking to grow their business, not understand the in and out of Fair Work Act, employment law.
Okay.
I've got one as well, just if I may. Any hypotheses or current definitions of relationship quality within the business?
No, for me, it's around segmenting just on how much they use our service doesn't really say whether they like our business.
Okay.
I use Foxtel a lot. I don't particularly like them.
Yep.
Right. But what makes a loyal customer is the commitment to our business, their loyalty. I don't know how to measure that beyond simply sending out an email. Hopefully, I can get some.
Let's go, Stones.
Yep, great. And 9 minutes and we're away. Yep. Okay, I'm going to jump in. So, look, there's a principle here coming from the marketing angle, first of all, which is the specialist always beats the generalist. And the challenge sometimes with large companies like Employ Sure, largest in the country, as you said, good plug, nicely done, is that you start to stand for nothing because you try to be everything to everyone. And what customers are looking for is not the generalist, but the people and the company that's right for solving problems for me and people like me. So right from the early stage of dealing with your customers, you want to start to be clear about what industry they're working in, what job role they're working in, and start to show how you make problems go away for those people and people like them. So it involves segmenting right from your website from stage one. Track what people look at online. It's very easy to do with cookies these days. You can see where they click, where they dwell. Start to build a profile of your customer even before your first sales consultation to get an indication of what they're most interested in. And look, it's always about how can you use this down the track. If you can be the specialist for them, make sure you're promoting that and marketing that down the track.
So one of the things that's getting a lot of buzz at the moment is the Net Promoter Score. Yeah, and essentially the Net Promoter Score looks at giving a score between 0 and 10. So 0 to 6 basically means you're a detractor. 7 to 8 equals basically passive. And 9 to 10 is someone who's called a promoter. Now, that's not new. The thing is that the trouble is there's two mistakes with this. The worst thing you can do is ask somebody something if you have no intention to action it. So people are asking this and then doing nothing with it. The second thing is they're tying it to staff remuneration. So you're getting a clouded frame of the person on the back line says, would you mind holding the line and completing our survey? And if you don't give me a 9 or a 10, my child won't eat tonight, you know? So they're really trying to shape those things. So essentially what we need to do is stop thinking it as a static observation and turn it into what we call the active Net Promoter Score. Yeah, and what this says is if it's a 0 to 6, they get a call immediately and it's put right. Why? Because what's the cost of a dissatisfied customer? If you look at United Airlines, I think they said $180 million was a drop in their equity when somebody, basically they busted a guitar. So if you Google United breaks guitars, you see just how powerful a dissatisfied customer can be. We then look at a 7 or 8. That will get you a distinction at most universities. It doesn't give you an engaged customer. These people, this is your innovation pipeline, yeah? Which says basically, look, a 7 or 8, it's good in some industries, but for us, we were looking for a 9 or a 10. What did we miss? This is your innovation. This is what's next. This is what, if you're number one now, it will keep you number one in the future. There's a thing that you can use called www.ideascale.com, www.ideascale. It's crowdsourcing. The case study here is Dell IdeaStorm. They didn't have an interface. They didn't really know what was going on. They used a crowdsourced platform. Here, 9 or 10, the mere observing of something can change something. If you look in scientific parlance, the mere observation of something can change it. People say, would you get a 9 and a 10? And then they just leave it. Wow, 9 or 10. Thank you so much. If we've made a difference for you in your employment law, the best thing you can do for us is share your experience with someone else. It keeps our marketing costs down and our service levels high. 2 things you can do with that. 1, you can offer them to have a video testimonial. What's interesting about that? Well, a 10 is 3 times more likely to recommend than a 9. And someone who leaves a video testimonial is far more likely to recommend than somebody who's just given a passive score. And then you can actually, if they don't want to give a video one, they can go to Google+. And if you Google My Business, that's the access to basically keeping businesses move forward. Guys?
I want to give you a handy hint if you're using NPS. These are 3 simple tips to remember for using NPS plus a bonus one. First of all, and Ash alluded to this one, ask why. If you're going to ask them for the score, please ask them why, and then please action on that data.
Yeah.
Which leads on to the second point. The NPS score out of context is largely meaningless, like most metrics. If there's no context to it, don't bother using it. Now, the context here is, well, first of all, a competitor one. If you don't know your competitors' NPS scores, or if you're talking to your customers, if there's competitor products out there, if people are using those competitors and you don't understand what their scores are, again, your score's meaningless. They're giving you a 7 out of 10, you think that's great. If they're giving all your competitors 8 out of 10, you're losing. So you must have a competitor context. You must also understand what's preventing them from that score potentially becoming a repeat reuse, I think was the main criteria here. If we don't know, the classic example here, which is one which has probably been used many times in marketing, is everyone desires a Ferrari, no one buys one. Everyone would recommend a Ferrari, no one buys one. Why? Because they can't afford it. So if you can understand those things that are barriers, are preventing customers from becoming 7 and 8s to 9s and 10s, it's part of asking them why. But if you just remember those, well, it's 3 steps fundamentally: context and competitor are the same. If you don't know the competitor context or the context in which they're giving you the 8 or 9 out of 10, and actually scribbled this down wrong. The other one is to understand the drivers. If you understand what makes a 7 or 8 score, that could be, essentially that's then unpicking your customer touch points. Is it the price or discounting? Is it customer service? Is it follow-up? Is it after-sales service? Again, don't know your business closely enough. Is it the quality of the product? Is it the servicing of the product? Understand each of those and the extent to which they drive your NPS scores. Then you're getting to what Ash was alluding to, which is the active use of NPS. So 4 quick tips on using it.
Look, I'm going to zoom out for a little bit and not talk about NPS. Talk about the principles of segmentation specifically. Now, in many ways, you can segment a customer base or a market, but there are 3 general rules that we recommend that you think about in terms of any form of segmentation. The first is it needs to be relevant. And by relevant, I mean it needs to be predictive of some sort of behaviour that you're wanting that segment to exhibit at some point in time. Now, if you're talking about existing customers, I guess the relevant behaviour is really around continuing to do business with your firm. So you need a form of segmentation that actually will give you some propensity to understand the likelihood of an individual customer continuing to do business over time. The second thing is that it needs to be distinctive. So some segmentation or some ways of segmenting customer bases can result in customers belonging to more than one segment. So they might exist in this industry, in this location. If you're trying to actually cut the database in different ways, you could end up with the same customer appearing multiple times in your segmentation. And most importantly, it has to be actionable for you. At the end of the day, you need to be able to make decisions in your business about that segmentation and actually drive different marketing approaches and strategies, ways of engaging those segments going forward. So that's just a sort of macro rules of thumb when it comes to segmentation. Now, I think in the absence of NPS, if you don't have an NPS type feedback loop within the customer base at the moment, what I'd do is actually just have a look at something you do know about your customers over the history of the business. And the very simple thing is, of all the customers you have in your database, how many are active? Now, how you define active is really a matter for your business, based on the transaction frequency or history, how people do business with your firm. It might be that an active customer is someone that's transacted in the last 12 months, or maybe the last 6 months, or maybe in the last month. That's really a matter for you to determine. Then there will be customers who have been customers and may not necessarily be lost, but they haven't turned up for a while. They could be lapsed customers. And there will be those that we know definitely are lost. They don't return our phone calls. We can't get a meeting with them, whatever it might be. And I would say go through your entire database for the last 5 years and actually just do that basic segmentation. Who's active, who's lapsed, who's lost. And then actually look at each of those segments and say, well, what are the characteristics that actually differentiate the active from the lapsed and the lapsed from the lost? What do we know about them? Are there particular industry sectors that discriminate between those three groups? Are there particular sizes of business that discriminate between those three groups? Are there particular geographies, salespeople, customer service people who, all of Dave's customers are active, but Joe's are in the lights.
5 seconds.
Maybe there's something else going on there. So
5 second summary. 3 second summary.
This is the silent summary today. Thank you for the question. Look, where we started is making sure that right from the first interaction, you're mapping it back to people like me and seeing what people are responding to. Get the active Net Promoter Score in place. Make sure you are acting on it with the context against competitors, barriers, drivers of behavior. Make sure it's relevant, distinctive, and actionable. And the good news is you do have data. Match the data you do have to whether they're active, lapsed, or lost.
Geez, the gift that keeps on giving. I know it's a charity event for that one, don't I? All right.
Thank you so much for your question.
Everyone up? Everybody up? So, was that divine or was from the other place? 3, 2, 1, stumped or passed? That's a pass.
Hey, thank you so much. Alrighty, so little update for those watching at home. We are aiming to get to 100 marketing strategies in 24 hours. We've been at it for hours already and we're up to 15 passed and 0 stumped. We'll see how the night goes as we move on right through to 1 o'clock tomorrow afternoon.
Ian, would you like to grab the next question, mate? So we've got to focus on business data and analytics at the moment. Any questions from the audience first, and then we'll grab one online if not.
Yep.
Ewan?
Anyone?
All right, then we'll take one from online.
Cool.
This is from a gentleman called Andrew, and he's from Blacktown. He says, I have a small business in Blacktown that sells used electronics and instruments. We have a very wide variety of products, all from different years. We get a lot of customers that are looking for unique and rare things, as well as ones that are looking for the lowest price on last year's goods.
Right.
I have a database of around 2,000 people, so it's not huge, and I've tried email marketing, getting a pretty average open rate on emails. I send out roughly around 2%.
Wow.
How else can I use my database to grow my business?
Perfect. All right, seeing as it's online, we can't ask any clarifying questions.
But we can still react when they say 2% open rate.
All right, it's a shame that question wasn't. We've got an expert coming out, Kevin Baker, who's actually an online email marketing expert. So tune back in when Kev's on. There's going to be some great stuff coming up. I think he's in the next hour. So let's just start the clock. We can't ask any clarifying questions. We may as well go.
Okay, and we're away. So let's just start with this database that you've got up front. Open rate of 2% worries me because I'm worried about the wasted effort that happens in your business to make that happen. And the first place I want to look is, what are you actually sending to them? Because one of the big challenges with email marketing in particular is people are already getting a lot of emails every day. Just a quick poll in the audience, who doesn't get enough emails every day? Wish they got a few more.
I'd love a couple more.
Yeah, a few cheeky ones. No, people are getting hundreds of emails every day. It's just, there's so many. But there are companies that are still getting massive open rates, 15%, 30%, 60%. And there's one key thing at play. They're sending stuff that's relevant. They're sending stuff that people would actually look forward to getting. The alternative is, here's our weekly newsletter. Here's us talking about us. Here's our company picnic. And geez, don't we look like we're having fun? No, people don't want that. If they have an interest in electronic and instruments, you need to be developing or curating content that's actually going to match what people want. Now, the good thing for you, good news for you is that there's already a stack of content out there that the makers of this equipment are already doing, that others are doing. In some cases, you can curate it, but put it around a theme. Don't just, here's a bunch of articles for the week. Create a theme. The most successful content marketing that we've ever seen have been things like blend text. Will it blend? They put blenders on the counter, they're blenders, and every week they'd send an email, here's what we're going to try and blend this week. We'll chuck in an iPhone. Oh, let's chuck in the Samsung. People actually look forward to getting that email, even though it's an email about blenders, because there was a theme that they could run through consistently.
So the good news is that what Adam's talking about is great. You got an opportunity just to get to good. So, as I said, our next speaker coming up is a guy called Kevin Baker from a company called Brandmail. He will easily get you up to good. So, an engaged database, what we call it, a database that has a basic level engagement, generally across categories, is 20%. If you're at 2%, there is a factor of 10 available to you just getting some basics right. That's the basics to get to good. That essentially comes from relevancy. It comes from leading with things that people want to open. And look, when you're looking about curating or creating content, video's best. So if there's a secret hack, if there's an insight into a new product, something useful or relevant, then start with that. Sorry, I just have a glass of water.
Yeah, I'll continue. Just as I'm going to profess to being relatively stumped as not being a database person, but the one point, the thunder Ash was just about to steal was my first starting point would be looking at those people who do respond, that 2%, trying to understand who they are, what they're responding to, and understand why, because that's certainly a starting point for growing your business. There must be some nuggets in there that they are responding to. Let's understand what that is, why, how many, and what we can do to improve those rates. I'll handball back to Ash.
Thank you. So first of all, let's get into good. When it comes to great, a couple of things we've done for our clients was we've taken good databases and got them to great engagement levels. One was a competition called Already Won.
That was good.
It was for a travel company where just by getting the email, they could have already won something like a value of up to $400, but they needed to open the email to check. If something is going to motivate somebody, it's something for free and no risk. So already won, it meant through the email could come through and say you might have already won, you just needed to check within it. And there was a real profile, a real something that was given away each month. The second thing that we did was look for remarkability. And this worked in, it worked across a business to business space. And if you think it's hard to engage a consumer audience, business can be very difficult. We actually gave away, this had been price competitive and price driven, this category. I'm assuming electronics and instruments is very price driven. So you play into that and you go remarkable. But you might say, I can only afford to give away 20% across everything, or I can only afford to give 10% away across everything. What about if you gave away 90% for the first 3 or 4 only? I tell you what, people would be opening that email pretty quick. And what we've seen and what's been modeled is even the people that miss out, they get on the site, they get on the phone, and they buy the other stuff at full rate. It ends up being much, much better. And it comes back to relevancy and remarkability working together.
Yeah, good. Sorry. Look, I think that's a fascinating idea, this idea of remarkable discounts, because I think that trigger was actually in your question there. You said people are coming in looking for lowest price. And what we find is in categories where that's happening, the emails and the marketing that people send out has actually been training people to expect that and look for it and wait until the lowest price comes along to do it. So you either got to stop training them to look for price, or you've got to do something that either gets them on the phone, gets them buying quickly, or in your case, it could even be getting them in store by having a remarkable discount that will get them in there. But make sure that your emails aren't just about discounts. You've got to have something bigger than that.
I think that's a really good point. The fact that you're only getting a 2% response rate says to me there could be problems at a few different stages of the process. One is the capture of that email data in the first place. So how are we actually approaching people to provide that personal information? Many people attach a great deal of value on actually offering that information up. And if you don't respect that value in terms of, firstly, up front, being clear about what you're going to use that information for, then you can get yourself into issues, not only non-response, but also potentially privacy issues. There's also the quality of which that data is captured. So I've worked with businesses that, oh yeah, we capture email addresses, but it's a very manual process. Somebody at reception's transcribing the information. And so there's no commitment around data quality to actually make sure that the information around the email address or the customer details are actually accurately recorded. And that can create bounce backs and unsubscribes and the like. The last thing I would say in terms of all of these issues is really to focus on what is the value that you're actually giving back to somebody who gives you your email, that gives you their email address. And again, the lack of response says to me intuitively that you're not actually offering value. So it comes back to your content strategy rather than just promotion. Actually give them information that must strike a passion. And these guys are musicians, for God's sake. And most musicians I've met are incredibly passionate about music, incredibly passionate about their instrument. You should understand, what they play, what styles of music they're interested in, and actually attach that type of information to the email address. So you can shape the content so that it's most relevant and most value, and therefore when that email hits the inbox, they go, oh, this stuff's generally pretty good, I'll open it up and have a look. So that's...
I'll just make a couple more points. All right, wrap stones. So in looking at beyond the price, look to your strengths. So you said you were in Blacktown. As well as price, what about if you focused on delivery and you actually figured out whether you could do 1 hour delivery to Blacktown or 2 hour delivery or something remarkable about delivery? So it's the world's fastest delivery to Blacktown. Find something beyond price that the others can't compete on. And then the other thing to look at is Google Shopping. So Google Shopping is looking at direct click-through for individual products. It's something that you can do by a geo-focus area, and our partners Digital Massive are getting breakthrough results. It is the new AdWords buster, and it's an absolute ripper. So Stones, do you want to just wrap, mate?
Great. So where we started was you've got a 2,000 person database and only a 2% open rate with the electronics and instruments. The first thing was this idea of building valuable content, which Dean built on quite significantly. If you're not offering value, people aren't going to engage with what you have to say. Second thing is don't train to look for price. Don't train on looking for discounts. Instead, you want to be playing to your strengths that the others can't be, like remarkable delivery and the like. The third one is remarkable triggers. You can use little tweaks like, hey, you may have already won, just open this email to find out, to get people to engage, to get them looking at the other things that you have to say. And finally, this point that you made, how do you get there? Well, start at this 2% that are opening it. Who are they? What is it about them that makes them so engaged with what you have to say? So build the value, don't train on price, remarkable triggers, who's already opening and why, and I think we'll call it there with 20 seconds left to go. Andrew, thank you so much for your question from Blacktown. We'll give you a round of applause from here anyway. Woo!
Actually, that was nowhere near loud enough. If he's going to hear us in Blacktown, we're going to have to be louder. So 3, 2, 1, let's go. Yeah, baby, all right. So everybody up, and in the Stump the Strategist tradition, stumped or passed. 3, 2, 1.
Woo.
That is a unanimous pass.
Hey. Even the messieurs voted passed on that one.
Oh, yeah, we even got the messieurs through. So 608 Harris Street, we are giving away free massages from the 3-Minute Angels, who are just fantastic. That's why the strategists on here are actually going on break, just to refresh and rejuvenate. So this is an online event. It's also a real world event. And we have cracked the beers out. So the Urban Purveyor Group. So it is proper German beer. So we are, it's the sleep that causes hangovers. That's why we're just going to go straight through. So no sleep, no hangovers. Let's mark up our next pass. And maybe Dean, you can ask the audience, or we'll go online for the next question.
Any questions about marketing strategy, data strategy?
How to go at that?
Probably not the best one for marketing data strategy, but just identifying power users within your industry. I work for a company called What Cost, which is within the energy, environmental, and technology spheres. And we're doing like a pre-sales campaign on our website, www.whatcost.com.
Good. So it was whatcost.com?
Yeah, with double T, so W-A-T-T.
Oh, so like W-A-T-T cost.
That's the one, perfectly. Yeah, we'd love to we'd love to identify some power users within our spheres.
So when you talk about power users, can you sort of unpack them?
So influencers that when we target them, we get our brand across to them, they'll be able to spread it virally to a lot more of our users, potential users.
So that's, just to build on that, so your fundamental objective here is how do you get more engagement with these power users so they spread the word and you get more users?
Yeah, it's more of a flow on for less effort.
Yep.
Can I also just get an understanding of what the value is that your business creates for those customers?
I'd love to tell you what the value is.
It's questions under 9 minutes as well as the answer. So.
Okay, well, our product pretty much with one sensor, we transform any home and your existing appliances into the smart home of the future, which results in your home becoming more energy efficient, safer, and smarter. So eventually it can easily save you money off your electricity bill. We can tell you if you're doing behavior that's unsafe, such as leaving your house with the iron on. And we can pretty much show you diagnostics that no one else in the market can show you about your house.
Okay. Great. Stones, do you want to start it?
Yeah, and we're off.
So it's actually interesting. They've modeled some behavioral economics around power. And what they found was they tried the dollar angle. They went, hey, do you know that you can save a lot of money by switching power providers? And people didn't move. And then they went, hey, you can save the trees. Wouldn't that be great? Why don't you change the move? Yeah, so you got Adam. So power user Adam. And then they went, hey, Ash, did you know that your neighbours, Dean and Ewan, are kicking your ass? And I'm like, really? So it's actually, the access is finding benchmarking and turning it into a game, because the sharing might not be just I'm using it, it's how do you gamify that? And it could be something like percentage change, it could be dollar saved, it could be other people who you share the message with. You can find different game mechanics, and if you actually think about leaderboards and think about that, some of the online game centers, to actually have that on there, to actually really gamify it and actually look to see what are the real drivers of behavior, and if you can benchmark to people in your area, people in your street, people in your workplace, really take that on and then make sure we've got the frames to turn it into a game.
Look, this is interesting because you mentioned you're doing a pre-sale campaign, which immediately gets me thinking of Kickstarter economics. So this whole movement which has happened over the last few years of actually getting people to contribute to an idea before it's made real, before it exists. So for those who aren't familiar with it, Kickstarter is a platform where you can have an idea, say, here's what I'd like to do. I need, say, $100,000 to do it. And if 100,000 people will each give $1, we'll get there. If we only get 50,000, we'll give you your money back because we can't make it happen. And that's asking for financial commitment for people up front. There's a couple of things you can do to really get a pre-sale campaign like this working. First one is setting a time limit on it. This is why Kickstarter works so well. There's a time limit, usually 30 days is more powerful than anything longer. It means when people see your materials, they have to decide to take action now. Second thing is making sure that you're building hype before your campaign even goes live. Getting people who are... I'll take a step back, because the reason I'm telling you about all of these things is you have to assume up front that everyone's going to be a power user. You have to give them that opportunity. And if you miss out because you're waiting for them to demonstrate that they're a power user first, you're going to miss the opportunity to convert just your regular guys into a power user. And what I'm most interested in is how can you convert your regular people into powerful promoters. And it's by making it easy. So you want to build hype beforehand and build in scarcity once again. Can you offer a discount for people who contribute in the first 5 hours of your campaign, for example? Kickstarter economics again, the more funds you get in the first day of your campaign, the more likely you are to actually get your funds by the end of the 30 days. You know by the end of the first day to within 50% whether someone's actually going to have a successful campaign, and it comes from the contributions up front. After every contribution, you want to be requesting an action. You want to be requesting that they share. And I've got this word up here, incremental requests. You want to be asking, hey, thank you so much. You've just supported us by making a pre-sale. Would you like to share this on Facebook? Once that's done, give them a little menu bar saying, hey, you're actually only a third of the way there. Can you just do one more thing? Can you do Twitter for us as well? And finally, can you just send a couple of emails around? Asking the request incrementally makes it easy for people to ultimately do the action that amounts to them being a power user. Now, you've also got to make it easy for people to share this idea. You gave us a good pitch. You can't unfortunately be in everyone's lounge rooms, although I'm sure that the messieurs would be welcome in everyone's lounge rooms. Unfortunately, you're not welcome there. So to make that story real and that pitch real, you've got to have a video. Going back to Kickstarter again, campaigns without videos don't get their goals as often as campaigns with a video. And you want to match it to implications. So beyond the things that you said that the product does, that the service does, what changes in people's life as a result of doing it? Is it, as Ash said, that all of a sudden you're beating your neighbor? Is it, I don't know what it is because I don't know your product, but make sure you're matching to what changes in people's life. And it can be simple things as well. The first product on Kickstarter to get more than $1 million in pre-sales was a phone charging dock. And all they did in the first 15 seconds of their video was show how annoying it is to unplug a cable on your iPhone. Simple, but that got them to $1 million in pre-sales in 30 days because they demonstrated it with video and people saw it and go, yeah, that's me in the morning. I'm trying to pull it out of the crappy dock. So demonstrate with video.
Look, one of the ways I try and think about these problems is to unpack, I guess, the causal factors behind the behaviour you want your customer to exhibit. So in your case, you want them to firstly use the service, but secondly, be a promoter of that service going forward. So what underpins that behaviour? There needs to be some motivation for them to actually behave in that way, and usually that motivation is underpinned by some sort of value set. Now, there's been a lot of consumer psychology trying to understand values and how they translate into motivation and behaviour, and that really broad brush sort of idea around a lot of those models is that you've really got sort of three broad groups of values. One is the what we might call the pioneers, so people that are more sort of motivated by altruistic values. That I'll do this for the greater good. So I'll do it to save the planet, I'll do it to save the koalas, whatever it might be. The prospectors who are more sort of directed around self-achievement and power. So I'll do it because there's something in it for me. Now that might be financial, or it might be in terms of social reward or recognition, esteem. And then there's a third group who typically in a given situation are what we call the settlers. So they're more risk averse. They're operating out of trying to mitigate risk in respect to the category, whatever that category might be. So in your case, it might be about mitigating against power failure, or mitigating against rising costs of electricity. So if you can firstly sort of understand who are the early adopters and what are the values that are actually motivating them to adopt the service, that's a great starting point to then say, okay, well, how do we engage those people, given their values, given their motivations, to get them to then behave in the way that we'd like them to. Now, if you're attracting prospectors, people that are adopting this service because it's delivering something, it's delivering on the what's in it for me thing, then you really need to tap into that and work out how to amplify it. So if it is about social recognition, as Adam said, give them tools to actually amplify that through their social networks, or to actually promote themselves as users of the service in very easy and simple ways. However, if it's somebody that's a pioneer doing it for altruistic purposes, then what can we do? What content can we give them to support, if you like, or nurture the motivation to adopt the service around, having reduced greenhouse gas emissions, or burn X number of tons less coal, whatever it might be. So I think it's really trying to understand that psychology and the mindset around those adopters, and then working out your strategy from there about how to best get them to exhibit the behaviour you want going forward.
So I've got a huge amount to add, other than I would be working with your existing database to understand, okay, who those guys are, how we identify them, what they look like, whether that's demographic, behavioural, psychographic. I mean, these guys have stolen my thunder again, but we can understand how big those groups are amongst the people you're currently talking to. And for each of them, it's understanding that it's not a blanket approach that's going to work. It is a targeted approach. There will be different messages, there will be different techniques that resonate with each of them respectively.
So just to bring it together there, so whether you're looking at pioneer settlers, Roger's adoption curve actually shows the adoption of technology. The game here is to bridge the gap. In doing that, you want to have this discovery where the people who get on first are given the recognition. The recognition at two levels. First of all, their personal recognition, and that comes from benchmarking versus people who are like them, yeah? Whether it's a geographic, whether it's in their suite, you do that. You then step to playing a bigger game. Burger King did a stunt chicken thing where every time you recommended it, you saw the chicken do a new stunt. It was the first one. There's like a bar. You want to play a bigger game, or maybe what costs donate to nature or some other big cause, the more people that get on. You then want to tap into tools of self-expression for them. So imagine a sticker that went on their letterbox that says, no junk mail please, this is a what costs smarter house, and then tap into a staged link into their social network and say, share here, then do this, do that. It all comes back to the game. Whew, whew. Very good. Thank you. All right. Can you do it, Science?
Yeah, sweet. Well, sounds like a good product, actually. Okay, you guys know how this goes. It's stumped. Oops, sorry, it's stumped or it's passed. On your feet to vote in 3, 2, 1. We got passed from everyone, including the guy who asked the question, which is always a relief when the person who asked the question saw value in it. Now, there are two ways to ask questions. You can ask questions down here. We're at Fish Burners at 608 Harris Street in Ultimo. Or for those of you watching online, you can ask questions through the chat panel or by emailing us, stumpme@stepchangemarketing.com. That'll go through to Dave, our lovely cleaning lady, who will get those emails and share those questions with us. So, chalking it up as another pass. We're at 17 past.
We just, because we've only got Ewan and Dean for a small amount of time, I'd really like to go something heavy on data this time, Adam. So if you can try and find a real data-centric question, either online. I don't know if you've got any online or in the audience. Anyone got something particularly around data they'd like to
Data
ask?
analytics, customer research.
Great, we'll go online.
So we've got one here from Roger. He says, I'm a marketing manager of a major golf club retailer in Sydney, and my boss keeps harping on at me to use big data. I've been to a few conferences and speakers, and I just don't get it. And don't tell my boss, but I don't really think he does either. I'm frustrated and frankly still confused
This is
about
like one of those online resignations. Isn't
Yeah.
Perhaps.
Roger.
So I'm frustrated and frankly still confused about exactly what big data is. What do I need to know? And what can I do to get my boss off my back that will really make a difference?
Oh,
cool.
Well, I think that's where we say, I'm glad you asked.
I'm glad you asked.
So there's no clarifying questions.
Sorry, it was not a retail business, was it?
Golf clubs.
Yeah.
Golf clubs.
He doesn't specify
golf
major
retailer.
golf club retailer, so we
So
can
selling
assume-
golf clubs, golf balls, golf
Yep.
accessories, yeah?
Great.
Start the clock and we'll probably hand the baton over to our resident data experts.
Oh, I don't know about expert. So the first thing I'll address there, big data, you don't really know what it is. The truth there is you're probably sharing the stage with about 100% of the population because as of yet, no one has actually come up with a definitive data of what big data is as a solution. Big data is only ever shown as a problem. Where I would start with this, which is actually the simplest piece of advice, is don't worry about the data. The data is a resource that you have available to answer your business problem. To Roger's point, yes, your boss probably doesn't know about what big data is either. Where we always start with companies that come to us saying, help, I've either got no data or too much data, is what are you trying to answer? Now, I would hypothesize it's probably along the lines of one of two things. It's either to drive more sales or to improve some form of customer sentiment about your product, your brand. So if we take, I suspect it's the former of those two. So fundamentally, as a marketing manager, you have a sales objective or you're trying to help your manager with a sales objective. So let's start with that. Okay, when we work back, there are probably 4 pieces of information that you've got available to you to help you understand how I can drive sales more. I'll write them up afterwards, but the first one is public domain data. The second one will be channel data that as a marketing manager you will have available to you. The third one is customer transaction data. The fourth one will be primary market research. Usually you withhold that fourth one until the absolute last. It's the most costly. It can be the least effective, often if it's not used properly, and you generally don't get the most data available. So to Roger, I would say, let's start with that sales objective that you're trying to unpick. And from the public domain data that you have available, so what is the size of the membership of golf clubs or people playing golf, how many are there? Therefore, that gives us a size of the price. How many people out there are likely to be available to buying your products that you're retailing? The second point on that is the channel data. Yes, you have various mechanisms that you're using online, offline to communicate with these people, so we'll have plenty of data in there about them. And the third one, which is your customer transaction data, we probably sound a bit like a broken record, but we can look at you can look at your customer database there to understand, okay, who are the bigger users. I'm sure you'll have a lot of information in there on those repeat customers that are buying a lot versus those that don't. So I would say as a starting point from a big data, probably look at those 3 buckets before you actually go out and try and buy more data. That's usually the problem. Throwing more data at big data is not the solution to big data.
So just to stop me if I'm wrong, Ewan or Dean, but essentially, because we're not data experts, big data, the promise of big data is that everything ends up as a data point. The number of people who come to your store, the number of people who pick up a particular club, the number of people who buy that, who return it, who buy something else around it. It says that every single contact, behavior, and everything exhibited to a customer has the potential for data. The promise of big data is that you can connect all those little data points and out of that data, find something that really stands out and is meaningful. And if you can connect those data points into something that gives you better insight, better things you can actually get ahead and stay ahead. Why? Because you own this data. And if you can understand that data, it gives you the insights first. We started with Craig Rispin, the Futurist today, who said, if you know first, you can be first and you can profit first. So the promise of big data and the opportunity for the future is that if you can actually look, instead of looking at your business, look at your customer relationship as a set of data points, if you can put the right systems in place to find out who benefits and how you can benefit more and model that, you can get ahead and stay ahead. Is that reasonable?
Yeah, I think you really hit the nail on the head there, Ashton, that big data has a number of characteristics. One is variety, and that's really what you're talking about there, that almost every touch point can spin off a source of data. And that's one of the characteristics of big data. There are two others that really define big data. One is volume. And so when we're talking about big data, we're talking about very large sets of information that come at you in a continuous way, which is the velocity part. So it's like the fire hydrant that's just continuously pumping information into your business. Now, the challenge with a lot of big data is that it's almost, unless you're a massive multinational with large pockets and lots of resources, it's very hard to say, okay, well, we're gonna take all this data and we're gonna find the nuggets, because it's really an exploration exercise, and you don't know how long it's going to take. You don't even know at the end of it whether you'll actually find anything meaningful in terms of separating some sort of customer signal from all the noise. So what we'd recommend to you in your case is actually to start with the end in mind and say, okay, well, what are the business issues that are most troubling us today? What are the unsolved questions that we're trying to address? Actually try and describe those in a way and then say, well, what is the information available to us from this big data space, whether it be social media information, i.e. people talking about your brand of clubs, or whether it be your customer data warehouse, or whether it be your transaction systems, that actually has potential to address that particular question or problem. And then once you've established that, describe it in a hypothesis. So for example, you might say, well, whenever we have trial days where we go to a golf club and actually have people use the clubs, we tend to see an uptick in terms of inquiry in a 10-kilometre geographic catchment around that trial. So if that's your hypothesis, actually put in place a way of capturing the data that allows you to test that. The next time you have a trial day, look at the basic level of inquiry that existed prior to the trial, and then the date the trial was run, and then make sure that you're capturing that data and analysing it again on the back of the trial to get a sense of, well, did that marketing activity, the testing of the clubs at this particular level actually have an effect on inquiry about our clubs and all of the pro shops and bulk retailers within that catchment area over time. So you're actually dipping into the source of big data, the transaction systems of your trade partners, both pre and post the event, to actually address that hypothesis. And if you found it made a small effect, you might say, well, what do we need to do differently to actually try and drive that effect higher next time? Maybe we'll actually throw in a free cap with the trial. Does that increase inquiry further? So this idea of sort of measuring and testing, which is taking advantage of the velocity of the data. It's a never-ending stream. You can create an intervention, understand what was happening before, measure it afterward, adjust, go back, measure it again. So in terms of really harnessing big data, I would say be focused, be very clear about the business question or issue you're trying to address, have a clear hypothesis about what you would expect around that particular intervention to address that issue, and then use the benefits of big data, being selective about what you choose to monitor and measure and test through time different approaches to address that business issue.
And if I just add, the absolutely critical thing that Dean has alluded to here is when you're doing that measurement, make sure that you've already set your measurement KPIs or objectives at the planning stage. There is nothing worse than your boss saying, why are we doing that campaign? Why have we spent on that drive day? If you're then trying to manufacture the numbers and the measurements afterwards, because you'll do one of two things badly. Either you won't be able to find the data, or worse, you'll make up the data to justify what you did, and then you won't learn.
So the guys are giving you a brilliant framework for amplifying stuff. The first thing, seeing as it sounded like you're still on the starting blocks, would be go back to assume that 80% of your sales come from 20% of your customers. It tends to hold true across most industries most of the time. If you can find out this 20% and find out who they are, where they are, what they buy, when they buy it, how they buy it, and why they buy it, then you can model that back across to the other 80%, and from that foundation you can start to put in place some of the really smart framework stuff the guys have given you.
Stone's going to wrap up.
I thought you wouldn't give me an opportunity, so I'm writing really big so people don't miss it, which is, look, big data starts small. It starts with the data you've already got and the data you can collect. Don't get overwhelmed by this idea of big data being lofty. It's all these things that we've got here. It's starting with the business issue. It's building a hypothesis to address it. It's actually measuring. And the first step is putting all these things in place so you are actually building data. You can take it to partners down the track. You can use the data sources that are already out there. And then it gets really interesting when you start to tweak and influence the people that matter most.
And Roger, if you'd like to submit your CV, if that doesn't work out, I'm sure we can find you a place on the panel next time.
Very good. All right, so for the audience here, we want to know, were we stumped or were we passed? You guys need to stretch your legs, so jump on your feet, except you guys getting massages. All right. Stumped or passed in 3, 2, 1. Passed all round. Thank you very much.
Now this is the last question that we're going to have Dean and Ewan for. So
got one more data question.
Yeah, I think we've got time for one more.
Yeah, one more question. The guys are here, they're experts at data analytics and business insight. We've got a question raring to go, so let's just get a microphone.
The mic to you.
I've seen her sitting on the edge of her seat for the past hour waiting for a chance to get that question in. You can either submit it online or get down here, we won't miss you. Hello.
Okay, hello. I run Phonics Hero, which is the platform which teaches a child how to read and spell.
So which one is it called?
PhonicsHero.com.
Phonics.
Phonics Hero.
Right.
We
might need to teach this child how to spell. Phonics.
Yeah, Hero. Our pricing strategy was just copy the competition. That's how we started 3 years ago.
Well, it worked for Sam Walton.
And we've never changed that strategy. I want to delve into it now. What would you suggest for a strategy for us to approach working out what the optimum price is for a parent to pay? We're currently charging $50 for 6 months. It's a reoccurring revenue. I'm suspicious that this teaching a child to read and spell is only something that's sensitive for a couple of months. We originally thought it was a kind of 2-year game, but it's only a real pain point for parents for a couple of months. How do you think I should go about testing the pricing strategy for it?
Very good question.
Right. Do you have any clarifying questions there, guys?
How large is your current customer database?
Of subscribing parents, we've probably got about 1,000.
Okay.
I'm assuming that's active because I'm assuming there's a degree of turnover on the database.
Yeah, because it's a subscription, so they, on average, they keep buying.
Oh, sorry, timer. Yep, and we're off and away. Okay, we're away. Okay, I'll go first.
Yep.
You can't hold me back. So look, the first thing here is getting to the ideal price isn't just a matter of testing, it's also a matter of influencing. I'm in a job as a marketer because you can actually influence the amount people are willing to pay. So before you get into testing for optimization, the rational economics in there, I'd actually be interested in how can you influence the perception of price up front. So because it's a subscription product, there's the element of time and price, and you can actually tweak both those elements to work out what's optimal. As soon as he said $50, I went, ooh, $50 from, I'm like, then he said 6 months. It's like, okay, well, can you get it down to a monthly price? Does that immediately make it seem more accessible for people? And sometimes just tweaking from a big block to smaller payments regularly is an easy way to get things started. Also gives you the added benefit that it's not a renewal time at 6 months, when people tend to have used the product, they've gotten past their peak usage and moved past it. It's just automatic renewing every month. So I'm going to brainstorm some ways to influence the price. These guys are going to tell you a bit more.
So there are a couple of approaches to dealing with this problem. One's a traditional market research approach, where you might take a sample of parents who are representative of your target market, actually through a research paradigm, put to them a number of different value propositions. So, this is the product, and this is the length of the subscription period, and this is the average monthly price, and actually vary those attributes to try and identify what combination of attributes, if it's length of subscription or monthly price point, or maybe the features or benefits that get bundled with it. I don't know, for example, if your product's modular, so perhaps you have a base module that is at a very low price point, and yet they can ramp up to probably go to the advanced module or something down over time. So you can alter those things. It's basically a form of what's otherwise known as conjoint analysis or choice modeling. And by running that sort of design over a sample of people, what you'll get at the end of the day are demand curves that say, okay, well, if we have this type of product configured in this way, here is the optimal price point to drive either volume or value for your business. And volume and value aren't necessarily the same thing. So it's really matter for your business in terms of customer profitability, where that threshold needs to be. So that's one way of approaching it. But the other way of doing it is actually, you could run promotional activity in the real world, using Google AdWords campaigns where you might promote for a limited time an offer at a given price point, and actually just have a look at the response. Google Analytics gives you a great real-time feed of data in terms of the serving of impressions around each of the price points, how people are interacting with that, and ultimately going through and converting to a sale. So you can sort of almost run your own real-world experiment, using a limited sort of time-based offer to actually test different value propositions and price points in the real world.
No, you can talk about that. I just want to make a couple of points. The first one is you've got to remember that it's not price. You can't make a decision on price alone. It's value that people can decide on, and value is what you pay over what you get. So you have to start playing around with a database of 1,000. That's awesome, because you can start testing all the variables. We look at duration and messing around with that. We look at actually changing the price and see what happens then. Most importantly, we look at re-engagement offer, and then the access is in the plus. What do you add in beyond the price that changes and messes up the equation? I think Adam is going to talk about something like that in a second. I'll just make a couple more points. One thing to note here, Simon Reynolds talks about the ascension model. 3 to 7% of your audience are not price sensitive. There should be an outrageously expensive, outrageously good Veblen variation, which is called the, the private school, the selective school edition, that comes with something amazing, which link into a private tuition or something that has an outrageous price point on it. The other thing, being a parent, guilt is terrible. This, as a cost, is less than the cost of a coffee a week. And if you even got on coffee cups at the local coffee shops and those types of things, in terms of anchoring that price, $50, when you start off with 50, I had the same reaction as Adam. Oh, that's a lot. Until you go, it's less than a coffee a week. That's ridiculously. The other thing is to model when we look at re-engagement. If you haven't already, the best marketing education you'll ever get is buying a case of wine from Naked Wines. And try not to buy a second case. I challenge you. These guys are the masters of re-engagement. It's absolutely brilliant. And in doing that, you just need to frame. Don't pay. There needs to be a don't pay price. Not was, there needs to be a don't pay price. Don't pay this much for your child's education, pay this much. And most importantly, there needs to be, we commonly find the average duration is 2 years. Best practice says it's 2 years. Something that actually sets a frame right at the start of what I shouldn't be paying and how long I should stay for.
Yeah, that's really good. Just a couple of very quick points. The first one is previously we've been talking about using your database to understand your current customers and using that as a projection to go outside. In your instance, this was slightly different because of the nature of your product from startup, which is a me too, and very much following a competitor lead. And at the moment, if I'm understanding right, your strategy is actually to move potentially into different spaces, different customer bases. Using your current base as a microcosm for the rest of the market could be a bit limiting, because essentially all you'll do is go out and find people who look the same, are buying for the same reason, and it will limit you within the same space. The other point I'd like to pick on, which Ash said about the ascension model, which is absolutely critical here, and it actually applies to how you test pricing as well in the market, is the relativity of the price. If you say to someone, would you pay $50, $40, or $30, the likelihood that they'll purchase at 50 will be much lower than if you ask them, will you buy it at 50, 60, or 70? Just purely because 50 suddenly looks like better value for money against $60 or $70 a month, which is essentially what Ash is saying. Is that if you go out with like a hero product, a flagship product that you may never ever sell, but it's $100 for the 6-month subscription, everything else looks like good value.
Speaking of good value, good value. First one, anchoring. Compare to the cost of textbooks, coaching, private schools. This is how much you'll
Coffee.
pay to educate your kid to read and write, or pay what you'll do. Breaking into smaller elements. We talked about that monthly or even daily. The compare it, don't pray. This is an interesting one where a test was done for The Economist, where they offered students a chance to get a print subscription for, I believe it was, the online subscription was $60 and the print subscription was $110. So which one do you want? You know, roughly, there's a bit of a spread. It's cheap online, I'll just go that. Now, when they added in the third option, print for $110 or both print and online for $110, the ratio shifted dramatically, and because you're getting something free thrown in, went absolutely ballistic. I believe it was 90%. I'm not looking at you because I think he taught me about this in the first place.
Yeah, it's back to the relativity. Yeah,
So
absolutely.
it's a Dan Ariely case study.
Yep.
If you Google Dan Ariely, The Economist, you'll actually see it's called the decoy model, where you actually have the choice that you want people to make. You frame up something that makes a very easy comparison. So would you like the print just for $110 or print and online for $110? Makes the decoy, nobody just chooses print, makes the decoy a no-brainer.
Look, just the discussion's triggered a couple of thoughts, and there's a great example of the airline industry and how they've approached pricing over the last 5 to 10 years. There's been something like $20 billion of extra revenue created in the US airline industry simply through a practice they call unbundling, which basically is adjusting your seat from how many bags you can take on, whether you get a meal or not, whether you get entertainment or not, the time of the flight, a whole number of parameters which people can ascribe different amounts of value to depending on their own preferences. Now, I don't know whether your product is a single thing or whether it has different aspects or modules to it, but even if it doesn't,
you can make some.
You can unbundle. So you can unbundle the quantity that you pay or how you pay it. So for example, maybe there's a higher price for a credit card transaction, for example. The subscription period, so if you want to subscribe for the few months that most people tend to subscribe for, it's a higher price than if you take it over 6 or 12 or longer. Particular modules and ultimately value adds, other benefits that people might get that you could actually throw into the mix, the little X plus one, that all of a sudden makes that price in that period seem that much more valuable. So just think in terms of unbundling.
Okay. You asked, how can I test and optimize the price? And we said, let's make it bigger. All right, so you do get to vote. Everyone on your feet once again. Did we pass? Were we stumped? Once again, it's a pass. Thank you very much for your question. That was about phonics heroes. So let's check in at the end of 4 hours into this barking mad adventure to do 100 strategies in 24 hours, all in support of assistance dogs. Thank you so much to Ewan and Dean, both who volunteered to be here, to come under fire from your chewiest marketing challenges and bravely stand the test. So well done, guys. Very nicely done. All right, so this is Stump the Strategist. We are going for a full 24 hours. We started at 1 o'clock today. We'll finish at 1 o'clock tomorrow. We have a massive lineup of guest strategists along the way. We're soon to be joined by the likes of Kevin Baker, Dean Mannix, Ivan Frangi, Dan Illick, Craig Rispin. The list goes on. There is a stack of people coming up tonight. So you can either join us online, or as you guys already are, or come on down. We're at Fishburners at Ultimo, which is 608 Harris Street. Now, I've been at this for 2 hours. I'm ready to use the bathroom. So we're going to do a ceremonial passing of the baton as we get the next 2 strategists on board. Don't worry, Ashton Bishop, Head of Strategy, will continue to delight and excite and hopefully crack a few marketing challenges as well. This is Ashton Bishop, Australia's predatory marketer. I'm going to welcome to the stage and then do a great handover with Andy Durack, Head of Copy and Insights. Welcome back, Andy.
Thanks, Stones.
Had an hour of massages down the back. One of the incentives for actually turning up. The 3-minute angel guys are working a trick. I'd also like to introduce and welcome Kevin Baker, General Manager at Brandmail. Kevin, welcome.
Hello, hello, hello.
So, Brandmail is the email marketing service that Kevin actually created. So this isn't someone who just knows marketing, email marketing, but actually understands it inside out, having created his own platform. So the interesting thing about the way he built his business, though, is he had to look first at the pain points that already exist in the industry, knew that people were sick of trying to staple together different systems. They pay a lot for a system and couldn't use half the features, or they just didn't know where to start and constantly felt like they needed technical support. Kevin's turned all that around with Brand Mail. It's the A to Z of marketing services, and Kevin has volunteered to be with us here today. Thank you, Kevin. Good luck.
Round of applause for Kevin.
Nice one, Kev.
And thanking Step Change's very own General Manager, Adam Long. Congratulations, mate.
Yay.
All right, so this is Stump the Strategist. We do have Kevin who's joined us on stage, and Kevin's expertise is in social media, but particularly in the power of email marketing and connecting with your audience via that medium. We do need to disclose that we are one of Kevin's clients, so we can vouch for the success of his platform. We can't vouch for the success of his answers today because we don't know what the questions are, but hopefully we can have some questions coming through. Seeing as this is about online and online marketing, we may actually look to online and take a question on marketing communications, or particularly around the specialty of email marketing.
Yeah, we've got a great one here from a lady called Jane. And she
Jane?
says, I sell custom-made furniture online in the suburbs, and my customers come in from all over Sydney. Our furniture is brilliant, and we want to make sure that our customers think the same and tell their friends. We've got a database of around 2,500 who we contact every few weeks. Open rates fluctuate from between 5 to 10%, but I don't actually get any sales from them. So how can I sell more furniture?
Okay, so 2,500 people on her database, custom furniture, 5 to 10%. She's looking to sell more. Okay, any clarifying questions?
Can we find out how
Oh, we can't have any clarifying questions because she's online.
She's online, okay.
We don't know how old, but she is based in the suburbs and her customers come from all over Sydney.
Okay.
Okay. So one of the major issues we find, so we start? Oh, you're right.
Yeah.
Okay, so yeah, one of the major issues we find with most companies is that they sign up people once and then they just keep emailing them and they don't get them to re-opt in. So what we find is that a lot of the data that's in most companies' databases, between 60 and even 90%, which we're finding here, don't actually open or engage with the communications that you're sending out. So the best way to actually, I guess, improve the situation is to get more leads in, is to create some advertising that's going to drive some opt-in, that's going to get more people into the database, because that database sounds like it's quite active. And I'd actually remove the 90% that aren't opening into a separate database and try and get them back on the re-engagement campaign. So yeah, so that's the way that we're going to concentrate on the 5 to 10% that are opening, and then focus on getting more leads into that good database and splitting the non-opens into a separate database.
So I have 2 points I want to make, and I want to throw back to Kev on one of them. The first thing is, if people aren't buying online, don't try and sell. If they're not buying online, try and have an intermediate step. Buy them a drink before you try and take them home. How about you got them to a physical event? How about you actually set something up, particularly if it's furniture, the ability to engage with that, the ability to test that, inviting them to a factory, inviting them to a showroom, inviting them to an event where their furniture is present is much likely as an interim step instead of going straight to the sale. The second thing is the latest research out says that 85% of people are more likely to buy if they've seen a video of the product. This is best practice online, that if you have the product there, a little video showing the product underneath it, maybe if you've got the person who manufactured that furniture talking about it, looking at the materials, videos drastically increase the probability of purchase. And Kev has some latest news on what's possible now with video and email.
Yeah, we've just launched video email, so we're now able to actually put the video that plays in the email template. So it actually displays in the inbox when it's actually arrived. So you actually cut out a step of actually having to click. So from a engagement point of view, we've seen it massively increase the amount of engagement that people get, so you can dramatically increase the amount of pages.
What sort of numbers are we looking at?
About 280% so far.
280%. Yeah. So when you're coming off a low base like 5 to 10%, you need an increase like 280% to try and cut through and make a difference. It's actually interesting is that I think one of the reasons for that, Kevin, correct me if I'm wrong, is if you look at the size of the internet hasn't grown, it's shrunk. And it's shrunk to the size of your mobile phone. And you may, if you've got a 5 to 10% open rate, still be designing email marketing in the old world where people are opening that on their PC. They're not. Over 50% of mobile data is now video. So unless you've got video-driven stuff and moving forward in that way, you're not preparing communications that are actually tapping into the way people actually buy. Andy?
We see this quite often when we're doing email marketing for our clients. And there's a couple of things. First of all, I'm sure you'd agree, Kev, is around cleaning the database. So you've got 2,500 of them. How many signed up 6 months ago and then forgot about you and don't want anything to do with you again? So one way to do that is send out a email that asks them whether they actually want more information, get rid of the ones that aren't actually interested. Now, around the actual writing of the emails and how you can actually convert within them, I bet there's probably there's probably a little bit, if it's custom furniture, and I'm assuming it's quite beautiful, really nice, there might be a little bit of you sending out emails that's basically Instagram photos that they look really nice, they look beautiful. There's probably no call to action. There's probably no asking for sales. So it is a sales tool in the end. So as Ash was saying, if you can actually have the video, have it video led, and then make sure that there's call to actions throughout, make sure they're actually asking for sales throughout. One thing that's interesting as well around emails is how they're put together. And what we find is people normally put them together, or they get the work experience kit or something. They spend a long time curating information, and then they're due to go out and they go, oh, what's the headline? I don't know, I'll just chuck something on and bang, it goes out, and that's all they do. Whereas it's been these stats. I can't cross this line. These stats aren't obviously exact. Depending on each email, the headline might be seen by around 80% of people. You've got a 5 to 10% open rate. The people that actually then go in and read the email is going to be a hell of a lot lower. Yet you're spending all your time and effort building up this 2% here and forgetting about the 80% who's actually reading what you've written. So it should be flipped around. I think you should be spending a lot more time.
Yeah. And what you'll find is as well that actually that 90% that aren't opening are actually may not even be seeing the email. ISP knows when your internet service provider or your mail provider knows when people aren't opening your email. So that gets communicated back and they start shutting you off. If you're constantly sending 90% that aren't opening and you're constantly doing the same thing over and over again, then they'll stop allowing your email to actually pass through. So it's important to separate them out and get them on a re-engagement campaign.
We actually noticed that we went from Constant Contact to MailChimp, and then we actually just switched to Kev's platform, little plug for Kev here, because it's Australian based, and the actual, the email gates know what's coming locally, and you don't get the spammers on that platform because Kev vets his clients. We found that our open rates shifted dramatically. Like I think we had a double in our open rates just by shifting to a platform that was local and didn't allow spammers on. Quite remarkable there. In terms of shifting that next level, something we talked about a little bit earlier, what we've done for our clients, 2 ways to really get that uber level of engagement is give a prize for just being part of the database. So it's called the already won idea. So one of the people of your 2,500 people has already won a check. The kick is to open it, they need to check and claim it. So they've already won something, they just need to open and check it. So that's something that can really shoot up open rates. The other thing is having a remarkable offer. Take one piece of furniture, a table and chair set or something, 90% off. That will get people in opening it. It will get them opening it fast. You'll actually get to see who's actually getting the emails because you start testing these types of things that people open. It doesn't need to be expensive to do it. Andy?
Just because it's a beautiful environment, and I'm assuming the custom furniture is really nice, it doesn't mean that it doesn't have to have some value, which is what the point brought up before. And it's not Instagram, it's not pretty pictures of furniture. You're actually still trying to sell something. So what's the actual value? Any email's got to have a value for the audience to actually want to open it. So is it around, is the competition as you go into someone's house and then you build a piece of bespoke furniture that fits in with the rest of their environment? What can custom furniture add to the home or the lifestyle or something like that? We've still got to be offering value as opposed to pretty pictures.
And just one other thing, just around this custom, and I think it was local or regional, picking some landmarks in that area and trying to do your photo shoots there. You know, can you get the chair or the table somewhere absolutely remarkable, like on the platform at the local swimming pool or something around? Because if IKEA and everyone else is going mass, go, you know, when they're zigging, you zag. Go bespoke, go niche. So just to wrap up a few things, if people aren't buying online, stop selling. Try and get them to a physical event or that next level of engagement. Make sure that you're using video because video is the way of the future. Anywhere up to 280% increase in click-throughs to videos can happen there. Make sure you've got remarkability from already 1 to 90% off to using pictures and get your headlines as headlines. And that's our headline.
Ooh.
All right. All right, stretch the legs, everybody up. So 3, 2, 1, from the top or from the bottom? How do we go? That's from the top, well done, Kev. Would you say kindness to mark one up, mate?
Yes.
Chalk it up, Kev.
You did mention something about vodka earlier.
What was that?
You mentioned something about vodka earlier.
Yes, absolutely. Okay, so looking for our next question, we might turn...
Yeah, we've got a good one online. Yeah. This is from Sarah. And she says, I have a great little cafe that's got a loyal customer base of people who absolutely love us, and I'm anxious to expand. I'm currently in Surrey Hills and operate with 5 staff. It's a really funky environment where mums can go to get a coffee and relax, while our certified babysitters look after the babies. We find our mums come about twice a week. I do some Facebook marketing, but otherwise it's all word of mouth. I want to engage my current customers better through social media because mums love it. But how do you recommend we take full advantage of social with as little effort as possible?
Okay. It's online, so we can't ask any clarifying questions. So we might just get straight into it.
Yeah.
3, 2, 1. Andy, do you want to kick us off, mate?
Okay. So first thought was,
we're away.
What an awesome idea! Really, really cool. And where else are all the mums? They're always hanging out in groups. They're always congregating in mothers' groups. There's massive generalisation, but there's things like the Pilates. There's just so many different mothers' groups out there. Surely you could go to them and offer something to bring them in. So is it a 2 for 1 or just communicate that idea. Like once I find out about that, it'd be absolutely fantastic. And with as little effort as possible, of course, is there some kind of PRable event you can do? So is there something remarkable you can do online that actually gets you onto those mothers' blogs? Because there's a hell of a lot of them and they're always looking for content, always looking for stories. And come back to me in about 6 minutes and hopefully I have an idea of what that remarkable event is.
Kev, what do you got, mate?
Okay, so you've got a really funky little cat, which is great. So how are you going to communicate the experience of that cafe in the simplest way possible with the minimal amount of effort? We've all got an iPhone or some other similar gadget, so I'd be in there taking video, taking pictures, putting that up on your social media. You can do that straight from your phone. Really very simple. But what I would also do is I try and get the people that are visiting your social media out of social media so that you can get them onto a database so that you can actually start sending them an email once a week and just letting them know the kind of things that are going on. That way you actually own your audience as opposed to letting Facebook and investing in that. As for the groups, You've got a whole bunch of different groups, I would assume, in a cafe. You've got the morning workers, you've got the lunchtime rush, you've got the maybe various kind of exercise groups and older members of the community that you might work with other cafes and actually get them to do a walking route where they go around and get a bit of cake at each cafe. Who knows? Something like that. And actually move them around and create something that's fun, that gives people to do, that educates them about the local area and gives them a good reason to stop by.
Okay, so I've got a couple of points to make. The first thing is people think they own their social media sites. People go, oh, I've got this great asset, and I've got this Facebook page, I've got this YouTube channel. No, you don't. Bryn and Paige own your YouTube channel. Reed Hoffman owns your LinkedIn profile, and Zux owns your Facebook page. And they change the rules about how you can use those things every day of the week. The social media strategy that matters is how do you get people off a social platform and onto your database where you can communicate with them when you want and how you want, and you have 100% control. That is the first primary and only social media strategy I ever want to talk about. Once you've got that right, then we move on to point B. Point B would be, it seems like you've got a mum-driven experience cafe. What a wonderful positioning, what a wonderful opportunity. Going to that and then saying product demos. What about the people who fit baby seats? Coming in, doing a product demonstration of that. Something of value for mums, they bring a speaker in, something of value. You can then go back out to your database that you own and say, hey, here's a reason to come in. The next thing is looking at joint venture partnerships. Kev talked about other cafes putting together. I would look for other experiences. Gyms is a wonderful one. A non-compete, go to the gym, come together. Go for a coffee, go to the gym. You're looking for that reciprocity to say, what are other activities, congregations, things that mum can do in terms of being a centre for things. I think also opening that up to community groups and things is wonderful. And fourth, there's a lot of buzz around Facebook at the moment. The Facebook competitor that failed was Google+. Google+ never really took off as a true competitor for Facebook. Now what it did do is when you Google cafe and you get the results come up here, these are the paid ones, here are the native ones, and then you have the map turn up. And in the map, it's got little tags, and the tags say, you know, the mum-friendly cafe, and here's the reviews. Now, the reviews used to be done by a company called Yelp. And then Yelp got all funny because Google was sucking in their data, and Yelp went, you can't use that data because it's our data and it's copyright. So Google went, you know what? Screw you. We've got this thing called Google+ that we might just start using for reviews and pumping in here. Wow, what an opportunity that is. So if you can get the people who are loving your experience to go and give you a positive review that then end up on the Google+, that means it's geotagged, because we're not going to search for cafes anymore. We're going to ask Siri, local cafe. And what we know about Google is that what other people say about you is more valuable than what you say about yourself. And this is an opportunity to get ahead and stay ahead. This is something that Craig Risk from the Futurists put us onto. I think we've now got something like 23 5-star reviews. And when it comes to marketing communications, I think we're Australia's, to the best of our knowledge, Australia's most recommended agency. That's something that in terms of a cafe would be unbelievable. Why? Because geotag search is becoming more and more important. People might not start searching Surrey Hills anymore, but they won't have to, because Google knows the device, when, how, and if you can win here, then that's how you get a feedback loop that creates. So I reckon if you add extra value and then ask, instead of a tips jar, have next to your tips jar, the best tip you can give us is a review on Google+, that's a really smart place to be. Yeah. Guys?
Absolutely.
Kev? Oh.
Yeah, no, you hadn't spoken yet.
Any more? We can bring it down.
I have actually, Kev.
You have,
this is not how we rehearsed.
Yeah, God damn it, Kev.
Is this live?
The product demos and the speakers, really awesome idea, Ash. I wonder if you look at it from a different angle, because if they're going there and they're trying to escape the babies for a little bit, and then you're getting hit with more product demos, maybe you could go the other way and instead it actually becomes the haven. Yeah. And your kids go away, and then you get, like we've got here, the 3 Minute Angels guys, and you get to have a bit of a massage in there. You get the glass of wine, and it
3 Minute Angels is a lovely idea.
.com, yeah.
Yeah.
And then the whole experience becomes around, it's actually a haven and it's an escape as opposed to another place where you're being marketed.
You could actually link that together, mate. You could actually have basically zones, time zones.
Oh, yeah.
And depending how you are, you can basically have, this is the haven zone where you actually, kids actually have to stay in a different section. And then you can have the education zone or different times. So this drawer of product demos or speakers would be at times when you're not busy currently.
Yeah.
To try and draw people in and create a new environment. Are we done? I'll bring this one down.
Yeah, yeah.
Okay, so essentially the issue starts here by first of all saying that the social media strategy that matters is get people off your social platforms onto your database. The difference is you don't own your social platforms, you own your database. The second thing is potentially looking to leverage the success of your experience or positioning by bringing in product demos, speakers, other people that keep the additional value flowing and actually leverage out your experience. Joint venture partnerships. Draw a dot around and see what other experiences, whether it be massages, whether it be gym, other things that mums might like doing together, where you can actually get this reciprocity and all grow together, create a hub. And then don't limit your thinking to Facebook. Look at this Google Plus geotagged search, because what we do know is the future of search is becoming more semantic, more driven around actually geotagging, and that if you can get ahead and stay ahead, the one person you want to be recommended by that matters more than anyone else is Siri. Yeah? We talk about word of mouth and we talk about recommendations. The job here is to be recommended by Siri, and I reckon that's only a Google Plus and a bit of focus away. Anything closing, Kev?
Absolutely, and individual search is now being influenced by these reviews. So it's not only the people that you're connected to through your emails, because Google's reading your emails, by the way. It's who you know that's actually creating these reviews. So all of these start to become really heavily linked. So the Google Plus angle is really important.
Okay, and we can just do a little tap dance.
Do a dance for
6, 5, 4, 3, 2, 1, and ta-da. All right. I didn't think delirium would set in quite this early. Oh, no. Already. Okay, thank you, Kev. So, I think I actually got Dave just offside holding up an applause. So, no, we don't. So 3, 2, 1, stump or pass. That's a pass. Thank you, guys. Kev, do you want to knock one up, mate? Yeah. Okay. So do we want to take one from the audience or another one online?
We've got a pretty good one online that's worth looking at, I think.
All right.
So from Rachel.
Hi, Rachel.
Hi, Rachel.
Hello, Rachel. I own a company that sells trinkets and kitsch items online. I want to grow my email database as I have engaging content such as DIY blog posts and articles, which I'm sure would get great open rates. How do I grow my database in a way which people will respond positively to? I feel a little bit salesy when I ask them to submit their email address or drop a business card in a bowl. I don't want to be that annoying person always asking for their email. What's another way to grow and use my existing list in an effective way?
Well, Rachel, if you just email me, I can send no. So Rachel has a trinkets business?
Yes,
online?
so selling kitsch items, which she hasn't specified, but I'm a purchaser of said items, and I can tell you they consist of things like kitchenware, teacups, teapots, things with love hearts on, that kind of stuff.
So
Things with love hearts on them.
Is she? She's a local.
So trinkets and kitsch, and she wants to grow her online database, but she doesn't want to ask for data. Yeah?
Yeah, you got it.
Cool. All right. Let me start the clock. Go.
Okay. Well, one of the most important things is to actually get as many emails as possible so you can grow your list and start communicating some of this stuff out. So one of the fastest ways we've seen, especially if you've already owned your content, you're already creating content in vast amounts, which it seems that you're actually doing, is that you can actually start posting this stuff on Facebook. When you've posted these things on Facebook, you can then turn them into ads. The ads can then be sent over to a guide or some information or something you can get them to opt in. I know you really want to get their information, but this is where the value for the business is really going to be. So it's important to actually get them across and get them into your database so that you can actually start selling them as much as you can. And the great thing about using Facebook in this way is that you can actually geographically target people. You can already look at your existing database and even create something called a custom audience, which means that you can take a list of customers, people that have already bought your products and services, and create an audience, and then ask Facebook to find more of them. So they'll use the over 1 million points of information that Facebook provides and actually go out and find people just like that in a very specific area so that you can make contact with them.
Okay. I think what's interesting is if you're selling stuff online, trinkets, knickknacks, and kitsch, how obsessive some people get about that stuff, I think is really interesting and really fascinating. And if you did a series which was the world's weirdest, wildest, and most obsessive collectors, you don't even probably need to do the content, because I reckon if you looked at like Ripley's Believe It or Not, if you looked at other sources like that, you could actually find the 7 most obsessive collectors of spoons, teacups, frogs, soft cuddly puppies, whatever. I mean, I reckon there is some amazing stuff. You could then basically offer that as an autoresponder. So an autoresponder is basically, instead of asking people for data, you're swapping their data for something of value. I know that if these were like 60-second videos, and there was 1 a week for 7 weeks, I reckon that would be sort of really interesting, fun, shareable content that somebody who's into trinkets, knickknacks, and those sorts of things likes to see that at the extreme. Everyone likes to see something at the extreme. So building that, you can then basically say, interested in our, the world's widest, weirdest thing, just enter your email address, and then that's triggered automatically. It's once a week for 7 weeks. It's called an autoresponder. So you get 1 of 7. There's a different theme each week covering things that are related to your range. It's something of value, and then off the back of that, you can then basically continue with an opt-in back to your range or something different there. Andy?
There's already some really nice, actually, Ash, there's a difference between obsessive collectors and hoarders.
Yeah, right.
The TV show on Fox where they find dead cats in people's living room underneath a pile of junk. There's already some really, really nice content and really nice value in there. Like just as much as that stuff, you've also got the DIY blog posts. Yeah. And these people would absolutely love to be getting more of those. So I think there's a big difference between sales and being salesy and feeling dirty about it and actually offering value. And DIY, that seems to me like we're kind of closer on the offering value. So it's not too far off. But I also think as well, these people who likes trinkets and those kind of things, searching for them online for such small little bits and bobs is really tricky. And there's so many websites and stuff, and every other brand has already got their own line of trinkets and things like that. Where else do these people spend their time? Is it places like the Finders Keepers markets around Sydney and Melbourne, where it's big international and you get to go there? Should you invest in a couple of stalls at some of these places every couple of months or so?
Absolutely. I think one of the other things as well is if you've got an e-commerce platform that naturally integrates into Amazon, into eBay, into Google Shopping, a lot of them now just naturally plug in. So you get the benefit of all of that additional traffic onto their sites. I mean, specifically eBay is, I would have thought, a kitsch hunter's dream. So if they're searching for things online in that space, then eBay is a good place for you to be found.
Yeah, I think there might be something, I don't know how much content you want to produce, but if you've got an engaged community around this stuff, what about Kitschtrest, which is a Pinterest spotting for kitsch items, and invite your community, and all you need to do is put up a prize. So your prize is one of your trinkets or knickknacks, and it's basically given to the person who spots the best, most interesting trinket around the place. So you're actually getting your community to provide the content for you, and all you're doing is just putting up a prize of value.
Yeah, absolutely. And if you can't build a database that's relevant to your business out of that, you'll never will.
We done anymore, or do you want me to
No, I'm done.
Okay, so the first thing is, instead of asking for data, jump onto Facebook. Look to model and advertise and basically look to see who's interested in this stuff, who are they like, and bring them to you. So you're actually just paying at a cost per click. You can actually make sure that that works. Then, instead of asking for data, don't ask for data, add something of value or something really interesting for them. So the world's wildest, wackiest, and most obsessive collectors, something in that. It's a series that you actually only need to curate, you don't need to produce. You can then build off that. If that's successful, you can then look to hero the collections of some of your customers. Basically, it's a competition to see if they could be the next episode. So it becomes a self-fueling thing. And then 3, maybe looking at a platform like Pinterest to have the kitschest, which is the kitschest item you can find that week, have a prize, you publish that back. So you're really engaging the community, putting things back to them of relevance to them. So that's a 3-step dance, and that's it. That was so spontaneous. It really was. All right, everybody up. And 3, 2, 1. Stump to pass. That's a pass. Thank you.
Excellent.
Woo. Okay.
No, don't get this one, Kev. You've been doing all the hard work.
All right. So, do you want to go? We got how many? We got more questions online around this? Okay.
Okie dokie. Another one coming online here. This is from Anonymous. We don't have a name.
Anonymous.
So I've been struggling with social media for the past 6 months and, to be honest, on the verge of giving up. I have a small Mexican food restaurant and we're on Twitter, Facebook, and Pinterest, but I'm just not getting any traction. We've had a real passion for authentic Mexican food, and to be honest, it doesn't always mix well with Australian taste buds. I want to use social media to expand my customer base, but which social media channel or campaign should I focus on to increase the range of customers? So
it's Mexican food?
Yes, it is. They've been on social media for about 6 months.
Yeah.
Twitter, Facebook, and Pinterest, but they're not getting any traction.
Yeah.
So to expand the customer base, which one's best and what campaign should they focus on? That's the question.
Okay. So which is best?
Yeah, which is best and which to focus on.
Yeah. Okay.
Good question.
No clarifying questions?
I don't think so, no.
We can't, because they're online. Okay. Oh, wait, you're going to start, Andy.
They didn't have the courage to tell their name. Okay, so Kev, I'm sure you'll probably chip in on the social media part. I thought, first of all, before you even get there, there's something really interesting. You say the real Mexican food, whereas at the moment, Mexican food's kind of pigeonholed to Mad Mex, what's the other one? Guzman and Gomez, which obviously isn't authentic. So there's probably some brand positioning work to be done initially, which is around the real Mexico or the real Mexican food. And you can actually start by, and this will probably lead on to some of the content here, around busting the myths of Mexican food. I don't actually know what that is, but it might be that you don't have rice with every meal, you don't have this and that, and actually show what it's really like, and then tie that back to what actually happens in Mexico, and then you build content. You've actually built a bit of a brand and a bit of a brand story, as opposed to just going out there as yet another Mexican restaurant.
Yeah, so a couple of things around social. So first of all, it's not free. It actually takes time. And if you spent 6 months on it, it's interesting to look how much you could have got if you spent that time somewhere else. The second thing is you don't own it. You're actually spending your time building somebody else's asset. And while a lot of email marketing companies produce data that has set a story because it's been banging this drum for a while, when McKinsey come out with data, which they did early last year, that said you're actually 40 times more likely to attract a customer in email marketing rather than social, you're 3 times more likely to get that person to elicit a buying behavior in email rather than social. And if they do spend, they're going to buy 17 to 40% more. Then maybe we need to look beyond social itself for answers. So that's the third thing there. So we come back to 147. If we're going to look outside the social platforms, we need to look, if it costs $1 to keep an existing customer, it costs $4 to cross-sell them into something else, it costs $7 to acquire a new customer. So my first question is, for the people coming to your restaurant, what are you doing to make sure that they come back? Because most businesses are focusing here, how do I win on social media, without making sure that the customers that walk through the door are given an outrageously good experience and have a reason to come back. So that's kind of the preamble and the little bit of the rant. What I would say though, is that if you want to work with Facebook, they will ask you 2 questions. Do people care, and would they share? And if you're just taking pictures of food, if you're walking down the menu and submitting that online, then it's probably not surprising you're not getting a lot of traction. You have to have something that is truly remarkable. Now, if you've got genuine Mexican food, maybe looking at something like Australia's hottest Mexican challenge, having one piece on the menu that's just remarkably hot, and then having the story of the people who order that. You know how they have sort of 1 chili and then 2 chilies? You know, have one that actually has 15 of the largest chilies you've seen, and then, you know, the deal is that if you order that, you know, if you manage to finish it, it's free. Something like that. Wow, that makes it remarkable. That's the story that people will come back for, especially when someone ends up in hospital. Hospital around it.
Yeah, I like that. A taco eating competition. There you go, where you get your face up on the wall. What about, rather than trying to grow your own Twitter, Facebook, Pinterest, you go to people who already have the audiences. So around the food bloggers and those influential people who already have 20,000 people on Pinterest around Sydney. I don't know any off the top of my head because it's not quite my thing. Yeah, but they've already got the people who love going out and trying new places. And those people, as you were saying, Ash, particularly love experiences, don't they?
Yeah.
It's not just we're already got so much Mexican food that without the experience that attracts them, you can just go to these food blogger guys and they go out to their 40,000 odd databases already.
Absolutely. So there's also a number of actual interest groups as well around Sydney. I actually belong to a curry club. Good as you can see.
I think you're just sweating because the lights came.
Yeah, so getting into those groups will actually support you just by coming, you know, regularly with, you know, I know there's 400 in that group spread across 2 states, and they, you know, they circle around all of the restaurants. The other thing that, the other question that Facebook will ask that Ash mentioned, do they care, do they share? The other question is, how much have you got? Which is spend. But social media, as Ash rightly said, isn't free. It costs you a massive amount of time to get real traction and find the kind of fans. It costs you a massive amount of effort and insight to create the kind of content that's going to be interesting around these food challenges and things like that. Is definitely the way to go. I mean, what's the biggest taco you can make? As well as, can you make it really hot? So, if you can make it hot and massive, generally that will, you know, that will seal the deal. But Facebook, Twitter, they're both, you know, they're both focusing very much on spend. So if you haven't got a large audience or you're struggling to find people within a specific area that want your product or service, then you actually have to spend some money to do that. And with Facebook, it's not worth spending less than $50 a day at a minimum to try and reach the people that you're trying to get in contact with. And as we said before, don't just send them to a page to like, because people don't rush to buy. If you say, come and buy some stuff, a number of companies have spent millions of dollars and found that out the hard way. So get them to your database and send them an email when you've got something interesting to say. And that's about creating that great experience as well. As the guys were saying earlier, if you've got a great experience or something fantastic to talk about, then you've got something to send, you've got something to put on social media, you've got something to promote a post with and boost it around a very specific area. And again, you know, if you've got customers and you're serving, you're creating a great experience, you're building a database of those customers, again, you can put that into Facebook and create a lookalike audience of people just like them that live in the area that have interests like Mexican food and silly hats and so on.
So,
That's borderline
just building on
racist, I think.
something that Andy mentioned before is that the Mexican food that's getting the momentum is like Tex-Mex and the Mexican fast food. So if part of your question was, what's the campaign? I reckon the campaign is Real Mexican Isn't Fast. Because you can't compete on speed and you can't compete on price, but what you can compete on is culture and authenticity. And even though it might be counterintuitive, I think Andy also mentioned this, what about if you saw all the other authentic Mexican restaurants as your partners? So rather than just trying to promote your business, what about you had this campaign for authentic Mexican food? It's made slow, but it's made good. Yeah. So you then have this, and as part of that, then you have like the challenges. Boy, you'll be a man soon, which is the chili challenge. So really get into that silly chili challenge thing. Biggest taco challenge. So under this guise of Real Mexican Isn't Fast, then start having some fun with some challenges, because that's the content that people care about, and that's the content people will share. Beyond that, as that next level, we then look at Mexican culture. Mexican clothing, music, craft, Spanish lessons. There are other groups that you can offer your facility up to bring people in, new communities in. Offer the Spanish lessons. Maybe they're paying for a community club somewhere. Let them use the restaurant, then provide food as part of it. So essentially, looking at social media, is social right at all? It's not free and somebody else owns it. If you are going to do something people care about and people share about, your campaign should be something around Real Mexican Food Isn't Fast, and then focus on the challenges, the chili challenge, the big eat challenge, those types of things, and then look to the greater tags within Mexican culture to really pull into the richness of real authentic Mexican food.
Nice.
Actually, that could be the aftermath of the bad Mexican experience last time I went there. All right, geez, we used to get a round of applause sort of 5 or 6 hours ago. The dog naps. All right, everyone up. So 3, 2, 1, stumped or passed. That is a pass. Thank you very much, the audience. The audience were on their feet. Excellent. All right, I think we got time for one more question. I think before we lose the great Kev Baker, who I think's off for a curry.
Curry club.
He's salivating there. Do we any questions? Any questions? Any questions? Okay, we'll go back online.
Yeah, we got another one. We've got a load online, so that's good. I run a design company, and I find that design is slowly being commoditized with the rise of things like 99 Design and Fiverr. And clients are valuing design less and less. But my company is actually special. We have some of Australia's most talented designers and artists employed. How can I prove my value to clients and show them that cheapest isn't always best? How do I get the word out there, both online and offline? So we have a design company.
Yep.
That wants to get the word out there, both online and offline. They have some of Australia's most talented designers and artists employed, but finding it difficult with things in design being commoditized. So how can they get clients to truly value design?
It's a shame that they haven't come down to 608 Harris Street, because they could actually get a beer and a massage, and we could actually ask a couple of clarifying questions, because unfortunately we've got some of Australia's best. Feels a little bit skinny in terms of us really. They've said we're different, but the proof we're different is a little bit hard. But I think we've got to take the question. Okay. We've got to answer it, and let's go.
All right. So 99 Designs and the Fiverr style websites are pretty tempting for saving a few bucks and small businesses. And if for those in the audience who aren't aware of what they are, you can get a logo for $5.
Or someone playing a guitar for $5.
Yeah. So basically, what's completely missing is any of the actual value around design. So I think that's what we need to tell them. There's two things that happen on the 99 designs, a couple of things that happen. One is that you get generic crap that's already been used before or that's been repurposed from somewhere else or could absolutely fit anywhere else. So you could just remove the logo, replace it with a different name, and all of a sudden you've got the exact same thing. It's actually, you need to communicate around what's missing in the process. I know that a design process can take up to a couple of months and it can be $10,000 and $15,000 plus, so it's not cheap. But first of all, explaining all the process that goes into that, all the actual thinking behind it, starts to communicate some of the value that comes through when you actually enter into the process, and then talking about what the result actually is. So what's the difference between the $5 logo? How much is it actually costing you is probably something that these people haven't thought about. So when you go onto a website or you go onto a piece of collateral, you've got a really cheap looking piece of design, straight away, what does that communicate about your business? It shows that you guys are cheap and it gives you a really bad perception up front. So it's probably almost like the hidden costs of the cheap logo. What are the hidden costs of saving a few bucks on design? And then not only would there actually be able to put a dollar figure next to some of that around in terms of, all that kind of stuff, but there's also intangible stuff as well, which is the reputation and perception of the business as well. So if you could build something that's around the hidden cost of saving a few bucks on design and how it actually ends up costing you a hell of a lot of money down the track, that would probably be a really good starting point.
Absolutely. I mean, this is something that we get quite a lot because people see that you can buy an email design, for instance, on Fiverr for Fiverr, and you know, we're constantly getting compared to that, or getting compared to MailChimp, or getting compared to the cheapest option out there without ever taking into account the differences or even wanting to know the differences. So definitely, I mean, in our experiences with designs, 99 Designs and Fiverr, and organisations like that do provide a valuable service to a certain bracket of business. They're generally not the kind of businesses that we would personally want to deal with. If you're not going to, we've always said that if you're not prepared to invest in your business, why would a customer? So the issues I see with it, it always takes 5 to 10 times longer to create anything that you're going to be happy with and apply to your business using something like that. But when it comes to actually you proving your value, well, it's a case of just outlining the additional that they get, the reduced amount of work, the project management that's involved in actually doing a design project with you as opposed to communicating with someone overseas. So there's a lot, obviously a lot of benefits in doing it directly with someone who's got some experience and some expertise in creating a brand for you.
So the first thing that I'd start and have a look at is, why do you have some of Australia's best designers? So I think we need to look at, when you go back to communication, feature, benefit, implication. Are they the most qualified, the most awarded, the most numbers of experience? And what does that terms in terms of benefits and implication? So is it about the speed that they have, the quality, the savings there? Because that goes into what Andy was talking about, this hidden costs of cheap design. Yeah, I saved a few bucks and it cost me a fortune. We need to try and look at the amount of time it takes, the amount of lost customers, and then that cost of rework. Because if your business happens to be successful, the actual cost of reworking a logo and design and not getting it right the first time can be absolutely outrageous. I want to build on something that Kev said, and actually looking for businesses that X. So if we're looking at 99 Designs, we need to focus on that directly. We need to say that for some businesses, so if the sale price of your product is less than a certain amount, if your market cap is less than an amount, if your expectations of the business are less than a certain amount, then go for it. but you're wanting to look at basically benchmarking a percentage of investment in design. And I think it was the GM of General Motors, the CEO of General Motors said, we're no longer a car company, we're a design company. The companies that win are design companies. Steve Jobs getting obsessive compulsive about rounding the corners on his product. Apple, the most valuable company on the planet, is a design company. So I think we need to look to other industries, other sectors, and start to pull out the case studies of just how important design-based industries and design-based thinking actually is, and really make it aspirational into for people like this, for people like you. Taking it that next step further, taking 99 Designs full on would actually be really quite a fun game to play. You know, don't tell me you're funny, tell me you're a joke. Don't tell me you've got Australia's best designers, show me. Taking the same brief, giving it to your guys, giving it to a 99 Designers, videotape the results, get a third party to do it, and put it into a focus group and see out of the focus group who would buy what. Yeah?
For how much?
And then tell me for how much, and then tell me that design wouldn't matter. Yeah? Take a standard product, something that would be relatable to your audience, and then do it, the 99 Design Challenge, and actually take them on, dust them. Don't tell me you're funny, tell me a joke. And then finally, the thing I want to have a look at is testimonials 3 ways. If you've got a lot of great customers, you've got to use them. Testimonials 3 ways looks like this. The reason people are looking at 99 Designs is nobody wants to look stupid and nobody wants to pay more for service than they should. However, you've got the opportunity to sway the audience and weight towards this being a smart choice. It comes down to a smart choice. And essentially using a quality design firm needs to be smarter than using a cheap design firm. In doing that, look to the testimonials of your happy clients. 3 ways, amazing grace. I once was lost. This design company did this. Now I'm found. We're looking at pain points. Speed, cost, and time. And then we're looking at negative. I used 99 Designs and I've now spent $40,000 rebranding less than 2 years later. I wish I'd used a quality design firm up front.
Design doesn't mean a logo, I think is also the key. And that's the problem with 99 Designs, that bundling the whole of everything into a logo is basically, and they're saying, now here's a logo, here's your brand. And it's actually rubbish, because a brand, why do you have a brand? In terms of communication, it's around consistency and making sure that every single piece of communication or any visual communication or anything you're actually saying is always consistent and reinforcing your messages all the time. And the visual aspect of that is a really important part, because a brand and what a design company would do that 99 Designs doesn't do is look around a personality and tone. So that leads into the actual writing and communications. Looks into all other things like the fonts, the photographic style, the icon style, the colors, everything else that builds up around a logo, and then that you can actually use, and that builds your brand across every piece of communications and collateral you have. It's not, a brand isn't a logo.
Because the essence of that is design matters. They did some research in behavioral economics. 2 papers, exactly the same content. One was viewed 30% more believable than the other. The difference, a piece of design on the front. Use that.
Good question.
We got big guns lining up, ready to come on stage. I can see Ivan there. So it's time for Stumped or Passed. So everybody up for the last time for Kevin. Give him a Kev.
He's got a foghorn.
All right. So 3, 2, 1. Stumped or Passed. That's a pass. Cross it off, Kev.
Well done, Kev.
And take a puppy. Okay. So thank you, Kev, for your contribution for assistance dogs. We are doing a 24-hour Stump the Strategist marathon. In the spirit of a marathon, we are now just going to do a little bit of a baton change. So I thank Kevin Baker for brand mail again.
Thank you very much. Nice, Kev.
You staying on, Andy?
I'm off.
Andy Girac, Head of Copy and Insights and Step Change is off. And in the dramatic slow motion
From head of strategy at Step Change to head of general mismanagement at Step Change. Thank you. That was Ashton Bishop. Thank you very much. So we now move on to the next leg, coming into the 6th hour of this Stump the Strategist 24-hour marathon, where we are taking any question on marketing and communications, sales, business strategy. You give us the challenge. We'll put 9 minutes up on the clock. We're going to build it out for you in 9 minutes. Of course, you get to vote whether we're stumped or passed. In fact, the guy at the front here, I think, has been here for 4 hours voting pass for everyone. If you're watching this online, you might as well come on down here. We're at Fishburners, which is 608 Harris Street. We've got the 3-minute angel, masseurs, ready to make sure you have a fantastic time. And of course, we're doing this for Assistance Dogs. Now, Assistance Dogs is a fantastic charity that trains dogs to assist people with impairments and disabilities. So most amazing dogs you can come across, right? So they can help you take your socks off, take your laundry out of the washing machine, even get you a beer out of the fridge. And speaking of beer, the beers are being cracked open down here. And we're going to invite the next 2 strategists onto stage. So, firstly, and he'll be on in just a minute, let me grab the bio here, is an absolute titan of customer experience, Ivan Frangi. He's certainly the champion around here. Now, his background's in sales and marketing, but he's been a qualifying member of the $1 Million Round Table, which is very impressive. A sales manager, general manager, and now a business mentor. Now, Ivan's real area of expertise is in customer experience, customer advocacy, emotional branding, customer interaction metrics, and stress-free sales skills. Now, that sounds absolutely fantastic. Ivan, come on out and join me here.
Thank you very much. It's exciting to be here.
Fantastic.
I've been watching online. It's been good, very exciting.
So it's all coming together. We need one more strategist who's going to put his drinks down and then join me out here in just a minute. We're going to welcome Glenn Bartlett, strategy director at Step Change Marketing. The guy who used to work for Coke. He used to work for Unilever. Yeah. He used to work for Saatchi and Saatchi.
Thank you. Yes.
And now he works for Step Change. Good on you, Glenn. Lucky we got you out of Coke before they destroyed your soul. Am I allowed to say that? Uh-oh. So I'm going to duck off and get mic'd up in just a second while Glenn talks you through the rules of Stump the Strategist and how this is all going to work. Now, we do need questions. We need questions from the audience. You can submit them online or in person. And because we've got Ivan with us for the next hour, and again tomorrow morning, which would be great, now's the time to be asking about customer experience in particular. How do you make it amazing? Let us know what your business is, what angle you're looking for, and Ivan's the man to bring it to life with the strategies here. All right, Glenn, how are we going to run this?
We're going to run this very well. So, Stump the Strategist. It's a fine line between bravery and stupidity. It's like a mix between Whose Line Is It Anyway and Mr. Squiggle. There are only 2 rules of Stump the Strategist. In fact, there's one and there's just a caveat. So the first rule is that it's only 9 minutes. So once you've asked your question, and for those of you online, this is not going to be a problem. Once you've asked your question, just let us answer it, okay? No yeah, buts, yes, ands. Just let us answer it. You'll get a chance to vote at the end. The other thing is, this is opinion, not advice. So we've got a bunch of opinions, haven't we, Ivan?
Oh, plenty.
We've got more opinions than we know what to do with. So we're going to throw those at you. It's not advice. Okay, we can't give you advice in just 9 minutes, but we can certainly give you an opinion. So, we all clear here in the audience? Welcome. Yep. Welcome. Okay. All right. Looks like it's time for a question, Adam.
All righty. So, just to recap, we're aiming for 100 strategies in 24 hours, 100 of your chewiest marketing challenges sold. So, get them ready for us. As we're going 25 past, none stumped yet. Maybe you can ask some even trickier questions and we'll see how we go there. So with that, calling Stump the Strategist open. Who's got a question in particular on customer experience?
Looks like we've got a couple online. They're pointing.
Great.
Let's go direct to the audience.
Michael from What Cost, still here.
Hi, Michael. How you doing?
Hiya, Michael.
Just getting ready to take in 24 hours of wisdom. I'm pretty much trying to re-engage with some of our customers. You can call them legacy customers that we've not engaged with for a while. how do I make that re-engagement as easy and frictionless as possible? And how do I continue to get their engagement leading up to the end and the supplying of the product from our pre-sales, which is going to come out the end of summer 2015.
That's great.
And Michael, now I was here when you asked your question a little bit earlier. Ivan's just met you. Would you mind telling us what cost?
Yeah, what's your product?
So what cost is a single device that turns any home and its existing appliances into the smart home of the future.
Right.
Now we do that by picking up when, where and how to save electricity in your home in real time, by picking up exactly which devices are consuming what energy in real time, and giving the customer a text prompt, taking in other data from their surroundings, such as the weather and their location, to really help them save money, keep their homes safe, and pretty much give them the smart home that the Jetsons were promising us a while ago.
Yep. Okay.
Just one other question. So when was the last time you engaged with these customers, and how many of them are sitting out there
We're
waiting to hear from
looking
you?
at the low hundreds as the number, and any of them can range from about a year to yesterday. It's just been a bit of a slow roll on because we're doing a hardware and a software play. So we've been taking customer details down for a while.
Okay. And the purpose of re-engaging them is to
We're
bring
just-
them an update?
Bring them up to speed with our product development and our lead up to actually supplying the product to them.
Yeah.
Making sure their expectations are what they'll receive, and making sure they're well informed about
So
our
they don't
product.
have the product yet?
They do not. This is pre-sales.
Okay.
So it was taking down the information, the card details, that kind of stuff, without actually charging them or supplying them the product.
It's a smart business model.
Yeah.
Got it. Okay.
Great.
Thank you.
Here's what I'd like to do. I think this falls into two sides, and the two sides.
Oh, are we starting? Are we
Start the clock.
Yep, we're up.
Go.
9 minutes, here we go.
Go on.
There's two sides to this question. The first is the high tech, and then there's the high touch. So I'm actually going to handball this over to the high tech guys and say, from a structural point of view, what is it you want to do first, and then I'll kind of cover it with the high touch. Does that make sense?
Well, interestingly enough, I was going pretty close to high touch
Okay.
early on as well, because what I think you need to start with is actually making it a personal re-engagement. Now, they've connected with what cost as a brand up front because of the promise of the product, which you laid out in the very first place. Here's what's coming. Then you've gone quiet, obviously, while you picked up the tools and done your product development, got your software up and running. So you've got to make it personal and genuine up front. Now, with the amount of email marketing going on already, and we saw a bit of that with Kevin Baker on stage just a moment ago, you've got to stand out from everything that's going on. That's what Kevin's expertise is in doing. So making sure that it comes from a personal perspective from yourself or other people in the company, writing a personal note as to why you're getting back in touch with them, and making it genuine. So it doesn't have to be all designed up and beautifully graphicized with your brand and the like. It should be plain text, or even better, a link to a face-to-face video explaining why you're getting in touch again and what they've missed out on. And making that simple, genuine, face to camera, don't have to edit it and make it all fancy. It's just, hey, it's nice to get back in touch with you. Then you want to be setting new expectations because you're getting back in touch with them for a reason. And the reason isn't to then go away for another couple of months, years, however long it's been, and pop up again. It's because you want to push them towards this pre-sales campaign that you mentioned in your earlier question. Sorry, you've got a head start on this one. You need to set the new expectations, saying, look, it's been a little while, but we're back. Here's why. Here's what you can expect from now on. We're going to get in touch with you every week in the build-up to this campaign, or every second week. And I'm going to keep going until you guys jump in. There's more if you're happy.
Keep going.
And then I want you to make them heroes for being part of the first wave. That's actually their advantage. It's not that they got on an email list and got stuck there. It's that they're your heroes and you're going to make them heroes. There's a stack of ways you can do that. You can give them the scarcity approach with your pre-sales campaign up front, saying, just for the people that have already been in touch with us, we're going to offer a tour of our office or a discount on the product or something else, but it's just for the first 50 and we're letting you know about it up front so you don't miss out. That makes them the champions for getting in touch with you in the first place.
Yeah, I think that you've got a major opportunity here, and the major opportunity is to engage in a way that nobody else ever has. Because if you keep doing what everybody else has done, you're not going to stand out. And so you've got to figure out what they're doing and don't do it. Now, one of the things that I'm looking at here is that you've got the thing that you've got to get over is the trust currency. And the trust currency is we don't know you, we don't really know you, we haven't got a product, there's nothing that we really can evaluate. So we need to trust you really quickly and really well early. And the best way to do that is that wonderful term organised by these Peppers and Rogers, who started this thing called mass customisation. And mass customisation follows up for what was already been said, which is how can you individually interact with these people, but on a global, on a mass scale. So that comes back to your database, how you do it. I'd up the video because it's more personal. I'd up, do you know what DVP is? DVP is digital variable printing. So you need to find somebody like who runs an Indigo, a Hewlett-Packard machine that you put your database in one end and individual stuff comes out the other, up to and including letters, notes, books that you can send out. And it's all customized to their information that you put in at the front, okay? So what you've got to do is to get that trust up. Trust is the new currency, and customer experience is the new sales in the world that I work in. So I think that's it, but I'd like to just find out, if you did that, take it to the database, and what do you do?
Yeah, thanks, Ivan. I actually think this isn't a hard challenge. You've got some people that are waiting to hear from you. They're excited, they've pre-bought something. All they want to do is hear from you. So I'd go back to them and tell them where you've been. What's your story? What have you been doing? How's the company been developing? Let them know what an impact they've had. Let them know how thankful you are for that pre-sale and what that's enabled you to do. That's the start. They are waiting to hear from you. So it's not difficult from that sense. Then I think a countdown clock, some kind of mechanism that counts down to the day they're going to get it. So you can start to build that aspiration, You like that? Yeah, the countdown clock. Yeah, of course it's risky, but anything worth doing is risky, right? So you need a countdown clock.
You've got to stick to it.
Okay. Then I think what we need is, they're a member of a club. So Adam started to touch on it earlier, make them the heroes. They're a club that's actually saving energy, saving money for themselves, and frankly, saving the world when we're living in a climate change driven, apocalyptic future. They're doing something. Let's be clear about what they're doing and what they're going to save, and make them the early, maybe they're the platinum members of this club. And the data that shows that and shows how an individual action transforms and multiplies into something bigger than itself. What I think you're doing is actually really smart, because you're following the 1-4-7 principle, which is if it costs $1 to keep a customer, costs $4 to cross-sell them as a ratio, and $7 to get a new customer. So what you've got is a whole bunch of customers who are sitting there waiting to hear from you. Pardon me. That'll cost you, $1 to interact with, and they'll sell the next lot. So they become your heroes, they become your champions, and that's what it's all about for me. And I think giving them the opportunity to share what they're doing and make it really easy to share it with their friends, with their colleagues, that's the key.
The word sharing is interesting, because I think it's one that's been abused in the social media age, where a share is just, oh yeah, someone posted on Facebook or tweets on you.
A share's more like a dump.
Pretty much.
Well,
which is what that just sounded like.
Yeah, I'm going to dump stuff on you.
Yeah. So a genuine share is that someone actually having a conversation with somebody else about why the what cost product is amazing. And I think you've got this chance for this first group to give them a hands-on perspective and really evangelize them by making them part of this unique club, getting them to preview, touch it, feel it, see it in your office before anyone else does. You're creating advocates for life, because they were there in the design studio when the next product that's going to revolutionize the world was created. That's like, imagine if you were invited to Apple Studios to play with their next product before it got launched. Those people are going to talk about it. You can create that as well. The next step is to actually give them the tools to on-sell exactly what's great about the product. It's not enough to just say they had a great experience, interesting product coming. People say, oh, why is the product interesting? You've got to arm them to the teeth with the messages and the sales tools they need to pass that on. So it's when you talk about things like print and the like, your print can't just be mass print. It's got to map out the discussion you want them to have. Not a list of features the way you'd like it to, but the discussion you want them to have. So they just have to pick up a card and say, oh, well, you know how you notice that your electricity bill's always a lot higher than you thought, and maybe if you just turned off the dishwasher at peak time and ran it in the morning, it would be better. Well, that's why what cost does it. And you basically put the conversation in their hands, so a share becomes a genuine share from a genuine advocate.
And I'd like to piggyback on that, because what you've got is normally you go before, during, and after. You're out here, which is really the before. And so what I would do is to take that and say, okay, hands-on perspective, I'd actually create a community portal where these people can get onto it. These are not even your early adopters. These are your sneezers. These are the people that are sneezing on other people and infecting them. So you've got to give them an opportunity to say, okay, here's a place where we can all go and sneeze on each other and get excited about what's happening. And it's a place for you to get feedback and for them to get validity. And you can interact with them more individually. And it's a very simple web page. It's a discussion site, really easy to do. It adds to that community feel and function. And if you can do that, it'll build up your speed.
So in 30 seconds to close, 4 points. 4 points. Point one, personalize. Make it personal. Make it feel like you know them, it's about them. Build excitement, countdown clock. They haven't seen this thing, they're waiting. Build that excitement, build on it. 3, create exclusivity. So this is the club, this is the social currency. When you're looking at products like this that are cutting edge and are doing something good for the planet, it's not just the product and saving money, it's the social currency. Build that club. And then 4, give them the tools to share and the incentives to share. That's it.
There we go. Thank you very much for your question. He's jumped the gun already. To vote, it's hands on head for pass, hands on the rear for stumped. It's only one person voting. Oh, there we go. There we go.
Very good.
Thank you very much.
What does it mean down the back with hands on shoulders because he's getting a massage? What does that mean?
It means he's having a really
good experience. Well done.
So, thank you for your question. That brings us to 26. 26, just past a quarter of the way there. It's a long night ahead. Glenn's just starting his shift.
I'm fresh. This is good. Bring it. What's next?
I'm lucky I've only got another 45 minutes, then I'll be back at 3 in the morning. See you there. Should be good. Should be good.
We'll log on with abuse.
With the pleasure of having Ivan joining us, questions on customer experience in particular, what we're looking for to take advantage of his expertise. I think we'll go to an online question next, which Frankie's got lined up for us.
Yeah, we've got one online from a gentleman named Tom.
Tom.
How do you make a department store experience amazing again? In my role with a major department store, sorry, but I'm not going to tell you which one, I need to find a way to bring back the golden days of department stores. How do we stop people shopping online and get them back in our stores?
Okay.
All right. So the question then was there from a department store.
Yeah.
And they're not going to tell us which one.
No.
No.
And they want to make the
Yes,
department.
don't worry, we won't get you in trouble.
They want to make the experience amazing again.
Yeah. Okay. So bringing back the golden days of department stores, and there was a bit there about getting people off online. Now, where'd my clicker go? Who's got a clicker? Yep. Ah, found it. Never mind. Don't panic. Okay. So resetting the clock. 9 minutes to fix the department store issue. We ready?
Yep.
And we're off.
Okay. Let me take this first. I think one of the challenging things about department stores right now is they've lost their choreography. And what I mean by choreography is they don't know how to dance with the customer anymore. The customers come in and they used to know what to do, and now the staff aren't there, the people aren't there, the range is still there. And what's actually happened is, to an extent, the customer has taken over the information flow. It used to be, you remember when they had, you won't remember, I don't remember. Used to have horse and cart, and then the horse and cart had a driver on the front, and then the driver was replaced because he was unemployed because the cars came over. So effectively what happened was the passengers started driving their own vehicle, and that's actually happened in retail. The passengers are now driving this retail vehicle because of the amount of information they have, what they're doing, and what they expect. Now, here's the challenge if you're a retailer. People that are not even in your market sector are beating the crap out of you. Apple is beating the crap out of you in the market centre, in the market sense, because what they're doing is they're choreographing their stores. If you ever look at an Apple store, it's in 3 sections. And what you've got is the front part, and then you've got the geniuses at the back. The closer you go to the back, the more dollars there are. The front stuff is the check. This stuff is the interact. And then at the back, you've got the geniuses. And so one of the things that you have to look at and you have to be careful is what's the choreography of your store. Now, supermarkets do it really well. I've got 2 more things I want to say, but I'm going to pass it over.
All right. Okay. This is great because I've got this thing about department stores and I've been waiting for a platform to say it. The issue I see is that department stores are focused around brands first and not customer first. And you've got to shift to customer first.
In fact, Naomi Klein wrote a book about the death of brands in the future. And she may be right, she may be wrong, but from a department store perspective, what does the customer want? And I can tell you from my perspective, what that is simplicity. I want a white shirt for arguments. I like white shirts, clearly. I want to see all the white shirts together. I want to see 100 white shirts. I don't want to go around 65 different sections, brand-led, to see all the different white shirts and try and figure it out. Put all the white shirts together, and I will be there every time first. I'll go down the rack, and I'll get a white shirt. Put all the brown shoes together in one spot. It becomes a destination. Rather than going store to store to store to store around Sydney, you know you can see all the white shirts there. You may or may not buy them there, but you've got the selection. So for me, that's what a customer would want. Not to shop around. Effectively, all it is a high street inside, right? It's like all the little boutiques. Why don't I just do that on the high street? And frankly, the customer service is a lot better there. So what's the distinct advantage a department store has over individual stores? It has the entire range. So put it together in a way that makes sense for the customer.
You've been waiting forever to say
I've been waiting for a while to say that. Done.
Rat done. Good.
Let me just piggyback on that. I think one of the things you hit on is really key, and that is that if you'd know the steps and the choreography is easy. What I noticed in department stores in the last 5 years is that the challenge is the interaction with the staff is no longer a designed experience. If you get on an aircraft, let's say it's Emirates, and you go from Sydney to Dubai, it doesn't matter whether you get on in Adelaide to go to Dubai, you get on in Auckland to go to Dubai. What happens on the aircraft is standard stuff. It's designed. Things happen on purpose because they should, all the way, all the time. And the faces can change, but the experience doesn't shift. And so that's one of the things that's been lacking in department stores. Now, everybody talks about Apple, but when you go into Apple, what do you notice? Everybody's happy to be there. They're all excited. I don't think you find that in too many department stores. And one of the reasons is that people are enthusiastic because they're about the brand rather than about the product.
Yeah.
And you can't have, you've got to evangelize your brand. I know that's a big word, but brands have enthusiasts, brands have followers, brands have people that love them. Products just have people that buy them. And I think that's what got missed.
Yeah.
You know,
it's interesting. Make the department store the brand, not all the brands in the department store the brands.
Well, it's not.
Then that's the issue.
You can still go into Apple and buy non-Apple product, but you get the Apple experience.
You get the Apple
while you're there.
experience, exactly.
And that's one of the things about the choreography of what's actually happening. It's not. It's no longer a designed experience. It's sometimes haphazard. It's on an this is what you're about to look at, and it tracks things all the way around, and at the end you can go back and say, this is where I went, this is what I interacted with, this is what I liked, and it gets you to tick all of the things that you liked and cross the ones you
probably out there. Those type of things drive people in store, make people famous. The other thing is exclusives. You need exclusives which are only available in the store. Now for me, particularly in the Australian context, these exclusives, things like discover new designers, discover new Australian designers.
You can get what cost in there?
You get what cost in there, for example. That's the key. There's something exclusive you can't get any. Way before they get there. That's the reason to come back.
So here's the gap. The gap is online, but you can't do see, touch, feel, try. You can't do those things. You've got to put those back in as the experience people want to have. I don't want to buy a pair of shoes online. I don't know whether they fit. I go in, I want to touch it, I want to feel it. And when I get there, I want to feel special, not just like somebody else. The technology can make you feel special when you get there. The people make you feel wonderful because you are there.
So, to sum it up, again, it comes down to 4 points. Get the choreography right, the consistency right. The department store is the brand experience, not the brands inside it. Customer first. All the white shirts in one place, please. Best of online and offline combined with content and exclusive stuff you can't get anywhere else.
Oh, that's clapping already.
There you go.
Tom, I wonder if Tom is a pseudonym.
Tom, how did we do?
All right.
So,
does Tom get to clap or say yes?
Well,
or no?
I don't know where Tom is.
Okay.
Somewhere online, somewhere in the digi-sphere.
Yeah.
So, how did we do? Everybody up? So hands on your heads if you think we passed. It's another pass. Thank you very much.
Oh, okay. So we get to do
Chalk it up.
All righty.
Okay.
27.
27.
Yeah, 27. It's getting late in the day already. So, questions on customer experience and bringing that to life. Do we have one ready from the audience, or should we go to one online? And we'll go to one online.
Okay, this is from Jeremy.
Okay, Jeremy. Yeah.
Okay.
I've seen on TED Simon Sinek start with why and get that it's important for a business to stand for something. But every business, including my current one, not to be named, I've worked for has these bland mission and vision statements like, we'll be supplier of choice. What's something my construction company can really stand behind? So it's a construction company, and like every business, including his current one, he wants to stand for something.
So was the issue that it seemed start with why and then wants to know how to apply it to his business, or? Yeah. Yep.
Anything specific about this construction business that we've got there?
Not really. It's
another secret one.
It's a secret. Not really. It's more that he's tired of seeing sort of bland mission and vision statements that don't essentially say anything. So he wants sort of an idea that his company can really get behind. Like we said, it's a construction company. And he wants to apply some of the thoughts that Simon Sinek.
Okay, can I lead this one?
Please do.
This is one of the things that really pisses me off. And I'll tell you why it pisses me off. I think that the major challenge in a lot of this stuff is people aren't, stop telling me what you do and tell me what you're good at. Because what you do, everybody else does. Because I've worked with construction companies and they all have the same challenge. And they start with something like, I was with the CEO recently, and they started out with, our aim is to exceed our customers' expectations. And I couldn't help myself. I stood up and I said, excuse me, we just need to chop that in the bin because you don't know what my expectations are. You can't exceed what you don't know. So the first thing is go and ask your customers 2 questions. What did we do really well? What can we do differently or better? That's your current customers. You don't know what their expectations are until you've done that and found out what the generic group is. The second thing is stop telling me what you do. I get you're going to build. I get you're going to be within budget. I get it's going to be fantastic design. I get that. Tell me what drives you to be the builder that they should choose because of your particular passion, the why you do it. Now, people say, well, How do you do that? Let's change the example and go to a butcher. You see on top of a butcher, you know, high quality meats. I'm sorry, the option is low quality crap. What is the difference? What are you going to, don't tell me that. I understand you're going to have meat. You're a butcher. I understand you're going to build stuff. You're a builder. Tell me why you, not why the company. Why, what's the passion driving you? I'll come back to that in a minute because I want to pass over.
Okay, there's two parts to the why. There's the why you exist as a company, as an organization. If your business wasn't here, how would the world change? That's the question. If your business wasn't here, why would the world be different? Why would the world miss you? And the start point for this is what drives you, what gets you out of the bed in the morning? What could you put above the door of the archway that really drives you, drives your organization? The reason this is important is because it's the start point for strategy. If you're not clear on why you exist, there's no way you can develop a strategy that's coherent, that's going to get you there. You need to be clear on your purpose, and you need to be clear on what it means to get there. What's the ambition? That's a measurable way of getting there. The best example I know of this is Henry Ford. When he started Ford Motor Vehicle Company, purpose was to open up this great land and let Americans explore it. That was why he existed, to let Americans explore this great land. Now, it's very different to the purpose of Ford Motor Vehicle Company when they went into Chapter 11 bankruptcy recently, which was shareholder value, shareholder profit, profit, shareholder something, profit.
What's wrong with that as a purpose?
Yeah. So the thing that's wrong with that is it doesn't drive strategy. That tells me what I want, but it doesn't tell me why. It doesn't tell me where I'm going. So you need a purpose and an ambition. The ambition was, we'll know when we've won, when there's a Ford in every driveway. So that's the top, that's the start point. That's the why. I'm going to get on to the next level down in a mo, but before I do so, I will throw to Adam.
Yes, because I think I just cracked it. Because everyone's heard start with why. Well, sorry, start with why is very well known as you should be talking about why you do things before you talk about what you do. But the thing that's often missing from start with why is end with buy. People are going to buy from you, right? And that's ultimately what you need to be leading towards. And the thing is now, something Glenn is very fond of saying, and I've directly stolen from him.
Again, go on.
Is speaking to the listening. You've got to talk into what people need to hear, what they're already thinking. And that comes down to pain points. What do people expect to be painful with builders? They expect the tradies to turn up and to be rude, loud, and obnoxious. They expect the project timeline to creep and creep and creep. Look, I don't know, sorry, whether you're a residential builder or a commercial builder, but the common one with residential builders is we've got a building project underway. Why aren't you there 5 days a week? Why are you spending 3 days of the 5 off doing other jobs and quoting for other jobs? I hired you, I want you to finish my house. And then when I ask for a minor change, you gouge me on the variations and the prices come in. Now, if you can make any of this pain go away, that's something worth standing for, because that's what people will be inspired about. That's why people will choose you instead of someone else.
So let me give you, sorry.
I'd love to give this example. Do you know it?
Well, I know it. He's my client.
Oh, is he?
Yeah.
Here we go.
By all means.
Okay, so let me give you an example one for tradies particularly, and let's do it this one. So here, I have a system called breakers and makers. A breaker is anything that damages your customer experience. A maker enhances it. We have a look at David Hall, the clean plumber. Everybody says, what are the things that plumbers we don't like about plumbers? They leave a mess. They're late. They don't have stuff. They don't turn up with stuff. They have to come back, and they charge mega bucks. So if you take those breakers and turn them into makers, you call yourself the clean plumber. Everybody goes, I get what you do. I understand who you are. And you've moved it from breaker to maker. If you're late, David says in his business, we don't turn up on time, it's free, and there's some time criteria. And they also have one other thing that says, you don't pay until you're happy. Now, here's the thing. Two things. Firstly, ask your customers what they like about you and what you are doing for them. So let the customers tell you, and then you can use that to tell other customers. You do that using online reviews. Get all the happy customers, put them in a place, do online reviews. If you don't know how to do it, give me a call, I'll sort it for you. And then do your breakers and makers. What are the breakers in your industry, and what can you do to transfer them to makers? It's pain to gain, it's the pleasure to problem ratio, whatever you want to call it. That's where you exist in differentiation. Everybody else exists in sameness.
Okay, so to pick up on Ivan's point around differentiation, we start with purpose and ambition. We've explained that. Then we look at the pain and gain and how we fix that, how we speak into the listening. The key thing here is, next thing is know your advantage. And there's a very simple way of doing this, which I want to explain here with this little diagram. And what this diagram's simpler than it looks, so bear with me. This scale here says how important is something that you do to your customer, something in your business. The clean plumber, for example, is put on little booties over your work boots so that they don't make your house dirty, right? How important is that feature? So is it a 10 or is it a 1? So 10's important. And then what you want to ask yourself is how different is each feature from your competition? So how important is it to your customer? How different is it from your competition? Now, if something is not important to your customer, and frankly, you don't do anything differently, then don't even bother talking about it. We've got this great desire in marketing to talk about everything. And we think that we can say, if we say 5 things, it's better than saying 1 thing. Well, people have only got 100% of attention span, so you can say 1 thing in it properly, or say 5 things which they won't remember. So forget the stuff to start with. You've got a disadvantage, and they don't care anyway. This stuff here that they really care about and you've got a disadvantage in, you've got to fix that before you even go out talking marketing, because you don't want to be driving customers to a business that's flawed. So you've got to fix this. This is the fix it zone. Then you've got stuff which is kind of, you're basically at parity with the market, and it's important. Now, if you're the market leader, then you should be communicating it and growing the market. If you're not the market leader, you don't talk here. You definitely don't talk here. Then we move into what I call the action zone down this end. Now, if you've got something that you do that's really different, but consumers just don't get it yet, it's not important to them because it's down here, this is where you've got to educate them on why this feature is important and why they should be paying more for it. Because what you want to do is push this up into this zone. This is the key zone. This is what we talk about. This is where the difference lies. It's something that is important to your customers, for example, the booties, and you do it, you're the only one that does it. There's a real difference there. This is the stuff you want to talk about. This is the difference. This is the why you. So this is the why you exist as an organization, and this is the why choose me.
So can I just piggyback on that for a second? When you do this, this is what will happen. When you do your makers and breakers and you figure out what's different about you in the industry and why you will stand out, because you're going to tell me what you do really well, not just what you do, here's what's going to happen. The old saying is, if you can take a horse to water, but you can't make it drink. For God's sake, take a thirsty horse. And here's the problem. Horse. Lots of people are trying to go out and tell these horses, you should be thirsty and I have a drink. Forget that. Go and find the people that really want what you do and market the crap to them, because they're already thirsty and you have the drink. Stop trying to tell people they're thirsty and they have to have what you have. You're pushing up against them.
All right, so the question started with how do I have something that my company can stand for? It's actually meaningful. When so many are saying, we want to be the supplier of choice. Well, this is where we got to. It's actually about your purpose and your ambition. Forget your lofty mission statement. Get to the reason you get out of bed in the morning. Work out what are the makers and the breakers in your category. Fix the pain, take it away. Know your advantage and make sure you're only talking about the areas where you have that absolute advantage. And don't forget, you're starting with why, but end with why.
Fantastic.
Very good.
All right.
There you go.
So this is Stump the Strategist. You get to vote whether we were stumped or passed. Hands on heads means we were passed. Hands on rear means not so good this time, guys.
Oh.
3, 2, 1.
It was unanimous. Passed.
Very good. And thank you for your question online as well.
Yeah, well done.
Very good.
You get to write it up.
Talk it up.
Scribble another up on the wall. Fantastic.
So, guys, this is Stump the Strategist. We're taking any question on marketing, communications, business strategy, putting 9 minutes up on the clock, and then the panel of strategists will solve it, hopefully, within that 9 minutes. We've been doing this for about 6 hours already, and we've got 18 to go, if my calculations are right, due to finish at 1 p.m. tomorrow. Now, there's 2 ways you can watch this. For those watching live at home or at the office, if you're at the office, it's time to either go home or come down here. We're at Fishburners in Ultimo, which is 608 Harris Street.
There's a drink.
We've cracked the beers, the masseurs are out, and we can take your question live. So Ivan Frangi has joined us on stage. He's the expert on customer experience. So we're looking for questions on how do you really enhance your customer experience. We'll take a question from the audience or go to the one submitted online. And we've got one down the back. Can we just get a microphone there, please?
On the way.
Thank you.
Thank you for coming to experience us live.
The customer experience is better.
Pleasure. I've been here before. I liked it, so I came back.
Very good.
A repeat offender.
I read a research report last year that said that only 16% of 1.9 million small businesses in Australia are what they call fully digitally enabled. What they mean is when we are searching the internet before we buy products and services, more than 80% of these companies are not really found. I believe this is a social problem as much as it is a business problem, because the paradigm of business has changed, but the businesses are still working in the old way and finding it very hard to get customers. So we've built a platform where these businesses can come and learn very quickly how very easily and very affordably they can get what we call a proper website and do their SEO and their social media in an affordable and easy way. Now, our target is to get 100 test customers where we can get testimonies of them before we go live. And we are at 10, and I want your advice to get the rest.
You've got 10 customers?
Yeah, paying test customers.
Right.
And we want to get 100 testimonies before we go live. So
Okay.
I need your advice how to take the horse to water.
Right.
So just to clarify, what's your business called, sorry?
It's called Sales Engine.
Sales Engine. And is it entirely an online model, or do you have service consulting involved in that?
Yeah, so what we do is to do it in an affordable way, we have customers can come online, and we have verified providers in the back end who we verify one by one, not in thousands, who are very good, who can provide these services where it really provides the small businesses with the right strategy first for their websites
So
and their
it's
businesses.
kind of like customized ELANs.
Sorry?
It's kind of like customized ELANs where you say, here are the providers we previously selected, so you don't have to go and choose them all.
That's correct.
Okay.
It's like ELANs, but there's a
Yeah, no, I'm
safety
just
net.
using it as an
That's
example.
correct. There's a safety net. It's only focused on helping them with getting their web strategy, the web design, and their
So
social
within this
media.
group, we've selected them because you may not be an educated buyer, you may not know what you're looking for. So we've pared it down to the providers we think could be good for you.
That's correct.
Okay.
Yeah, and there's as we know it, there's a big market there, and we've researched ourselves 8,700 small businesses to prove that there is a need.
And any specific target? So it's just small businesses, what, 1 to 5 people, or like what?
Small businesses 1 to 20.
1 to 20.
But our target market is a small business owner.
Yeah.
Yep. Okay.
Okay.
All
All right. Any further questions, guys? We're off 9 minutes and away. So the good news is the numbers that you're talking about aren't intense. We're talking about 90 extra customers, if I heard you rightly. So where do we get those 90 customers? Well, it comes back to the same rationale that you're going for testimonials down the track, because people trust people like them, and people trust the recommendations of real people like. So the first question I want to ask is, what are the partners you can reach out to that are already talking to the types of businesses you want to reach and can get you in the door? Things like the business enterprise centres around Sydney. David Baumgarten, who runs some of the eastern suburbs ones.
Well, I think it's easier than that. How many people, you've got suppliers, haven't you? Yeah. They've got databases. Who's leveraging them? You've got people that are already your partners, so you're leveraging up. I mean, I'm just looking at that and going, well, there are already people that want to help you. They've already got the resources you need. Are you talking to them the right way? You may or may not be, but I'm saying to you, you've got a captive audience. You've got a captive audience existing.
No more questions?
Yeah.
Okay.
Whoa, hang on.
Okay.
We've got the one rule.
We refer you to the one rule.
That's fine.
The one rule.
If the feedback is good, if the assumption isn't right, you've got the wrong partners. If they don't have a database you can work with, you've got the wrong partners. But that's another story. Keep going.
Throw me in the hot water again. So businesses are often looking for advice already. They're already reaching out to people they trust, and they start with the people they've got a relationship with already. They start with their accountants. They start with other business owners that they know. They start with the free networks, like the Small Business Support Line, for example, which is a government-run service which gives people advice and referrals on where to go. So if you can get in with those partners and give them a reason to pass on their clients to you, they'll do so if A, they're providing value to their clients, and B, they know how to. It's the two things. It's got to be valuable for them. There's got to be something in it for them, whether it's financial incentive or whether it's a value add for their clients. And B, do they have the tools to actually explain what it is you do? And that's the challenge, because it sounds like you've got a sales pitch that you're developing, starting with the report that you mentioned, the 80% of businesses are invisible to customers. You've then got to train accountants, lawyers, and other advisors to give that same sales pitch in the way that you would if you're in the room. And that actually requires some training and some collateral to get there. One of the things we recommend for face-to-face is the A3 discussion guide. This is, of all the things you can do with face-to-face conversations, this is the one thing that makes the biggest difference, which is actually mapping out the conversation that you'd like to have on a single sheet of paper so you can sit down with someone and talk through it. Now, the reason you talk through a piece of paper instead of just having the conversation is they're not going to remember what you said down the track. But if they've got the sheet there, if they've got the prompt, they'll be able to have the conversation with others just as you would. So you want to get one of these A3 discussion guides up and running.
Okay. So I think there's 5 steps. 5 steps. So the first one, which I think you've done really well, because oftentimes with marketing issues is we start at the wrong end. We start with the medium. So this, I call this RAM, the RAM approach. We start with the medium, which is I want to do a newspaper ad. That's the medium. Then we go, what's the message? The message is come on down on Saturday for a sausage sizzle. Then you go, now who are we doing it for and what result do we want? And what you've actually done really, really well is you've gone the results really clear. I want 90 more paying customers, really clear. The audience is really clear. They're small business owners, 1 to 20 people. So that's really good. Gives us a great start point. Then we go to the message and the medium. So I want to start with the message. So you need an offer. You need a really powerful offer. But the first thing you need to do before you get there is understand the value in what you're offering. So this is where I talked about it in that last question, about understanding where is your competitive advantage. So that's looking through the features in your business, what you actually deliver, but not talking about those, talking about what are the benefits and implications of those features to clients. Once you're clear on that story, then you need to couple that with a really powerful call to action. So be one of the first 90 and blah. Come in and we will have it turned around for you in 4 weeks, et cetera, et cetera. So you need a powerful call to action. Then you use your partners, which the guys already started to talk about, to get that message to the people. And then finally, once you've got that out there, you need to take the risk off the table. You're an unknown entity. It sounds really good, but you're not exactly IBM, and I might get fired for hiring you. Yeah? So how do you reduce the risk? How do you take risk off the table? And that's where you need some form of guarantee, some form of promise, some form of money back, something outrageous. If this is not up and running in your business in 4 weeks and delivering customers, we won't be paid, no fee. Yeah, something like that. So the risk is just taken off the table. Then if your product's good, it'll fly. If it's not, it won't. But at least you find out early, right? Reduce the risk. And then finally, off the back of that, is you want to turbocharge word of mouth, because you've now got these 100 customers who have taken you up on this powerful offer. There's no risk associated with it, and now they're really killing it. What you want for them is you want to be planting what we call referral seeds the whole way through this process. If you like what we're doing, our business is driven by word of mouth. There's nothing you could do for us that's more important than just to tell one other business owner that you know in your community. Yeah?
But I want to take that and turn that into an online review. Because then when 89% of people go to the web before they even go near you and they search for somebody, Google does its job and gives them all the competitors as well. So you've got to stand out, because Google also says, here are the reviews for this product. This person stands out because it's fantastic. Now, I think you've got a major danger in your business. And the major danger is you've got a product that's technical. And I think it could really trip you up. Because in my world of customer experience, you've got 2 kinds of differentiators. You've got hard differentiators and soft differentiators. Hard differentiator is anything you measure, manage, and count. A soft differentiator is anything you have to feel, evaluate. I'm in your space. I get it. I'm a little business owner who goes, I want to do all this stuff online and I need a website, but I don't know who to go. I'm not an educated buyer. I need somebody to even lay out the strategy for me. I think what you've got is brilliant. And I think it's also your big danger. And your big danger is that you might concentrate on the technology. And here's the question I have for you. If you went to a doctor to operate on your knee because it was busted, would you ask him about the kind of surgery tools they're using? Would you ask him about the lights or would you just say, am I going to feel pain at the end of this? How am I going to go at the end? And I think that's where you need to spend your time, looking at the soft differentiators, the pain, the trouble, the issue. If you've got, this is an issue, you need to talk to us. People who have this kind of pain, like a small business owner, interview them, put them on video, get them out there so that people are going, God, I identify with that. I've got that experience. frustrates me because I don't know. I'm not an educated bot. You're going to save my life. You're going to operate on my knee. There'll be no pain. Fantastic. I actually don't care what kind of scalpel you're using.
Yeah.
Does that make sense?
And I think you've tapped into something that the people like me think. People are looking for who has the same experience as them. I think that's what's wrong with your sales pitch at the moment. You're saying 80% of small businesses in Australia aren't visible online. People don't think of themselves as small business owners. They think, I'm running a medical practice. What's going on with medical practices? And what we say in marketing is when it comes to positioning, the most powerful place to be is an inch wide, mile deep positioning. You don't want to be relevant to all 80% of these businesses. You want to be the most relevant supplier for just one group. So is it the doctors? Is it pharmacies? Is it gift shops? Which one of them has the money, should get online and doesn't have that number? And then you could be the supplier for them. There's riches and niches, as they say, and get rid of the 80%.
Yeah, because
you
could go too wide. You go too wide, mate. It's like a scattergun, and you don't know why you're doing well or not.
Yeah.
They talk to each other. Another way is to look geographically. Can you get into the community shopping centre where all the shops are independent and are trying to compete with Westfields? They talk to each other. You do it for one, flow-on effect's really easy. But it's inch wide, mile deep, be really relevant to a smaller group of people than 80% of those small businesses.
So to sum that up in the last 35 seconds, get even tighter on your audience. Can you find one industry group that's within that small to medium, that small space, and focus on them? Call it doctors, for example. Get really, really tight. The more specific, the better. Start with your offer, but there's two parts to that. One is the messaging, and it's about, as Ivan was saying, getting to implications. Don't get into all the technical stuff. Get to implications. An iPod, 1,000 songs in your pocket. Someone just called me as well. Anyway, that's the implication. I don't care how it works. The implication, 1,000 songs in my pocket. Make the offer, take risk off the table, turbocharge word of mouth, and then demonstrate it with online video testimonials. Show the happy customers, let them sell for you.
Great, thank you very much. Thank you for that.
There you go.
Alrighty, how'd we go? Were we passed? Was there something valuable in that? Were we stumped? Came from an area lacking inspiration? Oh, we got a couple of...
Get out of there. You like that.
Is this the new dance? That's okay.
Thank you very much. That's the majority pass. Thank you.
Thank you.
Okay, so how many questions do we have left for Ivan, Rob?
We've got
probably one
more, I think.
We've got time for one more for Ivan. So we are very lucky to have Ivan with us now. He's also back on tomorrow morning at
8 a.m.
8 a.m.
I'm on the breakfast shift.
He's running double time today, the breakfast shift tomorrow.
See the meal, Kyle and Jackie.
It's much better to interact with them, right? So we're going to take one more question. We're looking for questions on customer experience in particular. Coming up next is Darren Wooley, who is known as marketing's Mr. Wolf, who will start to unpack some of the relationships between companies and marketing agencies. But questions on marketing, sales, high touch, low tech, high tech, everything.
Yeah.
Any questions from the audience, or should we go online? Any questions? There's one.
There's one.
We'll just get a
Got one down the front.
On its way.
What was your name?
Peter McWilliam.
Peter?
I'm currently launching a new financial modeling model where I wanted to, business model.
Like on a runway?
No, basically I want to do a one-to-many offering. So I'd build out a catalog and I'd get 10 people in the room and they basically select the different sheets and you construct it together. And one of the things I need to do at the moment is I need to build out best of class models for all the different types of business models. And so I want to do that quite rapidly. And I'd like to basically offer a discounted model to entrepreneurs who are doing quite well in the marketplace. So I get the opportunity to work with them a week, build the best.
Sorry, I'm still not sure what you do.
So financial modeling, projections, stuff like that.
So you take your risk version and all that sort of stuff?
No, it might be to raise capital. You're putting in key assumptions to test and stuff like that.
Right.
Okay, and so if
you've got a problem, you put them into my system will give you answers that you couldn't get by yourself.
Not really.
Sort of,
no, so basically you start a business, you invest resources, you go winning clients and you'll get a financial result.
Right.
Yeah, it'll go on the P&L balance sheet. So it just predicts how much money you're going to make.
Okay.
Okay. So currently,
and it's an online. It's a thing, you just plug it in.
It's in Microsoft Excel.
Right.
Yep.
Excel.
And if you wanted to go to a consultant at the moment, you'd potentially pay $5,000 to get that done. Startups, they don't want to spend that much. But then when they go and talk to investors, they lose credibility because their numbers don't make sense.
Okay.
So what I'm trying to do is I'm trying to build a business model that actually allows me to get 10 people in the room at once and then drop the price point from 5,000 to maybe 1,500, and it makes the product accessible for them. But to do that, I need to build out a big catalog of all the different sheets that you might use in Excel to connect these models up. And so basically what I want, my challenge at the moment is there might be 12 or so different types of business models. It might be a subscription model, it might be a transactional model, so forth. And what I want to do is I want to work with established businesses that are they're already performing quite well in the marketplace. And so I'd like to spend a week with them to basically model out their business. So I really understand the intricacies of their specific business model, and I get the best catalog. So at the moment, my challenge is over the next 2 months, I'd like to find 20 or so established businesses, build out these models. I'm happy to do it at a discounted price, but I don't want to come across as damaging my brand, because I'm worth more than that. But I just want to do it because I actually want to rapidly build out a bunch of models.
Yeah. Okay.
Does that make sense?
So your marketing challenge is to convince businesses to let you do the modeling for them, get them to still pay for it, and then you want to take their model and then sell it to other people down the track.
That doesn't really sound great.
Don't worry, we're marketers. We'll make it sound really good.
We can fix that later.
No, I mean, there's hundreds of different subscription models, okay? So, I mean, you're basically just putting in the numbers, and the mechanics of how a subscription model will work for one subscription business to the other will be exactly the same, okay? So what I ultimately want to create is multiple variations of how you could model a subscription model, and then basically I'll sit in a room with a subscription business and they go, well, actually, my subscription model looks like that sheet there and this sheet here. And basically, they select the sheets that they'd like in the model, and then I connect it up for them.
Right.
So the challenge is to find 20 people who want to play. That's the marketing challenge.
Pretty much.
Sounds like there's business model challenges which sit behind that. But it's find 20 people.
Find 20 people who are established entrepreneurs. They're post-funded. They're doing quite well. They know how their businesses ultimately work. Win them quickly, and don't dilute my brand.
Okay, so I've got a question for you to start. Why do they want to play?
Okay, so should we just kick off?
Yeah.
Just kick off.
And we're off.
Let's just see how we go.
Sorry, I didn't realise.
Kick off.
Why would they play with you? If I'm an established business owner, I'm going pretty well, why would I play with you? What are you going to do for me in return for you coming into my business? That'd be my first question. I don't expect you to answer it because we're not interactive at the moment, but it's a case of that'd be the basic assumption I'd have before I started anything else. What incentive can I give so that by the time I finish, they're going to be better off after I've been in there than they were when I started? Does that kind of make sense? Yeah. Okay. So, guys, I've got a couple of thoughts on this, but I want to just flesh out more technical stuff.
So, what I heard was you're a coaching business, not a financial modeling business, because you're going to do a one-to-many. So you're going to get 10 people in the room, talk them through it. They're all going to go out at $1,500 a shot. You're going to make 15 grand, and they're not going to pay 5 each. So we all win, right? So it's a coaching model, but you just need the IP right first before you get started, so you can work it through with them. So if we can work out firstly, what are the most common businesses? Like, let's not run before we can walk. So if you say there's a consulting business, building businesses, tradie businesses are probably all the same model. So take the tradies, take the consultants, and maybe a basic retail shop, like maybe that's the start point, and just offer it to them for free. Like, it's just 3 or 4 different models you need to get started. Just do it for free. It's like a month to get that right. Don't overcomplicate. Don't try and charge them for it if you haven't got it. And once you've got it, the deal with them is, help me, I will help you for free. And then all I want you to do is go out and tell 10 people about it. That, because you know other business people that have the same business as you. Builders know other builders. If you can see value in what we've built together, deliberate pun, just go out and tell some other builders. That's the ask, and you will get the financial model for free. Seems really simple to me.
The classic thing here is, if you participate in my research, I'll give you the research across the entire group rather than just you. Because I can work with you individually, but I can give you the result of the 10 people that I'm working with. And I think the key is exactly what's been said, which is don't go wide, go deep, like we talked about in the last one, go little niche, straight down. Otherwise, my concern is that you're going to be so many sheets in so many places that you'll go to you're like a guy that goes to the airport and says, give me a ticket, and the person says, where are you going? He says, it doesn't matter, I've got business everywhere. It won't work. You've got to choose a destination, go on that destination, get really good at that destination. The reason why is that when that group talks to you, you'll know all about them, you know their language, you know, understand them, and you're not going to go, oh, I don't understand what you're doing, I'm not familiar with it. And here's the reason why. The underlying thing is, if you can create an experience for somebody they can't get anywhere else, they won't go anywhere else. To do that, you have to know them well, and you have to understand them well. And then you can go down and say, oh, it doesn't matter, builders, doctors, lawn cutters, professional services, doesn't matter what they are, find some good people, and then because the good people want advantage. They want, what can you do for me? If you give me the data on the 10 businesses that may or may not be my competitors, even though it's individual, it's anonymous data, I'll play with you.
So what Ivan's been talking about is, in marketing, we call it research masquerading as marketing. And there was someone who asked a question about research earlier in the day, and she's a real researcher, so I know this is going to be tough for her in particular, but marketing masquerading as research. I got this the wrong way around. So what this means is that you're actually going out to your customers and saying, hey, look, we're doing some research and some benchmarking on businesses like yours, on subscription businesses, for example. And what we're looking to do is benchmark your performance against others. Would you like to see whether you're actually performing as well as other subscription businesses are? We need to map these models with you, and we'll share the results down the track. Now, what you want to do in the process of the modeling is also get them to identify what's wrong with their modeling and their finances the way it currently is. You can prompt for it. As part of your research, have you ever had trouble with insufficient modeling to know if a business decision is right? How often do you experience this out of 10? You start to get these numbers, and not only are you getting your customers to realize the need for taking on board longer term and having a deeper relationship with them, but you're actually getting them the data that you need with the promise of sharing it back. I've seen this done really well in New Zealand with a HR consultancy there who does their annual HR digest. They get out to customers and say, hey, we'd like to break down how your HR is going. For this report, we'll share the report back with you at the end. Opens doors, gets them in, lets them draw out the pain, and they just sell off the back of that.
Okay, I just want to go back to the point we started with, which was getting really narrow in who you're targeting, at least initially, at least until you're up and running. And it's what we call, and Adam referred to it earlier, inch wide, mile deep. And when you get inch wide, mile deep, the goal there is to be number 1 or 2 in that category, how you define it. Because if you're number 1 or 2, there's disproportionate benefits that are attributable to you. Number 1 generally gets twice the brand share of number 2, who gets twice again as number 3. So you want to be number 1 or 2. You tend to have higher margins. Your margins go up when you're very specific because you're a specialist. Easier to refer you. You can often charge more, and your price of marketing over time will go down. However, the question you've got to ask before that is, who's got your money? Not who am I targeting, but who has got my money? Because currently, these models are being done, people are getting on just fine. So somehow, you've got to interrupt that money flow that's going wherever it's going and figure out what can you do that's predatory against them? What's the weakness that arises from their strength? You've got to work that out, and you've got to be very clear against who you're competing, because that's where you've got to disrupt that flow. So going out there and just talking about your benefits is only half the job. Going out there and talking about your benefits versus the weaknesses that arise from their strengths is the second part of the job. And that's where people start to go, I can see that. I can see that. It makes it very hard for them to respond. So if it's just online players that you're going to take the money off, and you've got a blended online, offline where you're actually coaching, and it's what I picked up early on where you're kind of teaching people to fish rather than just handing out the fish, maybe that's the start of your campaign, and that's enough to get people to shift from where they're currently spending their money. So you got to think, who's got your money?
I think you've also got another opportunity. The other opportunity is you go to people. We were talking a little bit earlier about, go and find a thirsty horse. I think there are plenty of thirsty horses, but you can't pitch it. If it was me, I wouldn't be talking about, I have spreadsheets. I wouldn't be talking about that at all. It's like the doctor in your knee. I can give you quality information you can't get from anybody else across your whole marketplace, which can help you build your business better than anybody else can, because I can give you insights that nobody else can give you. Does that make sense? So here's an example. What I think you should do is go and find an association or a group of people that you're happy to work with and ask them to be your champion. Could I have 10 of your members that I will get information, I'll interact with them. You as the association will know more about things for your members than anybody else in your industry. So you as the association look like the champion because I'm going to make you the champion. In other words, I'd shift the experience from I have a product to I have something that nobody else can give you, providing you give me some help. And then that way the association, because by the way, associations are all broke. They make money at their conference every year. If you give them an equity position in that, somewhere along the line, profit share, I don't care what it is, they'll make it work. Because you've got to go from low differentiation to high, and you want people to be advocates. If you're down here, they'll only use you. You want them to choose you by being more differentiated, and you want people to advocate for you because they want to brag about you. Does that make sense? So bragging is about the level of data you can bring that nobody else has got, and you do that by asking people to partner with you. They get an advantage they want, and you just happen to be the tool. So that'd be the way I'd go if I were you. I'd be doing that and saying, I'm going to offer you a customer experience around this. I'm going to offer, effectively, I'm going to flip it a bit. I'm going to offer the customers of your association or your group that happens to be singular, I'm going to offer them something on your behalf that will make you look fabulous.
Okay, so to sum it up, start with your proposition. Is it coaching? Is it spreadsheets? What is it? Are you teaching people to fish or are you giving them fish? Sounded like there was something interesting there. Make it free to start with for that first 10 you need. Take risk off the table. Absolutely. Get focused, inch wide, mile deep, and reap the benefits that come with that. Then work out where's your money going? Who's currently got it and get predatory against it? Is it online only? Talk about the benefits versus them. Partner with an association. And then what you want to do down the track is build a premium product so that there's real profit in it for you. Because this might get them in the door. That might be the money spinner later on. There you go. There you go. Yeah.
So I got to be honest, I found that one really tough, but it's really your opinion that matters most. So stumped or passed, hands on the head for passed, hands on rear.
Well, he's the only one that counts.
So. It's passed. Very good.
Well done.
All right.
Well done.
Thank you. So that's been fun. Ivan, you're at the halfway point. We're going to send you off for a massage and a little bit of relaxation. Ivan is back on stage at 8 a.m. tomorrow.
Oh, I'm looking forward to it. Very exciting.
I'm going to pass the baton off as well. Ivan, to say thank you for joining us. We have a beautiful little assistance dog for you.
Thank you so much. Thank you. I'll treasure this. No, I will, because I love dogs, and that's a great looking one. Thank you.
Thanks, Ivan. Round of applause for Ivan.
Thanks, Ivan.
Cheers, Ivan.
So why little stuffed toy puppies? Well, we are, of course, doing this to raise funds for assistance dogs, fantastic Australian charity that trains dogs to support people with disabilities. So I know we had some really chewy marketing questions there. When What Cost takes off and makes its first million, I think you owe it now to assistance dogs to give them a cut of that. Keep them in mind down the line. So it's changed over time in the Stump the Strategist 24-hour marathon. We've been going since 1 p.m. We're going until 1 p.m. tomorrow. And it's now my very great pleasure to introduce our next guest strategist, which is on the back of the page. Here he is, Darren Woolley. Darren, come on out here. Please welcome Darren Woolley.
Thank you.
Now, Darren Woolley is known as marketing's Mr. Wolf. And I've known Darren a couple of years now, and I didn't know what that meant originally. But then this movie came out with Leo DiCaprio, and I'm like, I'm impressed. Oh, the other Mr. Wolf. So, as managing director of Trinity P3, Darren Woolley has problem solving between marketers and agencies since the year 2000. So with his background as an analytical scientist and a creative problem solver, Darren brings unique insights and learning to the marketing process. He's been regularly named in Australia's Ad News Power 50, the most powerful people in advertising since 2005. So Darren's got a unique perspective in the relationship between companies and their agencies. Because he sees both sides of the fence, he gets unique insights into what works and what doesn't work in advertising, in marketing. So it's a great pleasure to welcome you on stage, Darren.
Thanks very much.
We said goodbye just a moment ago to, no, you're still on, aren't you? Glenn Bartlett is staying the course, Strategy Director at Step Change Marketing. And we're welcoming back Step Change's Head of Strategy, Ashton Bishop, for his third shift today. Welcome back to the stage.
Yeah.
And with the ceremonial passing of 2 batons,
Leaving the baton.
I wish you good luck.
Let the games begin.
Let the games begin. So we're taking any question on marketing, communications, and client agency relationships, I reckon. Darren, what do you reckon?
Yeah, happy to.
Yeah, okay, good.
Yeah,
great. So what do you need to know? I've never done this before.
The question.
Just the question. Okay, it's a very specific question. And it's an online question. It's about Amazon.com. To get ranked highly on Amazon.com, if you're selling product, you need to get reviews, but they need to be legitimate reviews to a certain point. You can't pay people for reviews or you will lose your account. But you can give away free product. You can give it, ask your friends and family and get them to rewrite a review if they've got an Amazon account. But this is extremely important to get your product out there and get it known on Amazon.com. It's very specific on. So how could we get reviews? And here's, there's one final catch. They have to be American. They have to only be American, not Australian. How would we go about getting reviews en masse without getting our account banned? We can use any other channel we think of, but they have to.
The question I have is, what's the product?
Okay, the product could be, let's say, no, it's got to be simple as that. Let's say it's some beauty products, like, let's say it's quite a niche. No, let's say it's a weight loss product or something, right? A weight loss product.
Okay, so it could be all right.
Could be, or could be a hammer, but let's choose that for you. But these are relevant products. Yeah.
Okay.
Okay.
Happy to take the question?
Yeah.
Okay. All right.
I'm ready. I'm ready to go. All right.
Go,
So I've got the answer.
Yeah.
It's this simple. With the product, you need to leave additional value in the product that's unlocked by giving you the contact detail, their contact details, and writing a review. It's that simple. So whether it's a beauty product, whether it's a hammer, whatever it is, there needs to be some mechanism by which when they receive this product through the mail, sorry, you can't talk rule. I refer you to rule number 1.
The only rule.
The only rule. Yeah, there's only one rule. So you need that in there. So when they get the product, and books do this very well. So oftentimes you get to the back of a book and there'll be, here's your special code to go online to our thing to do your own questionnaire or whatever it might be. It's that kind of thing that if you can then get their data, you basically just need to ask for these reviews. There's no other way of doing it. You need to ask for it and then they'll legitimately give it or not. But you need a mechanism to get their details because Amazon won't give them to you. So it needs to be built into the product. That's the answer. Darren.
Yeah, I would have, and the reason I asked about the product, because especially in the US, there are a lot of bloggers and there are a lot of home bloggers, people that have very specialist focus. So what I'd suggest is that whatever your product is, you start looking for those influencers. And you're probably doing this, or you should be doing this anyway, because just their presence is going to help you with Google, first of all. And then secondly, that will influence other people to leave a comment, because it's interesting how human beings, we like to think that we're individual, but in actual fact, we're much like sheep, we'll follow the herd. So if a lot of other people are saying this is a positive product, then they feel more comfortable giving you that. So I'd say the first thing is identify some real influences in that area and start seeding it. Because it's fine to give a blogger a free product and ask them in return to review it, and then even ask them to take that further, apart from on their blog, to put it onto Amazon. That's the first one. The second one is to start looking for what are the groups, are there either formal or informal groups within the marketplace that you could start to influence. So if it was a hammer, for instance, you could go to building industry or unions or things like that and start to talk to their members about, here's an opportunity for this hammer, try it out. But what we will ask in return is if you don't return it, that you can keep it, but you put a posting on Amazon. There's another one. You can see that with beauty products. doing beauty therapy or whatever. And so start to look for people that are going to be interested in doing it, because the other benefit for them is that they start lifting their profile as well. And the type of people that are writing blogs and doing that type of thing want to get a reflected lift in their own influence online.
I think when it comes down to it, it really is anchoring into having a product that's worth reviewing. So the way brands work is they set up positive expectations that are then self-fulfilling. So I think what Darren mentioned there is that first, and what Glenn mentioned, is first of all, step one is we go back to the product and we make sure that the product has this extra surprise, this extra plus that builds expectations, because we don't make absolute decisions, we always make relative decisions. So if the expectation around the product's there, we need to have a plus there, which then taps into that something worth talking about. We then need to look to what is the sentiment. First of all, we need a couple of video reviews. Video reviews, assuming you've got loyalists around the product, be it beauty or weight, there is going to be stories, there are things that both people talk about. Try and get a few video reviews on Amazon. These count a lot for the sentiment sway. And the sentiment sway, what tends to be the type of reviews at the start will filter down. So we want to get a few video reviews right at the start. The other thing there is, if you can go down and start reviewing the rewards and then looking at guaranteed rewards or maybe random, that is not financial, but is product incentive driven. If you tie that back to the relevance of the reward, that would work well. And then even though the Americans are the ones that matter, if you've got local loyalists, you can certainly set them up or get them on the on Amazon to start building a community around that.
So it's interesting that you said, obviously Amazon has said that it's only US citizens, and US citizens, I should have to have. How do they differentiate?
You have to have a US address and a US account.
Right. Okay. So the other thing is that the Americans are incredibly almost bedazzled by things that come from outside the US. So actually building and using local influencers that can give you connections into the US is another way of doing it. Almost second or third referred endorsement. And the reason I say that is it's really interesting when you go to the US and you start talking to people, they're just fascinated by Australia. And is it an Australian product? No. Oh, it's not. Okay. So that was interesting. Because
just clawing around in the dark.
Especially if it's an Australian product, that's part of the interest. We'll get people.
But it's marketed by Australian companies.
Yeah. So I mean, what you need to do is create some interest around it. Don't necessarily feel that you have to go straight to people and ask them for the Amazon referral or review. That there are what you want to actually do is use it to build a groundswell. But part of that will be to get people to put things onto Amazon. Because in actual fact, people, when they're buying on Amazon, they've usually done research beforehand. So don't think of just, your ultimate end game is to get them onto Amazon, those reviews onto Amazon. But also think about how you can build the other reviews online in all sorts of areas and just get that Google influence, Google ranking higher for your product.
When you're asking for people for a review, asking it for selfish reasons gets you so far. I think introducing something that's a because is where the access is. Yeah. And I think if you actually develop a clause that's true to the product or true to you. So if it's a beauty product, maybe it's doing something about the supply chain and the ingredients that go in. So putting back or doing good. If it's weight loss, maybe it's about, doing something for places where people don't have enough to eat. So something good or cause related that's relevant, that's the because. Because we are trying to play this game, and that if product sales at a certain level, then we do good of a certain level. The best thing you can do, we're not asking you to buy anymore, we're just asking you to share the quality of the product. We're asking you to share. The value of because, there's something called the placebo because. They ran this research in universities where they got people queued up in lines to use the photocopier, and people pushed in, yeah? And about 60% of the time if you pushed in, you just got basically pushed out again. However, if you pushed in and said, oh, I've got to do this because I've got to get it to the CEO, 94% of the time you could stay. If you pushed in and you said, because I need to photocopy 5 pages, which is actually circular nonsense reading, it worked 73% of the time. So the magic is in the because.
It's not just asking for a review, it's asking for a review because. Yeah? So I think that's the real opportunity in Access, is don't just be basically soliciting reviews, attach it to a cause. I think you got some thoughts around that, Barney?
Yeah, look, I just wanted to sum up, really. I think 5 things that fall out of this for me. It's firstly, just ask at every touch point. Just embed the ask. But that's going to get you so far, to Ashton's point. Back at the product level, build in the extra value reward. Essentially, it's a reward for people to go deeper. So build that extra value into the product, capture their data, ask for the reward, ask for the referral in return for the award. As Darren was saying, free product to bloggers, again, in return for something back. And that's the way the blogosphere works. Aiming for video reviews, if we can, to start with, just to get the momentum building. Interesting thought was potentially building essentially a placebo marketing website where you actually have the product on there priced deliberately above what they can buy it at on Amazon, actually drive them to Amazon almost. So you're actually marketing driving to Amazon because you're driving people through Amazon. So the more that's bought through Amazon, the better chance you've got of a review. And then finally, build in the because, and that's the B and it's the cause. Yeah. You need the cause to go with the because.
Actually, embedding it into the product usage is something really interesting as well. On the product usage instructions for beauty or weight, take your photo as you are, final instruction. If we've made a difference, please share your story with someone else. Embed your review into the usage.
There you go.
All right. It's getting late, so time to stretch the legs. Everybody up. Everybody up. You can grab a beer while you're up. It's all right. The more you drink, the better we get. So 3, 2, 1. Was it from heaven or the other place? That's a pass. Thank you, guys.
Very good.
Thank you for your question, sir. Okay, Darren, do you want to grab another question from maybe, I don't think we've had one online for a while, so why don't we tap into the online community? Any in the online community?
Yeah, we've got a good one online. So the question is, I run a chain of day spas in Perth that is really fluctuating in success. It's an interesting
So
twist.
did you say we've got someone online from Perth?
Yeah.
Oh, hello, Perth.
Come in, Perth.
They got a 2-hour time delay or something. They're getting extra value here.
So it's a day spa.
They run a chain of day spas in Perth, and they're fluctuating in success. It's an interesting twist on a spa that's actually targeted to high wealth executive males. What strategies can I use around the services that I offer to clients to purchase more and to come back more regularly? Or should I be expanding my services to female customers? Please advise.
Okay, so day spas in Perth.
Yep.
They're looking to decide whether they should retarget to female. So it's a day spa for men.
Yeah, currently.
The question is frequency versus a new audience, yeah?
Exactly.
And I don't suppose there's any idea in there about what they think's driving that fluctuation?
No, it's difficult to get feedback when it's an online question. It really is.
Just wondering whether maybe read half the question. It happens.
Unfortunately, no, we haven't. We just know that it's fluctuating.
It's fluctuating. Right. Okay. Good. And yep. All right. Can't ask any more questions.
No more coming?
No more coming.
Do you want to kick us off, Dazzler? Okay, Glenn, anyone?
Go on, Darren. You start.
All right, away. Good on you.
Okay, so the interesting thing here is that it's the size of the market and the opportunity. Because obviously, Perth is a significant market. But obviously, the fact that there's fluctuating sales means that there's not this regular behaviour. Because if they had regular behaviour, they'd be able to build on that. It'd be interesting to know, first of all, if they have some sort of reminder or loyalty program or something trigger that gets people coming back regularly. Because especially, you can imagine high stress, say, mining industry, you being in Perth, or just high stress industry people, that they get caught up in the busyness of life. And so that is one of the things that stops them necessarily from this important relaxation and care on a regular basis. The first thing I'd suggest is that you start looking at the existing customer base and what is the behaviours within that you can increase the amount of frequency. That could be loyalty, reminders, added value, just picking out particular times of the week, or even creating events, finding events that you can use that to trigger it. We don't know if they're using any sort of CRM program, but there's certainly opportunities if there's some existing customer base to help build that base with either frequency or even extending the depth penetration into the marketplace. I don't think anything they do in that space, though, should eliminate them from extending into a female audience as well, because while they're quite different, it is very possible to run brands, particularly in that category, that would work for both males and females. And I think that the idea of either having them as two streams within the same thing immediately doubles the number of people that they can potentially appeal to. In fact, the opportunity would be extending it out of just being male only to couples and being able to offer couples where, they may not, the mistake they shouldn't make is naturally assuming that the person, that business person brings along is their wife. That could be just their partner. But I think you've doubled the potential size of the opportunity. And I say that because there was a recent example where a hotel in the UK offered businessmen weekend retreats, and then they sent letters to the wives of the businessmen saying thank you for coming along, and about 50% of them didn't know what they were talking about. It's really important to make sure that you know your audience.
So this question is giving me horrific flashbacks to a time I was in Budapest, where I went into one of their spas, and known for their hot baths, with women and men next to me. And as we went in, we got segregated, and we ended up in only men and only women. And it was a terrible experience. However, I think in this case, staying with a singularity in your positioning and a focus on men is the right thing to do. Because otherwise, who are you? You're just another day spa. But if you're the men's day spa, I think there's massive value in that. In Budapest, if we took the question there, I'd have a different answer. But here, I think there's real value in being focused. So don't expand into women, but employ more of them. They should be running the place, but they shouldn't be clients of the place if it's for men. So that would be my first point. And then go deeper into the male services. So if it fluctuates, what we need to work out is, what are they buying here and what are they not buying? And what are the product that could fit here that means there's a reason for them to come back? So what other male services, male-focused services could we build on top? So we're still staying inch wide, mile deep. We're just going maybe 2 miles deep in terms of male services. That could be, for example, seasonal products. That's another way of looking at it. So it's an online question. We don't know exactly where these dips are, but is it to do with the seasons at all? Is there a big boom kind of coming into summer as guys want to look a little better, and a lull in the winter? So could we build products around that potentially? Final point for me is that ultimately this is a question of frequency, because we always ask ourselves a question of, there's only 4 ways to grow a business. Grow the actual number of people, grow your share, grow your frequency, or upsell them. This feels like a frequency problem. And a frequency problem, I always go to a loyalty scheme. I go to some form of loyalty scheme, some form of encouragement to bring people back regularly and receive some kind of additional value for the regularity. Airlines are obviously the best at doing this. A loyalty scheme would be the next step for me. Ash.
Yeah, so I'm actually in violent agreement with Glenn about positioning, because you've got a positioning for men that's a bit different, a bit standout. Maybe you stretch it to couples, but the moment you go for women, you're just the same and you're competing with a completely different audience. Again, like your competitive set becomes massive and you risk losing what was great and diluting what was about there. So maybe there's something interesting where Darren says about partners, that's that compromise. But your brand strength or weakness only shows up in the face of strong competition, and the focus that you take away from men in going to women is something that potentially should be treated with a lot of care. You might get immediately an uplift from additional women, but the weakness in your brand, the loss of your communications focus, the loss of your business focus will only be apparent after the fact. Then I think we look in terms of what Glenn said, is there's only 4 things. So we either get more customers, we get them to come more often, we need to get them to buy more, or we take someone else's customers. So in terms of those things that we look at, additional services. Have you looked at hair? Have you looked at shave? Have you looked at something like detox in the day while they're there, giving them some sort of dietary thing? I think they're potentially interesting in terms of different additional services. Tapping into triggers. I think making sure that we have programs or services that's like, it's the post-workout, that type of thing. Wrapping things up into packages. So back on the market, baby, something for the recently divorced, something that actually is sold in terms of a series of treatments, a package of treatment. So instead of saying, here's the stones treatment and the massage rub, you actually tell people what back on the market looks like. So it's a combination of things that you piece together so a guy can just make a very simple decision. And then looking to have frequency, something in the home environment that people can sign up for there that is a frequent subscription play. Something like Juicy Baby, where you maybe supplement their diet with a juice diet, and that's delivered home and it's branded via the spa chain. Or some sort of bath indulgent where you can once again say in a subscription to say that to keep the most benefit from this massage, we recommend you have a bath with our special secret sauce. So this has a special secret ingredient or something that you can only get there. And we recommend that a massage will last a certain period if you have a bath once a week, and then once a week, probably a shower in between, but at least this special bath once a week. That can be a subscription that then keeps you engaged, keeps you top of mind, and then you're owning a channel to reconnect back into the trigger, back into the additional services. Buddy, do you want to pull that together?
Yeah, so to wrap it up, as I say, one of the things we caveat at the beginning is this is opinion, not advice. And the first thing that we'd have to do, and we haven't done because I'm afraid you're in Perth, you're not here, is actually diagnose the problem. We have to diagnose it because what's driving that seasonality? So we're kind of clawing around in the dark a little bit. Firstly, you do that. Key is frequency. Frequency is the issue when you've got that kind of an issue. So what could we do with a loyalty scheme? We're aligned, we stick with men. There's something powerful in that. And Steve Jobs said, when he went back to Apple, he said, what I'm most proud of is the things we've chosen not to do rather than all the great things we have done. You've got to choose where you're not playing. It's a very, very important part of strategy. So sticking with male and then going deeper with male into male services and looking at some of those trigger points in seasonal products. What are those trigger points? The divorce, for example, is probably a really good one. Then I think what's interesting is you could actually segment the audience. So there's men and there's men and there's men. And maybe there's 4 or 5 different segments in there that you could legitimately play to. So for example, is there that, there's the muscle guys that are all about performance. There might be the metro guys that are all about having no hair. There might be the
What are you saying?
I don't know which category you fit into. There's the blue steel guys, it's all about scoring the ladies. And then there's the organic kind of guys that just want to feel good. So maybe there's different offerings across different segments. And then get on the key ring. If you're on the key ring, you're in their pocket, they're seeing you all the time.
All right. Stretch the legs. We got some rowdy boys at the back there. Good stuff.
The beer is kicking in.
All right. So everyone up. 3, 2, 1. Stumped or passed. Let's see them. That's a pass.
That is a
Thank
pass.
you guys.
Nice.
Okay. That was an online. Any questions in the room? Or should we go back online? Let's go back online.
There we go. Okay, so the online question is, tattoos are bloody everywhere. They're the coolest thing now, but this will definitely change. They're a fashion and they're a fad. I'm opening up a tattoo removal business, and I'm tossing up between being about all clean living and being about countercultural or tapping into the alternative tattoo lifestyle. Which one of these would you recommend would be most effective?
Sorry. So run that past us again.
Okay, so tattoo removal company, and they're tossing up between being all about clean living and being counter-cultural, or tapping into the alternative tattoo lifestyle.
So playing to the tattoo lifestyle, but saying here's the way out of it.
Yeah.
Or saying you shouldn't have done it in the first place.
Exactly.
It's a bit late.
So the question really is, how do I position my tattoo removal business?
Exactly.
Okay. We can't ask any clarifying questions because
they're not here again.
And I'm particularly unqualified to speak on this topic, seeing as I don't actually have any tattoos. So.
Neither do I.
All right.
There's no tattoos.
There are no tattoos up
there.
here.
There are no tattoos over here. All right.
I don't. No, last time I checked.
Should we have a go? Should we have a go at answering it anyway?
Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah, let's go. Yes. All right. Now, tattoo removal, from my experience, is actually a medical procedure. It uses laser to burn down into these deep layers of the skin where the ink has been embedded permanently into those cells. So it actually has a medical application, or it's a medical procedure. That doesn't necessarily mean it's performed by doctors. There's a lot of medical procedures that are performed in a surgery or a medical office. But often the natural place to position medicine is clean living. It's part of clean living. And so my initial feeling is, rather than go along with the crowd, that there's somehow an opportunity in the marketplace to position tattoo removal as actually an extension of the tattoo culture. It's almost like the whole idea of the tattoo being permanent is being countermanded by the fact that you don't come along here to be judged. This is not clean living. This is not counter tattoos. This is just giving you another option. In many ways, still would need to maintain the sense of sterility and health and professionalism as far as the actual procedure goes. Because I don't think anyone wants to, just as no one would really want to have a prison tattoo or a homemade tattoo, they want a professional one, you'd still want to have that tattoo removed professionally. So I think it would be a really interesting position to make yourself counter to what everyone else is doing, which is very sterile, professional, medical type clinics. That's what everyone else is doing. Here the opportunity is to actually say, well, just like the tattoo parlor, the culture that you bought into by getting this tattoo, but we get it, you've changed your mind. So come along and, we're not going to judge you. We're not going to, treat you like you've got a disease. We're simply going to help you remove that tattoo. And I think that's a really powerful place that would differentiate you from the rest of the marketplace. It would be a very different approach. And I think that would make you stand out.
I think it's a great idea. Where I want to start is the theory and the process to get to a powerful positioning before we just start throwing some ideas at you, which I'm sure we will. But the first thing when you're looking to position yourself is to understand your audience. You need to really understand what's going on in those people's heads. What are the triggers that have prompted this untattooing want? Because obviously there was a really strong trigger there to start with. Her name might have been Sally Sue or something. And it could be they were drunk. It could be they were drunk. There was certainly a trigger there in the first place. What we need to understand is what's the trigger to remove it. Once we get there, that's our start point. The next thing is know your competitors. Positioning is all about positioning versus your competitors. So you can only stand for one thing in your potential audience's mind. People just will not, they won't remember anything more than one thought. So what's that one thought? Now you want to make sure that one thought is A, different from the competitors that you're going up against, and B, compelling to the audience. So that's why you need to understand the audience. Then you need to understand your competitive set. Those are very, very important. Before going past that, then you go back and go, well, why are we doing this to start with as a business? What's our purpose? Because perhaps you started this business because you needed to get tattoos off yourself. Perhaps there's a really powerful personal story that you could start to, that could be the foundations for that strategy. So start with your purpose. As Simon Sinek says, people don't buy what you do, they buy why you do it. So start with the why.
So Glenn, there's an interesting thing which, there's a TV show, I don't know if you've seen it.
Ink, Real Ink or something?
Yeah, where they come and they take really bad tattoos.
Yeah.
And then they cover them with really good tattoos. And in some ways, it's the same. It's a similar process. People have had a tattoo put on, and they really don't want that tattoo anymore.
Yeah.
So these guys cover it up with a bigger tattoo. Now, it still plays
double
into
down
mindset because people get a tattoo for a reason. As you say, what is the trigger that they want to remove it?
Yeah.
And do you judge them for it, or do you make it wrong? I think that's what you need to solve.
Yeah.
So when we're looking at positioning, as Glenn said, it's knowing your audience, being different to your competitors and true to you. So this is where positioning lives, right in the middle. Glenn said we'd throw some ideas at you. I don't know what the name of the business is. I think Unmistake Tattoo Removals is quite funny, but also potentially Clean Slate. I think the real access here, though, is thinking about when people are in market for tattoo removals. And for me, I would own two places. I would own the job boards
around Seek, and I would own the dating sites. And I think if you got into dating sites and you got into jobs, those are the times when people regret getting the Sally Sue up and down both arms, like the full sleeves, or up necks and those types of things. So I think really it's understanding, first of all, what's your positioning, but then really owning the triggers of where people reappraise, because you're not going to be able to buy mass awareness, and you don't need to buy mass awareness. I think you could also you could also potentially do some guerrilla stuff around tattoo parlors as well. Potentially even having just those strips. You know how on you can print them out at home. It's like kind of lost dog or music tutorial or maths coaching. It's tattoo removals. You might need us later. Just sort of outside the tattoo parlors, certainly.
Yeah. So just coming back and picking up on the diagram there that Ashton's talking through. So we had know your competitors, know your audience, and then find your edge. And that's that third circle there. And that's where you need to understand the value that you bring. And you need to understand what's the difference in that value versus potentially other unmistake type parlors. So do you do it in a different way? Do you do it faster? Do you do it painlessly? If you do it painlessly, if you've got a technology which does it painlessly, well, then that's got to be a part of your positioning if it's different. If it's not different, then we find something that is different. So we find something that's important to your customer and different from your competitors. And that will form the heart of your positioning. Just a couple of other thoughts on that is, perhaps, I think there's a question, and Darren raised it earlier, around whether you want to look like basically a doctor, like a medical place, be the exact opposite of what a tattoo parlor looks like, or do you actually want to look like a tattoo parlor and have guys in there with tattoos and leather jackets and what have you taking them off just as they put them on? Frankly, maybe that's more interesting because these people aren't radically different. They live in that world. They're just going back to the same world to have a mistake removed. So perhaps that's an interesting way of differentiating.
Just a yes and on that, Barty. If you look at the department store model, there's distribution for tattoo parlors already. I don't know whether they're doing well or whether they're struggling. I've heard that the mafia tend to like to visit to extortion some extra cash out of them. But potentially putting up shop of allowing instead of having your own stores, what about licensing that? So you can have tat on, tat off, where you actually don't say it's a mistake, it's actually something's changed. You're out of that relationship. You still love tattoos because in terms of, if you look at the 80-20 rule, it's probably the people who have stacks of tats and maybe they've got 15 but they just fell out of love with one or two are the people potentially who you could be using the most.
Ash, there's another time that people really regret tattoos, and that's when they go on holidays to the beach.
Yeah, right.
It's one of those times, and you'll often see it, especially around places like Surfers Paradise, is the person that's fully dressed at the beach. And it's because they're so embarrassed about the body. So, there's opportunities there. We're looking for all of those places that people have to nude up in or reveal their skin in public.
Absolutely.
Do you want to wrap up?
So just to wrap it up, what we've done is we've given you the process to get to a positioning. We haven't necessarily given you that positioning here, but know your audience, know your competitors, and know your edge. Those are the three key questions you need to ask so that you've got a palette on which you'll paint your positioning. A couple of ideas for you around clean slate tattoos or unmistakable tattoos, and actually potentially linking with a tattoo parlor. Be in the same place.
All right. I really hate to solicit. It's hard to get applause online, though, isn't it?
It really is.
Okay, everybody up, stumped or passed. 3, 2, 1, here we go. That's a pass, thank you. I didn't see any cats go up anyway, so. Gonna knock that one up, Darren. How are we going time-wise?
One more.
One more. We've got one more with Glenn and Darren. So let's look at, see if there's any questions online, particularly about kind of agency-client relationships, agency remuneration. Anything in that space would be fantastic. Not looking like it.
I must have answered all more.
The man who leaves no question unanswered.
Okay. Yeah, I've got a question for you. It's not to do with marketing agencies, but we'll get there. So I run a personal training business in Sydney and have really targeted, and have a really targeted audience of female models. Yes, it's a pretty good gig. And I just launched a corporate healthy catering business as well. How should my businesses interact? How do I maximize my ability to cross-sell? Should I have completely different brands?
So personal training with models.
Yes,
Yeah.
targeted audience of female models.
Yeah, plus?
Plus a corporate healthy catering business.
Interesting combination.
So how should my businesses interact? How do I maximize my ability to cross-sell? Or should I keep them completely separate?
Beyond turning these clients, and I'm assuming it's could be actually, turning the clients from the personal training into staff at the corporate table.
That obvious link.
No clarifying questions. So beyond the obvious link, let's go.
Oh, well, look, I'm just going to